I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace.
Hotep, Great SABA Tehuti. I'm on Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua SABA Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
That Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building. And he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it, man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing, Hotep? What's up, brother? This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm
I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankhet has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
As soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Aset were used.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yes, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Camille.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know. Go ahead, show it, bro. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. They claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the podcast? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old podclasses that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married second man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just long time ago. A long time.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing that to Kurt.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in my daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in 89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in 89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
We'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Are we here? Mic check, mic check. Are we here? Press the 9 if I can be heard. Let's see if we can fix one thing here. I guess so. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. All clear. Enough light. Okay, let me check the room. See if there's 9s. There's the 9s. I see the 9s. Shayet with the 9. Shayet with the 9. Nukpoo with the 9. Shayet again with the 9. Minty with the 9. Wonderful. You all can hear me. Chris Harris, peace, Chris with a 9. Shayet. Is it just me or SABA aging backwards? Peace to Shayet. I'll comment or teach on that later. All right. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. We're going to start with the proper frequencies. And the proper frequencies are the words of the Medu in the meditation. And that's how I start my morning affirmation with my female energies that surround me. That is how I start meetings with the House of ATTON. That is how I start my family meetings. We start with the proper affirmations because you must affirm and stand on something as a foundation before you begin your conversations, before you begin your day. Or else you'll be walking on thin air. So we start on the foundation of the affirmation, words that have been said for thousands and thousands of years, on the proper frequency, which we'll be discussing frequencies today. And I'll put it on the screen so the new people can see and read. If you're with us, or at least see what it is that we are saying. We'll start this on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ema'at, Un-N-S, Nin-Tet, Aset Ema'at, Min Hapapet Ema'at, Her and Hu Kiwi, Ikut, I, live from Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day, I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. And I'll leave that on the screen to marinate for a while. And for those who are watching the image on the screen, the two images on the side are images of Ma'at with the Mut bird, vulture of motherhood, Mut, from where your word mother comes from, and the feather that I've done a class on. They call the Ma'at feather, and I've done a class on that. If you want to refer to that, you can just send in a question or find out where that breakdown and build up is. I'll take it now off on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra, and this is Namuz. Namuz is one of my cobras in my cobra family, and he is my cobra that is the father of many. He is an heir, a sire of many heirs. His name is Namuz. Namuz was the ancient word for enlightenment, and it came from the shape of the cobra's head that flared up and it raised up. So it started to represent what was called Araret, to raise up. And the flaring up, or the expansion of the head, symbolized the expansion of consciousness and what is called the Aku, light, transferable consciousness, of which we will discuss today. So Namuz is where the Christians get the phrase, "Be ye wise as serpents," from the Namuz. And this is Namuz. He is my my smallest of the cobras. How you doing, Namuz? And tomorrow you get to eat. So peace and love to Namuz. He also represents a duality because he is white and black like a checkerboard. And I've done classes on the checkerboard and the duality on several occasions. So peace and love, everyone. Let me start off by asking, are there any new people in the room or watching? You can simply press the 7, and I will give you a shout out and an acknowledgement. I love to see the new people that have tuned in to the podcast. Any new people in the room? Go ahead and press the 7, and I will give you a shout out and welcome you to the family. People may say, what is the family? What are you speaking of, Tehuti? What family is this? This is the family called the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netter, because we are the family that is the last that represent the Netter, the last to apply the actual teachings of the Netter to our daily lives and to our consciousness, the last to stand upon the actual words, phrases, directions, and consciousness that was written by the ancestors, while everyone else opens up those books just to argue about it or to show images to prove what race certain people are. And then once they prove the race, they close the book and they go back to watching the next game, smoking weed, eating popcorn, Doritos, and hanging out at the club. And their life actually does not reflect anything that is written within the words of the scribes, or does not reflect any of the disciplines. And we are here to change that. We are here to change that, or at least I am here to change that for those who want that. It is not for everybody, and we do not want this to be for everybody. We only want this to be for those who are truly trying to purify themselves, to have an obligation and an accountability to a teaching. It is good to have knowledge. Do the knowledge, God. What's the knowledge of today? I am knowledge of self. I have knowledge of something. And your uncle, your father, and friend may have extreme knowledge on basketball, extreme knowledge on the UFC fighters. You may know their names, their weight. You may know their body fat. You may know the amount of Whites they've won, where they grew up, they may have much knowledge. But if you put them in the room with John Jones or Khabib, if you actually put that knowledgeable viewer on the basketball court with LeBron, things change. The knowledge stays with you on the couch. Whereas the practitioners have to have a discipline that the watchers watch. And the watchers can argue in the barbershops about that knowledge all day in arguments. But what are they obliged to? Absolutely nothing. Unless there's no discipline. Having the knowledge of Kung Fu Wing Chun is excellent. You can teach it in classes, in history classes, on the historical views and historical origins of Wing Chun and Jiu-Jitsu. You can teach on it. You're an excellent teacher. You're an excellent debater. You know all the years it started. You know the dynasties that used it to fight. You are excellent. Then you come across a man named Jet Li and things drastically changed. So we at the House of ATTON are the last to actually represent the obligation, discipline, and accountability structure that are from the Netiru, and the last to represent the acknowledgement of the Netiru period. While everyone teaches the Netiru principles, sentences that you can't find in the meta-netter, sentences that you can't find by the scribes. You'll find that everywhere you go when you talk to someone that represents Kemet, as they say, they will say these two sentences. Every book, every YouTube video, every debater, every person that you talk to, here's the sentence. The Netiru were just principles. The Netiru were principles. That is the most popular sentence. The other most popular sentence is, this is the mythologies of, this is the mythologies of Osiris, this is the mythologies and the mythologies. Those are the most two popular sentences amongst people that study Kemet and Ma'at. If someone was to come from China to the Americas and just browse through the websites, the platforms, sit down with the so-called teachers, the elders, and all them, they will go back to China saying the most popular thing that they kept saying was, the Netiru were principles, the Netiru were principles, and the Netiru were principles. That's a very, and then the mythologies of, and then this is the mythology of such a, and this is the mythological. Those are popular sentences. But those sentences can be translated, I hope. Because they shouldn't be the most popular sentences in 2025. And not the most popular sentences amongst the people that all of this actually originated from, who have a longer history of speaking upon the Netiru. Your internet teacher, your book reader, maybe has 10, 15 years, whereas there's records of writings from scribes of Kemet for 5,000 years. But yet, in the last 20, 30 years, you find the sentence, the mythologies of Osiris, the mythologies, and the mythological myth and the mythological myth. You find more of that sentence in the Netiru principles in just the last 30 years, and you can't find any of those sentences one time in 5,000 years, where the elder scribe is teaching the children, and the Netiru principles, and then where is that sentence? Why is that a sentence said now, and it's not a sentence said from the original people? Those two sentences can be found nowhere in the scribes. Why is that? Why do you find the need that you have to have a teaching that starts off with sentences that are not taught in the writing? The scribes should be telling the new people that they come across. They came across the Greeks, they came across the Persians, they came across Babylonians, they came across their children, they came across students, and they taught Pythagoras, Aristotle, Socrates. They taught the Persians, they taught everyone, they taught their children, the younger students, and there's not one sentence in the meta-netter translated to and then Netiru are principles, and then Netiru are principles, and then Netiru. Why does that sentence not exist? When those are those not words that are in the metanetter? The Netiru are principles. The is there. Is there a word for principles in metanetter? Is there a word for Netiru? There should be. The Netiru are principles. Can we find those sentences? No, you can't. So those sentences do not derive from the original people. They derive from modern New Agers. Somebody made up that sentence and everyone else echoed it. We are here to stop the echoes, and we're only here to echo what the ancestors actually say. Everything else is fantasy, thought, and imagination to make people feel comfortable in this day and time. We're here to break that. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Names that I had to, some of those names that I had to have earned over a process of years and years. I've been breaking the matrix since 1992, teaching across the world, teaching across America for an extremely long period of time, breaking the matrix in ways that are actually dangerous. Breaking the matrix by, as a young child, breaking into real estate homes and running cords into their homes and putting up flyers with the addresses of the realtor's place that was for sale, that they're selling. Because I was too young to get a auditorium, and I did not have any money. I broke away from every school I was removed from because of my consciousness, legally removed. I mean, not allowed on the premises removed. The churches I was legally removed from, as in not allowed legally from the courthouse on the premises. Restraining orders are written up and notarized by the courthouse against me from the churches for shaming the pastor. In a discussion, I've been removed from the school system legally. I've been removed from the church. I did not have the money and finances to go out. But my urge to resurrect the people after I was taught and raised up, after I was surrounded myself by the animals, and my consciousness became hypersensitive to the matrix because I was not around a lot of people. I was always around animals, and I was only around people to conduct what I had to, and then I would have my animals in my home. I would go out to the ponds, the swamps, and I would just be around the animals throughout the day ever since I was a child. And so I've been teaching under situations of danger, and risking my life and risking my freedom, breaking into the schools and teaching in the hallways, and then hiding in the library when it was class time, gathering the information. This is 1991, 1992. I don't even remember the dates now. Gathering information in the libraries, and then when the school bell would ring for recess, I would come out of the library and mix in with the children as one of the children, as one of the students of the school, and I would teach them knowledge in the hallways. So that the teachers didn't recognize me, I'd run back into the library and hide. And these are the things that I did in order to create what you see in front of you. Having my life threatened and being shot at for things that I was surrounded by, as far as the consciousness that I decided to imbue myself in. I removed myself from the system. When the police pull me over, they tell me you don't exist. I decided to just live based off of magic, performing magical arts on the streets, and using those magical arts to attract people to start classes on the streets. And I would purposely set up my magical shows beside pastors so that they could it was a snake style, so that they could purposely call me the devil, so that the people that they were teaching would pay attention to me. Because once you call somebody the devil, other Christians are going to look and say, "Oh, that's who we've been looking for? That's the devil you've been talking about, Pastor? Why him?" And they would come to my magic show, and I would bring couples together, and I would bring families together with magic, and I would ask them, "Does this seem evil?" Even though you may see something flying in the air, even though you may see something disappear and reappear. Who is your boyfriend that you want to marry? You told me. Well, that's your boyfriend's name. Everybody, watch this. 1, 2, 3. You go through a story. The phone would ring, and it'd be her boyfriend proposing to her. And I said, "Does this seem evil?" But this is the magic that I'm performing and getting students with, off of the grid, no job, no school, no college, no university. I've never seen a W-2. I heard about this thing called W-2. Is it something called taxes or something? I've heard about these things. I was away from all of it. And as a individual, started supporting families based on me just performing magic, taking care of 3 women and 2 children and myself. That's 6 of us, strictly from walking the streets, performing magic like David Blaine and teaching people. One of my students, that this image comes from right here, where it says spirit entity, his name is Krishna. And that is an actual picture of a spirit entity, one of many that he conjured up and started following him and his sister around while they were in this area, attracting the spirits. And he got a picture of it and had a face in it, and he followed them all the way back to the home, and he has pictures of that, and now I have them. These are people that I did one-on-ones with. I would do my one-on-ones would be in person. So my one-on-ones would be me at the top of the mall where nobody is, and sit down with me and ask me your questions. The one-on-ones are what people today call spooky. I didn't see them as spooky. One-on-ones from his beautiful sister Coco, if you're out there listening and remember me. One-on-ones with Coco, who had unfortunate miscarriages and wanted to reconnect with her children. So in the one-on-one, I did certain things at the table on top of the mall. And in the one-on-one, her children started crawling on her shoulder, the spirits of them. And she was crying, and the children were crying on the shoulder, and she was flabbergasted at what this was. What type of stuff is this? This doesn't happen in the church. I said, no, it doesn't happen in the church. One-on-ones, like having people learning out-of-body experiences and then performing them before they even get home. I'm teaching people out-of-body experiences in my magic show. So I'm having one-on-ones, literally talking to a person one-on-one and teaching them, because they give me a lot of reciprocity, and I'm teaching them how to do it out-of-body, and before they could get home, they're practicing it, and they're doing it on the street on the way home. We could see their body twirling around and moving like it's not being controlled by anything. It's just moving back and forth. And he was explaining what he was doing, having an out-of-body, telling his deceased brother, looking down and say, that's my teacher right there. See him? That's my teacher. These are the things that I was teaching. When there was no, I don't remember YouTube and I don't remember these things, but this is what I was doing. And I appreciate all those from that time who appreciated the teaching. As time went on, I'm going to speed up this because we have heard the intros before. I've had to add those parts right there. But as time went on and people started seeing me on the Killer Priest show, I went on to the Killer Priest show because I used to listen to Killer Priest, and I respected his music. And I decided that I wanted to give him back something by answering his question. I was strictly only there for Killer Priest to answer his question. It turned into a master class. He gave me an interview. I wasn't there to do shows on Killer Priest. I wasn't there to gain more people. I wasn't there to make any kind of money or reciprocity. I didn't go there. I remember I was asked one time, what do you think about going on the Killer Priest show? What do you think? How is it so far for you? And I said, it's regular. It's like I'm on my couch teaching my ladies on the couch. This is just what I do. Now I'm just in front of Killer Priest doing it, and AD just happens to have a camera. I didn't know anything about views and algorithms and monetize. I know nothing of those things. I wasn't raised up in that realm. I don't know what that is. I was there because Killer Priest is somebody that I saw he was interested in certain things that I was teaching on, so I decided to answer his questions. It turned into a master class. He was so happy with it that he invited me every week. Every week I was there, and it started to take up a lot of time, which is a beautiful thing. People were giving things called super chats, $250, $500. None of it was going to me because I wasn't there for money. I wasn't there for that. I was there to teach Killer Priest, and then his followers that liked his music started sending in questions to me from the classes I was teaching him. Originally, it wasn't for the people. It was Killer Priest. You go back to the first show, it was him asking me the questions. This was just for Killer Priest. Then the audience said, what is this? And they started sending in questions, and I started answering them. as if I had a prepared class, and Killer Priest said to me, how do you have the answers already ready for these questions and you don't know these people? Like as if you have a book or class already done for their particular question. And I said, this is a particular gift that I've developed. And I said, challenge me, test me, tell all of your people to send questions and watch the answers that they get. At any rate, it got to a point where it was so extensive and so earth-shaking, according to the people, that AD took his wallet and dumped it on in my hands. He said, I'm not going to count this money. Whatever is in my wallet, just take this, and that's going to you because we never seen anything like you before. Killer Priest needs to pay you every week because this is incredible. We've never had views. He was excited, and I said, thank you. This is just what I do. And so he showed me reciprocity. And so for all these years, other than my one-on-ones on top of the mall, and one-on-ones back in years and years ago on the internet, I was not getting any reciprocity for actually changing people's lives. I'm not a teacher per se, lecturer. I've come to become I'm interested in life-changing people's lives, not just talking about an answer. There has to be life-changing testimonies, of which there are hundreds of now life-changing testimonies from 1992 to the Tehuti Podclass, and several people that you watch on television that I've assisted on your reality show that have very fit bodies and in health, and they're like that. Some of your rappers, battle rappers, some of the people that you watch on TV came to me and I changed their life. Their body is better, their health is better, their mind is better. And this is what I was doing, going around changing lives. Sending me a question, and that question actually changing your life, because it's not a question just based on knowledge. It's a question based on can this change your consciousness on a particular topic, or your physical nature or your mental nature on a particular topic. What is the matrix? How do you explain what the matrix is? Well, one thing is it is good to be a magician, because there are magicians actually controlling this matrix system. And because I took the funds that I had made, all of my life savings, and put it into learning from the teachers of your favorite magicians, their teachers, and magic that is beyond that, and other types of magic, I then became truly hypersensitive to see the matrix, because not only was I separated from people around the animals, so I wasn't around a lot of the hanging out. I never saw weed until a couple of years ago. I wasn't around all those things, but on top of that, enhancing in magic, I could see through this so-called reality, and I could see the magic show taking place behind what they're telling you. I can see all the things that I used to perform with on the streets. They're using those same things, and it's changing the way the matrix is viewed. It's changing the way the world is viewed into the matrix. They're doing it on the evil side, because magic is neither good nor evil. It is just power, and you can use it for whichever you please. And the powers that be use it for control and manipulation of people through psyopses. And I could immediately see the psyopses. I was looking at this person says, "Hey, could you ask me a question?" And I say, "What's the question?" And when they send me the question, I'm like, I look at it, I immediately can see behind the veil. And I know where to get the answer from. And I go to where I have to go to get the answer, because the answer is also behind that veil. But that's because of my hypersensitivity. So I set up a system for those new people that are watching called the Tehuti Podclass. It is a reciprocity system that has never been brought to the internet. It is also a movement. We are the House of the 10. It is a family, and the reciprocity system that has never been brought to the internet before was setting up a class based on you, meaning that when you watch lecturers and go to Gaia channel, wherever you're going to get knowledge of self or knowledge of whatever the topic is, conspiracy theories, ancient Egypt, when you go to all those channels, you watch what the presentator has put together. I decided to reverse that. I'd say, what would the most important thing be to the people? The most important thing to you is you. When you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth. You do not brush your husband's teeth. He does not brush your teeth. You brush your teeth. Your biological imperative is for you to survive. You get in the bathtub usually alone and you wash your body. You want to survive. You have the question. So I decided to set up a system where the class would be based on the person's personal question that they have. I would be a servant and a master teacher, because that's what a SABA is, a teacher and a student simultaneously, paradoxically, as they say, simultaneously. And I would actually base the entire show, our class, on questions that you have that you've asked around, haven't gotten the answer, or you maybe didn't ask around, you want to test Tehuti out. What is this hypersensitiveness he keeps talking about? You want to test him out, and you send questions in. And you send reciprocity for the appreciation, not just of the question, but of the time that it takes. This class is going to be starting in a few moments, and it's more likely going to go till about 11 o'clock at night. If you were to be asked to work just flipping French fries at McDonald's, that's overtime. You would get reciprocity for flipping poisonous French fries and giving it to the children. If you worked at Habib gas station, you'd have to sell cigarettes. There'd be beer, cigarettes, and then when people came to the counter, you couldn't use your moral judgment. If they came to buy cigarettes, which is killing people, you'd have to sell it to them. You'd have to sell them beer, pork rinds, whatever those things are called. But if you work 8 hours, you appreciate that your boss is giving you reciprocity for the time that you spent to promote his Cheetos and his 2% milk and whatever poisons he's selling, and you work your job and you go home and you pay your rent. So I set up a system just to see, do people care and do people value wisdom that is life-changing as much as they value candy apples, which nobody has to tell you to buy, you just buy them, cotton candy, Six Flags, and the popcorn that you have to buy to see the movies, and all the treats and sugar treats for Halloween and everything, all the weed, marijuana, $200 worth of marijuana a month, and all these different things, drinking the beer, going out, hanging out to the club, the shot glasses are $8. You go to this event, that event, you're traveling around America, going here with your family, going there with your family, going over here, going here with the friends, hanging out, and hundreds and hundreds of dollars we're spending on things that are actually killing us. I wanted to see is the value for the resurrection of consciousness and actual accountability teaching that you can actually bring to change other people's lives, is that as valuable as the money we spent on donuts and Cheerios for our children. So I set up the Tehuti Podclass where you can send in questions, and people may say, what type of questions can you send in with the Tehuti Podclass? Somebody sent in a question on what is the hippocampus and its relationship to Kemetic spirituality. That question has absolutely nothing to do with this one, which is around the deceased, or talking about the deceased. Hair stand up on the back of your neck and you start to feel something. What is that feeling, and why are hair standing up? Because you're contacting the ancestors. Completely different from the hippocampus and Kemetic spirituality. And that question is completely different from this. Stages of pregnancy, cravings and gestational diabetes. Is it a Psyops? Do babies have likes and dislikes in the womb? Certain things that you're taught, are they true? Are these natural? This is a pregnant woman, or she was pregnant, asking about, are the things that happened to her during pregnancy, are these natural things, or is it part of a brainwashing that makes you think a certain way so you start to act it out? That question has nothing to do with let me get this off the bottom. That question has nothing to do with people doing exorcisms. Is there truth to exorcisms? When they do exorcisms, are the bad spirits really going away? What is actually happening in an exorcism? That question is completely different from somebody asking about ADHD. It can be for them, their children, their brother, their mother. Once you get the answer on the Psyops of ADHD, you can literally save people's lives with this information. somebody asks about 666, the mark of the beast, and you look at this and say to yourself, why would somebody send in support of $99 to ask about 666 when there's hundreds of free YouTube videos about it, hundreds of Wikipedia articles and Google, hundreds of articles and blogs about what 666 the mark of the beast. You could just scan the internet and get what is it about the answer that you can get at the podcast. Why is this person sending $99 for the support of this question? And that person will come to class later on today. His name is Hush Nation, and you can ask him why. Obviously, the answers and the life change that you get here is completely different than what you're scanning on YouTube, which is free. What about your physical body? This person here, who was known as Black Alucard back then, is Anthuma'at now. He wanted a nutritional diet that actually changed his body. And he sent before and after pictures in. If anybody watching, any new people watching, anybody watching knows where you can go to get physical nutrition guidance, understanding on exorcism, hippocampus area of the brain, 666, the mark of the beast, understanding pregnancy and pregnancy cravings, understanding feng shui, understanding orgone energy, understanding what is gingivitis and what type of toothpaste can be used, your favorite movie, The Never Ending Story. You want to break down on that. You've been suffering from hyperhidrosis since you were a little bit over 10 years old, for decades, and you want to get rid of hyperhidrosis. You're having depression. Is depression different from anxiety? What about time? Is time speeding up? What about the triangulation? Look at this question. Knowledge on the application of math and triangulation part of living in Ma'at. Where can you go out of body experiences? This particular person sent in a podcast question and set up a one-on-one on how to have out of body experiences and contact their deceased mother, who was their best friend and the favorite woman of the world. He didn't know not want the relationship to end simply because she deceased. Now, all of the ancient cultures talk about contacting the dead, contacting the ancestors. Why is it none of the modern day New Age cultures have any of that in the teachings? Because they're New Age. They're not based on what the ancestors said. I gave him guidance, walkthrough instruction, and now he is having a direct relationship with his mother and other family members that have passed on a regular basis, which has nothing to do with the Pentagon and the UFO meetings that are happening at the Pentagon. These questions have no limitation to them because people all over the world want guidance on all type of questions, that if they ask these questions somewhere else, they may be thrown off the scene, thrown out the church, thrown out. Look at the questions of today. Is postpartum depression a psyops? Why do you only glimpse spirits? If you notice that people talk about seeing spirits, it's just glimpses of them. Why is there no full day's conversation with them? What is actually happening? The spirits exist out of the visible light spectrum. Is that why we can't see them? And then a psyops at the end. You always get the psyops at the end of the Tehuti Podclass answer. So peace and love, everybody. This is how the Tehuti Podclass works. For those who are watching, most people here already know. For those who don't know, the support is scrolling down at the bottom of the screen. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. That is the support. You can send in questions or just send in support for the good that you feel is happening here at the Tehuti Podclass. And just like the banner of the flyer says, look at the banner at the bottom. Support the Tehuti Podclass with reciprocity only. I like that word, only. Only if this has benefited you in any way. So if you've received any benefit from any of the things that you're watching that you can apply to change your mind, help your mother, help your father, help yourself, help your friends, children, help your consciousness, mental health, physical health, if any of this benefits you, if you can walk away with anything, the answers sometimes are over an hour. So in over an hour of answers, if you can benefit in any way, is the benefit of that worth more than the benefit of the amount of Doritos that you bought since 1999? Calculate the amount of money spent on Doritos and Cheerios, and what was the benefit of Doritos and Cheerios and Captain Crunch and your favorite Snicker bars and honey buns and all the marijuana you smoked? If the answer you're getting at the Tehuti Podclass is in any way comparable or overlaps that, then we ask just simply of your honesty, sit in support like you supported the marijuana, like you supported the club, like you supported the latest shirt, the latest polo shirt, the Krispy Kreme donuts that you ate, all the pizza that you, everything that you put inside of you to destroy you. If you appreciated that extra cheese pizza, if you have true appreciation for that, please appreciate truth that can bring you health and life, because we are about biological imperative. This is Mahmoud. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I'm about to answer the first question. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to invite the team up to the class. I'm going to step away for just a moment. And when I step away, I'm going to refresh myself, and then I'm going to come back and answer the very first question. Let us send here to the Tehuti Podclass. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put the link in the room, and the link are for the supporters that support the Tehuti Podclass. If somebody come on, a few people do this. They see the link and they click on. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the room. We appreciate everybody's support. They see the link, they click on the link, and I see them there in the box. I see them there waiting in the box to come in, and I don't recognize the person. Sometimes they have a mask on, there's no screen, or it's a name that I don't know, and I simply say, peace and love, whoever that is in the box. Yes, you can click on the link and come into the room. It's for the people that support the Tehuti Podclass. So simply just let me know what Cash App name you have, type it in the chat, or you can send me a private message. Let me match that Cash App name and see your Gmail, see the Cash App support or the PayPal support, and boom, click and you're on. You know how many people sat in the box? That means they've been watching the class, they've been appreciating or getting something from the class for periods of time, but they don't have the heart to give the support that they gave 2 packs of donuts that they bought, the large bag of Doritos. They can't move to do that. But they're sitting in the box wanting to come to the panel. And I say, this is the manifestation of pure evil. Because you didn't sit at the house when you need to go see the weed man. You left and went to see him. Whatever he said the price of the weed was, you gave him your reciprocity. When the latest Avengers or movies or whatever it was that came out, and you enjoyed that movie because you went there and the movie was $12 and $8 for the popcorn, and you gave him the reciprocity. You didn't sit outside the movie theater and the ticket guy said, hey, you want to see this movie? The ticket price is this, and you sat in line like this. I'm not good enough for that movie. I'm just going to walk in every time. No. You supported the movies. You supported it all. So I saw the ultimate evil when I see people click on the panel, and all I just say is just show me the support. It could be $10. It could be anything. Like 2 bags of Doritos is over $10. It could double Whopper with cheese. I don't know. McDonald's have to ask you for anything. Polo asks you for nothing, but you can open up your closet right now and see Polo, Ralph Lauren shirts for days and all kind of shirts and multiple clothes that you don't even wear. You wore one year and you stopped wearing it. You wore 1 week and you supported these people. But your heart can't move you to support someone who looks like this. They don't look like Ralph Lauren, do I? They don't look like the Avengers. They don't look like Wolverine. So support the Tehuti Podclass, and of course you can come on and you can talk with the family and come in our breaks. Let's put the link in the room. And here's our first person jumping in, and that is the Jed Sadem Ma'a Hemt Paut Ku. Peace and love, good brother.
Peace, Saba. How's everything? How you feeling?
Good. Your volume is way down or something. Let me see if it's me.
No, I think it's me. I've been trying to adjust it. I got to figure out what's going on. I'll probably have to reset the computer, but I don't know what's happening. I'll figure it out.
I hear it good now. Did you do something?
Yeah, probably because I got the mic closer. But I used to have to do all of that. I didn't have to hold it and do my thing.
Okay. And what'd you ask me? Ask me how am I feeling?
Yes.
I'm feeling good. You know, I just recovered a couple weeks ago, and I'm feeling good. I'm finally been able to exercise again. I don't know how long I couldn't even exercise. I couldn't move anything. I was weak. So I feel good that I'm actually able to teach the pod class with the sane mind, without all the cloudiness that was there with those ailments, and actually able to keep my blood flowing and keep my health and keep my diet going how it was before I was ill. So I just got back in the groove of that about a week ago or so. I feel like I'm getting healthy and strong again, and hopefully I can one day look like all the guys on all the other platforms. How you doing today? How you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful, Saba. You know, just finishing up working. Got the presentation tomorrow, so I'm almost done with that. We working on that. Definitely good to hear that you bounced back and you feeling good. That's always great to hear. But yeah, everyone's doing good. I was doing good. A lot of things have changed, Saba, for the presentation. It's funny that when you asked me a suggestion last week, you know, we already been working on things, Saba. We just been slowly moving forward. So hopefully you'll find some time to watch that tomorrow. But yeah, we working on things, Saba. We making it happen.
Oh, don't worry. I'm a sneak learner. I'm a sneak learner of the Sunday classes. I'm one of the people in the audience that I don't type. I just watch in the background. I just don't type anything. I have it on Sundays is my day where I have about maybe 35 animals on that day to take care of. So what I do is I flicker through channels and I put it on. I'll put it on the Sunday class, and actually today or next week, one of the sections of the Sunday class is going to be a part of the pod class. I'm a sneak learner. I'm grabbing the information. I'm running with it. I'm not saying I'm running with it. I'm copy and pasting it. I'm taking it. I'm stealing it. I'm going to put it in the pod class. So you're going to see one of the a section, and that's how you know I've been there watching. You're going to see a section of the Sunday class that I'm greatly impressed with, and it's going to be in the pod class as a regular part of the pod class. I'm very, very impressed with the animation. I'm seeing the teachings, very, very good. I'm sitting back and just watching everybody in the cut. What's it called? The cut.
You chilling in the cut.
I'm chilling in the cut, watching everybody. I'm watching Annie the hand movements. He's teaching the body, all the body movements. I'm watching what is this? I'm watching the European sounding AI guy. Come join the House of Attend, the original Axeman. I'm all of that. I'm all that stuff, all your stuff. I'm sitting there watching in the background, so it's going very well. So I'm doing good, very well. So you caught me on one of the sneak learners. How you doing there, Pata?
Hotep Great Saba, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound clear and good. Looks like you just came back from a tennis match, or I don't know what. You came back from rapping or something. Is that a hoodie?
Somewhere.
Is that a hoodie?
It's a jacket.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you look like you came back from some type of exercise or something. Or you come back from something?
Yes. I didn't think I was gonna make it to first break, but I'm here.
Okay, good. Wonderful. I'm gonna yeah. So how you doing today, good brother? How are you doing today?
I am Akur Great Saba. I'm Nefer, doing well, strong and healthy. To her for asking, Great Saba. Looking forward to this powerful pod class as always, and looking forward to seeing the new questions coming in. So yes, I'm doing well.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's gonna be some. There was some real possessions happening with these answers. Oh my goodness. Have you ever, anybody watching, ever wondered why? Wondered why people that talk about that they see spirits, or even yourself, you see some type of entity or some presence, something. Have any of you had any exposure to something that did not seem? It seemed conscious, but it seemed like it was from some other side. Have any of you came across any of that type of consciousness, the coos or the spirits or the ghosts or anything like that?
I live in that realm every day.
Uh-oh. He lives there. Okay. All right. Okay. He lives there. All right. The Jed, have you come across any of those kind of experiences where you think you've seen a spirit or a ghost or something that's not a light being or anything like that?
No.
Okay, well, if you talk to somebody that has, one thing you're going to find that is unanimous in all of their experiences is that their interaction with them is in segments. It's in spurts. Nobody comes and says, "Oh, today, what are you doing today?" "Oh, I'm gonna go to the park and I'm gonna sit with a star." We'll be at the park for about 5 hours just breaking it down. Nobody says that. Nobody's going through that. Nobody's doing that. And people say, "Yeah, I'm gonna go and contact Yemiya. I'm gonna contact Oshun. I'm gonna contact." It's in flickers, and you know how you know that is because you can never seem to ask them a question on it. The conversation is never long enough for you to ask them a question. Like if you come see me, the Jed, you should be coming to see me. When you come and see me, we're gonna sit down and have conversations, right? For a little bit, even if it's for 50, 20, half an hour. We're gonna be talking about something, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you can ask me a question that I know that you don't. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you can go back to Gabby and say, "Man, I was sitting down with Tehuti, building for about half an hour, and here's what he told me." Da, 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 da. And I said back to him, da, 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 da. And I asked him a question, and he answered the question, and here it is. And it's true and it's real. But when it comes to the spirit realm, it's spurts. So there, I see something. Hold on, what's that? I got a little something thing there. Is there? It's never the same amount of time that you spend with your children. You can spend time with your children for the whole day. Why is it a spirit? You can't do that. And if you say you can do that, whatever that day is, can you just invite me to it? I want to be there. I want to be there. I want to be there for the day too. I just want to be a fly on the wall. I just want to write a couple questions that you can ask. Do I get to ask questions too? And so it's never long enough to get any elaborate breakdown, especially from somebody else. That means you can't get somebody else to say, "Send me a question. I'm going to go back and ask the spirits, and we're going to be talking about this for this duration of time, and I'm going to come back to you, and here's what they say factually, and you can go look at it and verify it." And nobody knew this because they're coming from the spirit realm. It's never that type of thing. And if it is, please give me my break. If it is, please, I need to go to Jamaica. Let me go rest with the alligators for just a couple weeks, and I will give that person a podcast. And all you got to do is send that person the question, and they can send into the spirits, and they should know the answer because from the spirit realm, and they could run a couple podcast questions. So mostly what happens when people come in contact with spirit entities or energies, it's little spurts of something, or it's abstract information. It never seems to be a long conversation where I was sitting down and talking for 2 hours. It's always something from the corner of the eye, or I got a glimpse of something, or this thing appeared, or maybe it was just in a dream for a little bit. And you can't hold it long enough to pull something back that the world never heard before. Pull something back from that realm, because in that spirit realm, they should definitely know more about the Netzachur than anybody here in the podcast. We need some Netzerkurt. We need stuff straight from the Netzerkurt, and they should know exactly where it is in the coffin text appearance, whatever it is. They should know where it is that we never seen before, and you never studied it before. And so the thing is that, why is this happening? Why is it we're able to be amongst so-called regular life form, but when it comes to the spirit life form, it's always seems like a vague, even when people describe seeing them, it's always like a vague kind of look. It's always blurry. It's always something like that. We're going to find out today at the Tehuti Podclass, because a beautiful question came in from this brother on the Ephesian class. Hush Nation, are you here? Hush Nation, are you here? Maybe he's not here. You know how many messages I get from Yoruba priests on Facebook? I have so many messages from Yoruba priests. I contact the ancestors. And they told me to tell you this. And I always say to them, how come, can they contact me? My mother came to you in Nigeria? she bypassed me and went to you in Nigeria to tell you something to tell me on Facebook. Mom, remember me? I'm right here, Mom. So it's always something like that. We're gonna find out what it is. The brother asked a question, and it's a beautiful question he asked, and he said, if these things are outside of the visible light spectrum, how come sometimes we can see them and sometimes we can't see them? Supposedly, as we're taught, has been proven through science, supposedly, humans are supposed to see on the visual light spectrum. Humans don't see outside the range of the visible light spectrum. So if these beings exist outside that range, they don't seem to exist right there in the room with us, because everybody in the podcast will be able to open their eyes and just see them. So they seem to exist on some other thing that's not the visible light spectrum. How come they pop in and out? And how do you have that ability sometimes, but nobody on deck can do it? On deck. You know how people say, you believe in Jesus? Call Jesus. I got a question for him. Well, you see, what happened was Jesus had to come when I'm stirring the chocolate milk and I'm kind of laying down. You know, I'm relaxing. I got the Bible. Jesus. Okay, on that day, can I come that day? I got questions for Jesus. It's never on site that you can call. It always seems to be just. And why is it like that? We're going to find out today. It's a very, very important question, because most of the people that come and want to learn about these spiritual things, and want to learn about the Akuz or the Perm Haru, of course, their goal is to develop the connection with that. That should be the goal. If we don't believe their principles, it's like they're actual entities, and the goal should be that. So we're going to discuss why that is, and then I'm going to discuss the Psyops at the end of when they actually took that ability, what actually happened when the ability disappeared. And the next question that came in is on postpartum depression. Has anybody in the room heard of postpartum depression? Of course, we on the panel have, right? Postpartum depression. Is postpartum depression a psyops? It seems to be a normal thing happening. I mean, you've heard of women with postpartum depression, right, Pata? I don't know if he's muted. Oh, you're muted. That's strange.
Like that.
Okay, there you are. You came back. You've heard of or know anybody with postpartum depression? We have a couple of yeses in the room. How about you, Patal? You heard of it? Or heard of people that have it that you know?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And the Jed, you know anybody ever had any pregnant women that started acting a little different after the baby came?
Yeah, I know a couple of women who've been through that before. I know.
Okay. Interesting. So we're going to find out. There's something very, of course, important, and it's sent in by the Jed's Hamet, by the Jed's feminine double. Gabriela sent in about that because she just had a beautiful baby, and she wants to know: is this a psyops? Is it true? Are you supposed to go through postpartum depression? We're going to find out all that. I'm going to take a break. You brothers build, talk to the people. I'm going to scroll up. I don't see any sevens, so we're going to get right to it because there's no new people watching, it seems, right now. So when I come back, we're going to get right back into the questions. So you all build, Support the Tehuti Podclass. I'm gonna take a break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And Patah, I saw that. I saw the House of Attend website movement action that took place, and to whatever that was, because we want that. We want people to support that. So everybody, support the Tehuti Podclass, support the House of Attend. I'm gonna come back, and when I come back, we're gonna get into these beautiful questions. Peace and love and Hotep for now. Peace. I'll be right back.
All right, Hotep, great Saba. Have a great break.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hotep, everyone, peace and love. Please hit the like button if you are here with us live, and if you're watching on the playback, please hit the like button and share this to your social platforms. It definitely helps. And for everyone who's engaging in the comment section and keeping that active. The support links are pinned to the top of the chat for everyone to support the Great Saba, to send in your questions. As I stated earlier, I'm looking forward to seeing what new questions come in. So to everyone who supports the podcast and supports the Great Saba and helps everyone by asking the questions. And so, houseofatton.org. Everyone go and support the items that we have there, the merch, and we have plenty of items, and I'll go through some of that as well. And to those who also leave reviews. And if you have supported through the website, we do appreciate the reviews. And there is a reciprocity system built within the website called Hotep Points. So for leaving reviews, you get Hotep Points, and you're able to use that for discounts. So it's a great system set up. So to everyone, and it definitely helps, right? We want to get the podcast out there. So Hotep, great brother. The Jets, the Jim, Ma'a. How you doing, great brother?
Peace. Hey, feeling good, man. Doing good. Like I said, just finishing up the presentation for tomorrow. We always got to make sure we put them reps in, making sure we doing our part for the House of Action. Being there for you great brothers, being there for our great Saba, being there for our supporters, everybody who's showing love, and this is what we do, man. We do multiple things, and we do our part, man. But I'm feeling good, man. A previous conversation a couple of days ago, man. I don't know. I feel energized, man. I feel good. I'm not feeling sluggish or anything. You know what I mean? So I'm feeling energized, man. I feel like I got some energy, man. I ain't even knew I had. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on, like a Tef said, but hey, I'm loving the way that I'm feeling. The creativity is definitely, building little by little. The endurance, just pushing the mind further when it comes to creativity and doing things. So, hey, we're taking it step by step, man. And it's like you great brothers, man, always inspiring me, especially to do my part. And just being better than what I was yesterday. So, we feeling good, man. Definitely excited for this conversation, this breakdown and build up I was about to do. Me and Gabriela had a conversation about this topic. It was very interesting, but I'm just grateful for the material. You know what I mean? She didn't go through no postpartum, right? So I thought that was just a wonderful and effort thing, because, hey, man, like material, man, just watching over her. That labor was straight up, no medicine, no nothing. I was like, girl, you a true one, a true one, straight out the gate. She made it look easy. Even though, you know what I mean, she'll be able to tell you her story, but Hey man, she made it look easy in my eyes, and that was nothing but pure, like just pure strength. Just to be able to just witness just strong energy, strong spirit, and bringing forth life was a beautiful thing to me. So I'm definitely grateful for her strong Eve. Grateful to the Natiru for just favoring, no complications. And like I said, man, it's just you got to give praises to the MTs, man, to all the ladies, man, who be able to do that, bring forth life. You got to give praises to that, because that's a whole nother mentality. That's a whole nother, strength, all of that. And I just think it's a beautiful thing. And I think it's even more beautiful thing, the recovery, and be able to just bounce back and just be that great mutt. So, hey, peace and love to all the ladies out there. Hotep Henu.
Hotep Henu. Speaking of one of the great ladies, we have Minty Hotep in the building, in the house. Hotep, Minty, can you hear me? Can you hear? Mic check to Minty Hotep. Mic check. I don't think she can hear us. But yes, Henu, great brother, for sharing that. We look forward to hearing, from your great Hamet, as always, and dua and Henu to her for going through that process the way that you just described, and that Sakim that comes with that. Not very many can say that in today's time. So dua and Henu to her for that. And the question, which is, a selfless question, as you just expressed. This isn't personally for her, and so it's a beautiful thing. So, and yes, this the first question as SABA is speaking about, which is a great question, with the different forms of entities being outside of the visual light spectrum at certain points and coming in and out. And so I'm definitely looking forward to Saba's teaching on this question here. And these are my type of questions. So dua to everyone who asks, and this is the only place where you can come to receive answers. That's more than an answer, and be shown. So Hotep, Minty Hotep, can you hear? Like, check. Minty Hotep, post it up. Well, maybe she's having some technical difficulties. So yes. Again, the support links are pinned at the top, so everyone please utilize that. Hotep to the first person who commented here in the podcast, RPM. Hotep to you, peace. The Oda Schoolian, peace to you, good brother. I haven't seen that name in a while. Good to see you. See that you're still here in the podcast. That's wonderful. Stranger as well. Hotep Henu to you, stranger. Hope you're still putting together those beats. I'm still looking forward to hearing some tones, great brother. Minty Hotep, can you hear us? Mic check.
Peace, Hotep. Mic check. Can you hear? Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Peace, Hotep. I just came to show Saba my support, and just looking forward to this next part, because this is something that I experience on the regular. So peace and Hotep to everyone out there, everyone on the panel, everyone that's listening. And I'm just looking forward to it.
All right, wonderful. It's always great to have you on the panel. So Tua for coming up on the panel as well. I love that that large ma'at right above you. Did you make that?
Tua. This is a collaboration that me and another brother were working on, and but I actually did this Hathor right here. That's all me, and this is a collaboration.
Wow, that's Nefer.
Tua.
Nini Uk, one of the great artists of the House of ATTON, one of the great creators, always making something, putting something together, building. So yeah, Tua for doing that and showcasing.
Absolutely. It's got to express. It's got to come out somehow. So I'm just very excited and very honored that this is the way my creativity is manifesting.
Yeah, it's very Nefer. And yeah, Tua. Let's go back to naming some of the great, consistent people of the Tehuti Podclass. Robert Williams, Hotep Great Brother, Jabby Jab Knockout. Absolutely. Hotep to Seshai. Glad to see you here as well. Great sister. Medu Seneb, Sekai Upesh. Hotep and Hinu to you, great brother. We got Chris Harris, Snake Style in full effect. Absolutely. Tua, the great Nookpoo. Fill in the chat with the Pau with the 9s. Hotep, great brother. And we have the great Ibet Amun. Happy Podclass Day. Hotep to you, Ibet. So yeah, it's beautiful. Amun and Amunet. Hotep to both of you. And Tua for all that you're doing. And yeah, let's see. Amun Min Rasat Atun. Hotep to you. Soze Mania. I definitely see orbs, especially using incense. Wonderful. We got the MF Doom. Wonderful. So yes, again, Tua to everyone who supports. This is a beautiful thing. And we come here every week to learn from the great SABA and to be able to apply the teachings, learn Ma'at, and learn how to distinguish the matrix from Ma'at, right? The veils, and SABA is the greatest to learn from because of what he spoke about in his intro, and doing the work without anyone around, and being able to come forward and teach us from what he's experienced and from what he's learned. And this is the only place where you're going to be able to take it as deep as it goes. And it's a beautiful thing. So this is a very unique and special place, which always, in most cases, I should say, doesn't reach the numbers that it should because of the matrix that's in place. And people love drama, isfet, argue, debate. People love that and tune in for that all day long. And we'll support that all day long. But when it comes to accountability, looking in the mirror, self-reflection, digging into those parts of yourself to heal from and come forward as a Aku, as a light being, that takes work. That takes, conscious effort daily. It's a lifestyle. It's not a hobby. So it's not attractive to most people. So Tua to those who are consistent within this and supports, which allows this to keep going and grow. So it's a beautiful thing to see. And I give much dua and hinu to those of you who do that. Because without you all, this wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be having the podcast, and we wouldn't be able to receive what the great SABA is giving. So it's important that we utilize the teachings of Ma'at that's deep within the SEBA of reciprocity. When it's written down, when the great Saba speaks about, where did the scribes write? The Natiru are principles, right? That don't exist, but there is a writing of when someone does something great for you, you also give them a gift. That's written in the SEBA. So if we're followers of Ma'at, if we want to live a life of truth and honesty and purity, then it's important that we follow the teachings. So to those of you who do implement Ma'at, bring it forward and lead by example, and do what's not necessarily cool, because most people don't, because of YouTube, right? It's free. You can just click on something. It's easy just to come in. It's easy just to receive something on the internet, and it builds up a subconscious.
Brother Patah, I don't know if it's just me or your mic went out.
Dejed, can you still hear me?
Is it just me, Brother Dejed?
Yeah, I can still hear, honey. I can hear both of y'all.
I think it's your headphones going out, Minty. If you can't hear us.
I can't hear anything. I just hear the music.
Yeah, try to go out and come back in.
All right.
But yes, as I was saying, it's important for those of us who are here at this moment, and we see, we see the benefit, we see what's taking place, and to do our part, to rechange, recalibrate, reprogram that frequency of just taking, right? And when that really clicks, it works in every part of your ankh, of every part of your life. When you implement that in every aspect, when receiving something, a reciprocity should be given in some way, no matter where it comes from. And just as a whole, the Matrix doesn't teach that. The Matrix teaches theft, right? And it's unfortunate because it's going to reflect within your everyday life anyways. So when we really truly understand the importance and how this is set up foundationally within the inner workings of what makes up this reality, we can start to receive benefit from places that you may not even think about, just by simply utilizing reciprocity in every way that you can in your life. And definitely in the podcast, that's taking you to higher levels of consciousness and teaching you how to clean and purify. So it's a powerful thing. And yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So to everyone who does support and does it consistently in ways seen and unseen. So much dua to you. So yeah, I'll, if anyone wants to pick up the mic and build on that, or has something on their eve they want to express, please do so. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear. Brother Dejed, did you want to say anything?
Go ahead, my sister. Do your thing.
Okay, yeah. Just to add on to what Brother Patah is saying about the reciprocity, once you allow yourself to give, you have to allow yourself to receive. So giving and receiving, it goes hand in hand. Just like you're giving your energy and your time and your effort and your aku, you should be able to receive those things as well. I know a lot of times we get into we get in our own way of receiving those gifts because of whatever conditioning or whatever ways that we might think, but it is in Ma'at to receive as well as give. So like Brother Patah was saying, once you start to give in reciprocity, doors will start opening for you, and things will start happening that you couldn't even imagine. And that's because you're in that state of purification, in that state of flow where you are able to receive the gifts that were meant for you. So that's just what I had to add to what Brother Patah said.
Yeah, that's excuse me. That's pure facts. Definitely inside the Eve don't lie, right? So one knows whether they're doing something honorable or not, especially if one benefits from anything that is that they know that is pure and good and that help them throughout life, or through a situation, just anything. That reciprocity go a long way, and we always say, like, even reciprocity can just be showing up on the panel, right? Like just showing up, giving that energy. The attention is reciprocity in itself, which is a beautiful thing. And it makes it even stronger when one, even shows up on the panel, and I hope people don't think that this is just me being curious. I hope people don't think that if you show up on a panel, like, you gotta stay, right? Like you gotta stay all, through the whole thing. It's not really that, right? It's just hopping on, just saying, hey, giving adorations, and if you got something you gotta go do after that, then hey, go do that, right? Like this is not something that you're, you have to stay, bond to until you're dismissed. It's just more so like, hey, just hop on. Just every time SABA's throwing the class Saturdays, every time we on Sundays, even if it's just a small, just drop through and just saying, hey, Hotep, you know what I mean? Like I said, giving adoration. Hey, that's just love in itself right there.
I'm so glad that you brought, sorry about that. I'm so glad that you brought that up. Cause right now I was just finishing, doing my household duties. Like when he opened the panel, I was scrubbing my toilet, and I'm like, I want to get to the panel as early as I can. I don't want to be tardy. I want to catch SABA while he's there, but then I can't stop what I'm doing and rush it to the panel and then come there with this energy of like, oh, I need to be somewhere right now. So I went ahead and finished what I was doing, took a moment, and then I jumped on. And it's just purely me showing support for SABA and what he's teaching, for his consistency, for him showing up every week, week after week, month after month, year after year. I've never seen anybody be as consistent as our great SABA, and it's an inspiration to me to follow in his footsteps, to be that's our example of greatness. So to be great like that, and to be consistent and show up every week, it goes through my head, maybe I should stop cleaning the toilet right now and go, but my Eve is gonna do what it's led to do. So I finished what I was doing, and now I'm here. So I would urge anybody else out there, if you can't, if it doesn't look exactly like how you want it to look, that's fine. sometimes you just have to put forth the effort, and eventually the thing is going to turn into what you intended it to be in the first place. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because it is important for us as students to show up for SABA when he opens the panel, for us to show up.
Yes, most definitely. That is, like I said, it could be a start, right? Like, it could be a start, most definitely. But hey, you know what I mean? Hey, follow your Eve. Do what's pleasing to your Ka. You know, do what's honorable within yourself. You definitely know, like I said, internally what that is. So, hey, we here. We gonna make sure that we continue to support SABA, continue to support, be a representation of House of Atton. What this really is just it's a house meeting, right? We coming in. This is what this is what we doing, right? If we all lived in, let's just say, the same four walls. We all live. Shouts out to Amun and Amunet. If we all lived in the same four corner walls, you know, and we're operating as an out, and you know, this is like the meeting. We showing up. We're having our gathering. We're having our conversation. Our spending time. You know, everybody might have different things they have to go do. Went on journeys, came back. You know, we here, but if you here, you watching, and you know what I mean. And
right.
You here? Hey, let's spend time with the family.
Absolutely.
Let's spend time with the out. And because conscious wise, everybody you see here, we all we got. If we're focusing on that part, we're all we got, right? So, like I said, things is gonna come up. People are gonna have things that they have to handle and do. Hey, not even holding you on it, right? But if you are free and you hanging out and you chilling watching the podcast, hey, come on the panel, come holler at us. Hey,
absolutely,
it's one of those. But hey, shouts out to y'all. I'm on that, man. Welcome, peace and love.
Peace and love, Orson, the Jed, Orsonet, Minty, Orson Papa,
Hotep,
and the great Salvatore Hotep Ra. Happy to be here. Happy we're all live. Happy Amunet and I could make it on the panel for the first break. And love hearing what you're all building about. I love the questions today. I'm looking forward to both questions being answered. And yeah, out to Hush Nation and Gabby for asking these questions. Definitely going to benefit all the people watching. And out to Salvatore for answering the questions and being consistent.
Definitely agree with you, Amun. Dua, Hotep, and Mary to everyone on the panel and everyone who is watching, listening, and here supporting the great SABA Tehuti. Dua to the great SABA Tehuti for everything that he does every single day, for his pure Eve, and for his Nefer Out with all that they do every single day. I appreciate all of them very, very much, and I love them very much. I am very happy to be here today, and I'm also looking forward to these questions being answered in the way that Sabatudi answers them. He is perfect in the way that he answers questions, and I'm looking forward to the growth that is about to take place in my Eve, the purification, and yeah, Tua, Mary Het, to everyone who is here.
Hotep Henu, great Orsonet, Amun and Amunet. Glad to see both of you. Amun, you have a nice curl going on. Amunet, I love your earrings. Always have some fire earrings. So Hotep. So yes, houseofatton.org for everyone to, we also have all of the pod classes organized there as well. And also all of the Sunday classes for the House of Atton YouTube channel. So make sure you all are subscribed to the House of Atton, where we go live every Sunday. So every Saturday, Sunday, our days are filled with teachings. While the Matrix Saturday and Sunday is for the weekend to go out and party. We're here learning in Pekka Mku, which is a beautiful thing. So, and for those who are within the Kuru as a member of the House of Atton, I also give private Ma'at fundamental classes where we dig into SEBAIT. I bring SEBAIT forward that's not popular, that most people don't speak about or even know about, and we read through those. And we dig into the teachings. It's a beautiful thing. So Tua to everyone who also attends those and supports those classes as well. That's a very powerful thing. So let me share the screen here to the House of Atton website, the #1 website representing the Natiru. And we have so many beautiful things here. And if anyone has any questions about, the website or any inquiries that you would like to see implemented, if you want, certain products that you think would be beneficial for the collective, everyone can just utilize this message system here to reach out. Always looking for ideas of growth and expansion from all who wants to attribute in that way, as well as as I was speaking about here, the pod class section where all of the pod classes are here in order for everyone for your convenience. And also SABA Tehuti's support links, his Cash App and his PayPal is here on the website as well, that you can just click and it'll take you directly to the support. And as we continue to go down, here is our classes that we have on the House of Atton YouTube channel that we go live every Sunday with. And all of the great brothers. And shout out Hinu, much Hotep and Marie, and Sekem Usir to Menku Ara, Mary Ma'at, Hotep and Hinu. And so everyone can come here, and he's been given some beautiful teachings on what's known as the Meternetia Stella, speaking about Heru. So everyone can go here, and the Great Saba provided a translation and a breakdown of sections and very nefer that the Great Menku supported the Great Saba with, to be able to receive that and bring forward to the public for everyone. So you can all have a Saba Tehuti translation of that particular stela here in Menku Ara's class. Hinu to the great Atefrim Kema'at, who is putting together these animated motion films of the writings of the ancestors. And so Astarte here, the Choral of Apep in Second Ray, animations to go along the readings. So you have a visual learning as well. Very powerful. So Tuan Hinu for Tef, and the great Dejez Sejem, Ma'ah Himet Pauku, and the wonderful productions he's putting together. Very powerful. A lot of great teachings within it's like a documentary style motion picture as well, full of the SEBAIT. So it's a beautiful combination of showing the SEBAIT and then also showing footage as well, and teaching directly from experience, and giving a lot of great wisdom and guidance within what's known as primordial visions. And I know he is continuously working to advance these. So as all of the great brothers are. So Tuan Hinu to everyone for supporting these classes, the ancient literature readings. And we also have classes for some of the Karu as well. Here is a reading from who is on the panel with us, Amun, reading the Enuma Elish. And he also gave a class on who is Inki right here, and also who is Marduk, part 2, 1 and 2, direct energy weapons. Very powerful classes, so everyone can come and support Amun as well and learn from his classes. Nefertiti Sekhet gave a class. Amunet gave a Nefer class. So it's lovely to see the Karu also digging within the studies and putting together presentations to bring forward to assist in the growth of the House of ATTON and to showcase that those of us who are here are putting the teachings to work. And we want others to also receive the benefit from that. So tu'a to the Karu for stepping up and putting together classes, which whenever they are ready and prepared to do that, we choose a day throughout the week to go live for them to teach as well. So very powerful things taking place here at the House of ATTON. And yeah, it's only going to continue. It's only going to grow. And, you know, if you want to be a part of what we're doing, just join within, support, you know, the great SABA, come up on the panel. As the great SABA said, the House of ATTON is an A'u, it's a family. You know, this isn't based on anything other than that. This isn't for views. This isn't just for knowledge. This isn't for that. This is for building a family and a support system. So as we do what we do, it then reflects outside of us. So many people do reach out, but before, you know, we can move forward in any type of even speaking about working together as a business, you have to be in the pod class. You know, you have to support the great SABA. You have to be coming to the House of ATTON, you know, classes. And from there, we can truly begin to build. But we're not interested in beginning to build something where the foundation isn't strong and firm. And that's why so many things fall apart from the ISFET. So it always starts from within. So tu'a for that. And here we are as well in the shop section. These wonderful desk mats. Definitely is one of my favorite items on the website. I have these all over the for different reasons. In front of one of my altars as well. They're very, very nice. So I always recommend this right here. And, you know, we have different sizes as well. Apparel. Of course, we have spring coming in, so you can get your short sleeve shirts. And again, you know, for us to continuously bring forward more for everyone, it definitely is important that there's an energy coming through the website to let us know that it's warranted as well. So, and tu'a for those who just this past week came and also supported through the website. Duan Hinu for that. We have bathroom sets as well, bathroom mats, shower curtains, towels. And again, this is a beautiful thing because just as the great ancestors did, everything that they did and used was imbued within Ma'at, was imbued with their way of life. Everything had a purpose. Everything had a reason. And that is what we're echoing here within this modern day time of what we call 2025. And it's a very powerful thing to utilize. It creates a subconscious connection in a language with the things that you use and the items around you, and it keeps the forefront of your consciousness focused on what you see. So it's a beautiful thing. So the great ancestors, every single thing was created, whether it was the scribal palette, whether it was a bowl, every single thing. The incense holder, will have Heru on the head, or Heru on the head. The instruments are shaped with the faces of the nectar. It's just a beautiful thing. You don't just have a regular heart, you have a heart that's imbued within the Medu. And so we're doing something to bring that back to life here today, because it is extremely important, and it really cleanses. So we have notebooks as well here. Here's a spiral notebook with chapter 15 of the Per Im Haru, which details Tehuti and Ma'at, write for thee every day here. And yeah, it's a very powerful thing. So everyone can come here and support and receive this. And so when you go to write, when you open up, it's already imbued with a particular frequency of Ma'at, right? Thine enemy is given to the fire, to the set. The evil one hath fallen, his arms bound. Kaus removeth, hath Ra his legs. The sons of the Mesu of the Betesh, the impotent revolt. Never again shall they shall they erect, shall they rise up, shall they come into existence by binding up the arms of the enemy, right? So this is what's on the cover of what you're going to open up and write. So it's very powerful. It's very powerful. As well as blank ones as well. For those who like to, here's the line one. And there's also this blank one for the artists like Minty Hotep who love to draw, right? And that's, again, this is the Medu as well. So if those of you who love and enjoy the Medu and practice writing, it's drawing. When you're writing the Medu, you're drawing. So that's a beautiful thing. So Tuan Henu, again, here's our social media, our link tree. So our Instagram, our TikTok are doing very well, and we appreciate everyone who's on there and shares our posts, reshares them and sends them out. I definitely see you all, and I appreciate everyone who does that, because it all counts. It all is a beautiful thing. So Tua, and everyone just hit here at the link tree, and here's all of our links. The Instagram, we have a Patreon as well. Our Spotify is all here, and we also have a what's called a Discord that we call the Accord, as the great Nania Setmer brought forward. The community, where it's a platform to where everyone can continue to communicate outside of the pod classes. If you're in your studies, post what you're studying. If you have a particular experience, post it. We also have Discord meetings for the public at the end of every month, the last Friday of every month, that Miku Ara, Mary Ma'at, hosts and put together. So it's a beautiful thing. So Tua to everyone who is active and post within this, because as the great Dejed spoke about, we're all we have, and it's important for us to make sure that we stay connected in one way or another. And there is that. And lastly, I'll show here useful sources. So for those of you who may be just getting into your studies and you just want a few books just to start, you want dictionaries, right? We have dictionaries here. And all you have to do is just click these 3 dots over here, and you can download it. You can download it and put it on your devices, or you can just search, directly from here. If you put in the search, it'll search for you and it'll pull it up. All right. So you can then begin to look at the Medu, and this is something that I do consistently. Just read through this like a storybook. And there's so many powerful, there's so much powerful healing that comes just from this, right? And just taking your time and to look at the glyphs and dig, right? See what all these words for heart mean. How many words are there for heart? What does it mean? And what else does it mean? So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Volume 1, Volume 2, we have the Purim Haru. Here's also a Middle Egyptian dictionary that takes you a little bit deeper into the actual grammar of the language. So everyone can come and learn directly from the House of ATTON website here in the useful sources section. So I think I hear Saba Tehuti back. Yes. All right, Hotep Great Saba, welcome back.
Hotep, I am back. Wonderful. I take care of some things. The shirt I was wearing before it ripped. Change gears and stuff. So nice to be back. We're about to get right into it, everybody. Peace and love. Thank you, Scribe, for walking everybody through the website, telling everybody about the listening in the background about how reciprocity works and how when you open the door to give, you start receiving, and Minty backs you up on that. And that's actually is actually a magical truth. I actually live by that. That is actually how Minty's there. There's Minty. That is actually what my whole life is based on. I give, and because I am giving, the reciprocity is a circle. It's a flow. It starts off with me giving first. I've never met anyone in my life that started a relationship with me giving me something. It's always started off with me helping them, answering a question, and then reciprocity does the full circle. So I appreciate that. Amun Min Ra Sut Atum says, "Give to live," and I appreciate that. We're gonna get right into it, everybody. I see Amun has popped up on the screen. There they are. They've arrived. Wonderful. Minty, just do a sound check, and I know your noise was off and on. Let's hear if it works.
Peace, Hotep Saba.
Oh, clear. Okay. Isn't this your old spot? Your old?
Yeah, this is my study desk. Yep, my outside study classroom.
If anybody remembers, anybody here who's been to the MedNetter classes or has purchased them, you will see Minty with this in the back, that infamous white wall right there with a chair.
Yep,
So,
it's warming up, so I can sit out here now.
Okay, wonderful. We're gonna get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. The first we're gonna do, everybody get your pens, your pads out, get your iPhones, however you store information, get your cogs moving. We're about to get right into this question. And the Jet, I need you to where's the beautiful Gabriela? We're gonna start off with Gabriela. Is she there? We're gonna start off with her question right off the bat.
Yeah, she's handling some things right now, but I'll make sure she's on by the time you do the break.
Okay. I would love for her to come on if she has a moment to ask, but if she's busy with baby stuff or whichever, then yes, absolutely. But the beautiful Gabriela is the one that sent in the question, and that is the companion, the Hemet of the Jet Sedem Hemt Paut Ku. And this question was on postpartum depression. Any women in the chat or on the panel have ever experienced that? If having a child, and then either during the pregnancy or sometime directly after, for a few months, your mood changes and you start to feel angered. Minty's had that. Mohammed has had
No, I was just raising my hand.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
No, not really. Not really. I've always had a strong connection with my son. I never felt any sort of postpartum like he was going away. But I do experience what's called empty nest syndrome. That's where he grows up and leaves, and he's not there every day anymore. So that's something that I do experience.
Okay. Basically, you miss him.
Yeah, I miss him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got all these syndromes. Like, I miss this person. Empty nest syndrome.
Right.
I miss his presence. Yeah. So wonderful, and you should miss him, and that's why I'm glad he every once in a while he comes around. When you're raising up a child before they move out, and you've been with them for 13 years of the same face, 14 years, same face, 15 years, 18 years. And all of a sudden, boop, I'm moving out. Now you go check the bedroom. Hey, I remember this was his bedroom. So it's like, where is he? I want to give him, we're not going to give him bread. I'm making breakfast for two, but it's just me. So yeah, you get used to somebody. And then that's totally understandable. That's not a psyops at all. That's just pure love right there. But we're going to get into this question here. We're going to put it up on the screen. And we're going to give Gabriela, I guess we'll get Primordial to read the question here. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. Yep. I'll put the let me grab the support. So first, let me grab the support from Gabriela. I'm gonna get it like this. Here's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna go like this. So first, we're gonna give Gabriela some noise because she actually sent it in two parts. She actually had a host of questions, and she sent the donation in multiple parts and then sent an email. So I don't have it all as one. So right now what I'm doing, I'm show the donation part. So we're gonna give her some noise, Gabriela. Let's give her some noise right here. If it's on the screen, there it is on the screen. We're gonna get we'll get you Minty. Well, actually, we'll get Amonette to read that for us, please.
3333 for question 2 in Gmail. Much Mary with a white Eve and a purple Eve.
Wonderful. Give her some noise, please. Give her some noise. A little muffled.
And yes, Hekau really works. And better, yes, Hekau really works.
All right. Yes, the Hekau really works. That's the Hekau that got this question asked from a young lady who got a baby created inside of her by the Jed Sadem Ma'ahemt, which gave her a plethora of Pautku, which gave her a plethora of questions of pregnancy, childbirth, cravings, postpartum. There's sections in the podcast dedicated to Gabriela in her list of questions. This one she sent about 5 of them in, 7, maybe 5 to 6, and she broke them up. So we're gonna go ahead and show the question. Gonna go ahead and show the question now. So here's the question that Gabriela asked, and her beautiful hi. That is the ancient word for what people are calling a husband. It's actually where the word husband came from, which was the house band, the band of the house. And the word hi is literally the image of the ancient Kemetic house. So here we go here. Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it. Where's the question? So here's Gabriela's question right here, right? Okay, here it is. All right, so we're going to show the question that Gabriela asked, and her beautiful, strong, majestic, Jed, strong man can read it for us, since Gabriela is busy taking care of Gabriela business. So go ahead. Primordial, read that first, please.
Yes, it says, Hotep Mary, Great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. I hope you and the AGHT are doing well. Before I ask my question, I want to express that I appreciate you teaching us and helping us out the matrix. I'll be sending a Mary donation for my gratitude towards you. can you please do a breakdown and build up of the benefits of breastfeeding, and is there a Psyops to breastfeeding? For example, I've always known women who milk supply stops or say the milk isn't fulfilled, the baby, and they have to feed their baby formula. Why does the milk supply stop? What can you do to maintain and produce sufficient milk as the baby is growing? Recently, I was told that I should be giving us that vitamin D drop because vitamin D is not passed through breast milk. Is that true? My second question would be for you to do a breakdown and build up of a postpartum depression. Is this true? What causes postpartum depression? Is it different than depression? How do you heal from this if possible? Reciprocity will be sent for these questions. Tua for everything, and I hope you and Dawood have an effort day. IGHT, Purple B.
Wonderful. And so for those who have been watching the Tehuti Podclass, know that we already answered. I already answered the first, let's see, one. There's how many question marks? 1, 2, 3. The first one was 3 questions, it looks like. And the next one is there's Hush Nation. Perfect. The next one is the postpartum depression, is it true? Next question is what causes postpartum depression? The third question is it different than depression? Fourth question is, how do you heal from this if possible? So this is 4 questions now. I'm going to take care of here in the Tehuti Podclass just for this one support, and then afterwards, what was that? Okay, afterwards, another support came in, and that's I think that's another 2 questions. I think we have 6 questions that I'm going to take care of here in the Tehuti Podclass, and this is going to be the first 4 questions right here. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez, and let's get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, get your pens, your pads out, get your cogs ready, get your support ready as I'm answering the question. If you appreciate the answer, send support to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. This is a reciprocity system. I'm going to spend the next 6 hours here taking care of these questions and taking care of the podcast in general. Please appreciate and respect the system that we have. It's based strictly off of trust. This is a trust system. I'm going to say peace and love to Hush Nation and who just stepped in, Amun and Amunette. You all doing okay?
Yes, we're doing great. Shout out for asking. How are you doing?
Doing good. I feel good. Like I was on Primordial. It's been months, a long time, over a month that I couldn't exercise and train. And I just got back into my physical training a little over a week ago. I feel like I'm getting back into shape and back into the health. And I feel very good about that. It makes you appreciate health more. And I did start training even before I was fully healed. So I feel very good about that I'm alive and well. And my Nurts and Oats supported me through that. So I feel good. Thanks for asking.
Ninook, and that is excellent to hear.
Wonderful. Okay, Aminette, you're good?
Yes, I'm doing wonderful, Saba. Tua for asking. I'm very happy that you're here, healthy, alive, and here teaching us and purifying our hearts. Tua very much.
Nini Uk. Glad you're here too. And Hush Nation. How you doing, Hush Nation?
Tua Saba. You know, it's big love, big ma'at. I love you 1,000. I love you 1,000,000. I love you here. And appreciate you back in the cup doing this thing again. To us so much. Big love, big ma'at. Appreciate you, Saba. Appreciate the host of ATTON, Minty Botep, Kota, the gem, Amun, Amunette. I don't know. Big love, big ma'at every time.
All right, wonderful. You should see the questions check out this question that was sent in, Hush Nation. Check this out. Where is it here? Look at this question, man. Wow, why do we see spirits in like glimpses and our spirits outside the visible light spectrum? What kind of question is that? Man, you see those questions? You ever seen them asked anywhere?
I see the question, Saba. The heck of who really works.
Very good. Let's get into it, everybody. We're about to get right into it. So peace and love, Pata. Peace and love, the Jed, to them, Ma'a, Hemt, Hoku. Peace and love, Hush Nation. Peace and love, Minxie, Hotep. Oh, switch. Amun, Amunet. Peace and love to you. Let's get into the first questions and answers here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me get Minty back in the chat. She got screen locked. Boom. Okay, and she's locked in the basement. Let me I sound like Eminem now. Hold on a minute. There we go. All right, boom. All right, here we are. We're ready, everybody. Let's get into it. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. The class opened up with me and the Cobra. I put the Cobra to rest and lay down for just a moment, and I brought SEKHET in. SEKHET is the oldest word for spider and the oldest word for memory, spiritual memory, and the oldest word for what Christians are calling heaven, which is extremely interesting. Why would one of the oldest words on earth for heaven be the same word for spider? Send that question and you'll get the answer. For now, we're going to answer the question sent in by Gabriela Lopez. Let's get into it, everybody. I'm going to put my timer back on. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Support the House of Attend. Support the work that I am putting in and that I'm helping everybody with. If you appreciate this more than donuts and Doritos and the Ralph Lauren shirts that are polo shirts that are all in our closets from Macy's and Walmart. If we appreciate those things, let's appreciate this beautiful information right here, especially if you're a mother, a wanting mother, a mother to be, or you've already had children, anything dealing with motherhood, you should love this class because you're not going to get, I don't know where you could get these answers. Well, I do know right here at the Tehuti Podclass at the House of Attend. Here's where you can get these answers right here. Are you ready for this phenomenon, everybody? Let's get into it. Let's go. Ready? 1, 2. There it is. Boom. Go there. And boom. Are you ready, everybody? Oh, this is showing. Is it showing yet? It should be. Is it showing everybody? Let me go ahead and put it. Oh, the StreamYard has stopped. It has worked. StreamYard is working differently. Everybody can see that on the screen. Press a 9 for me, please. If you can see that on the screen, press a 9 for me, please. Let me see StreamYard's. That was showing, right? Huh. Okay, good. That's interesting. It's a different setup now. But here we go. Are you ready? 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of your history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages of spirituality, who are the Nitiru, what about my physical health, what about mental health and mental purity, mental detoxification, how about out-of-body experiences, are there ancient sources to that, or is it just new age teachings? Government psyops, is there any government mind control psyops taking place? What about telepathy, the ability to speak from one which we'll be talking about tonight, the ability to speak from one sentient being to another without sound or moving your mouth? What is quantum entangled consciousness that the scientists are speaking about? What is this quantum entangled consciousness now? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, you're thinking you have escaped the matrix, which you have. So you go to the most common conscious platforms, or start reading the most common conscious books, as they call them. Little do you know, you stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and has infiltrated in the form of new age black consciousness, or just conscious movements in general, take the place of Christianity. The atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, Kemetic teachers, woke teachers, Kemetic science teachers, esoteric, metaphysical teachers, metaphysical teachers, whatever the titles are, they have the agenda of the matrix to just focus on what's called the knowledge. But not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with any indigenous references. That means no accountability, no obligations. There's no spiritual obligations, no organization, just knowledge, and then go walk the streets and do what you like. no unity whatsoever. So they have no references of how they live their life. Most, if not all, their lectures showing our panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have any classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs. But they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical, self-gratification, walking around with unks. Ask them, give me a reference to what the unk is in the writings. Crickets, walking around with names like Sekhmet or whatever your name is. Ask them, show me what the word Sekhmet means in the writings. I don't know. Just for gratification purposes. They don't live by any written culture whatsoever, as they can only teach from memes or do what's called counter teach. Every time they do a platform class or something, it's just to counter what somebody else says. They just go what someone else's teachings is, and they debate it or they debunk it or they expose it, or I challenge you, challenging other spiritual beliefs. The subject matter is always limited to these topics. The Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black. The Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black, the Bible is stolen, and the Hebrews are wrong. The Hebrews are wrong, the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is stolen. Next day, for years and years and years, Hebrews are wrong, Bible is stolen, Egyptians are black. Yes, they believe the Egyptians are black, but they will not follow any of their teachings. There's the Psyops. So they believe the Egyptians are black, they're proud of their skin, but they're not proud of their mind because they won't follow mentally what they do. They're just proud to look like something that they have no choice in being born to look like. But you have a choice in what you follow. So their topics are, the pyramids in America are older. It's always a competition. The pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We're not American. We are American Indian. We're not African. Everything is in battle. You will note that most of their statements start off with what's called negative foundational speech, such as, what most people don't know is, let me tell you why you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize, what you fail to recognize. Their focus is just to tear down, but not actually to unite under any specific one truth, discipline or discipline. They never give you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in the place of what they tore down or what they do on a daily basis with their family. What did they practice after you tear down Christianity? Now, what was the truth? The Egyptians, the Kemetic people never had Christianity, but did they have something? Why do you tear down someone's religion, but you don't give them what the ancestors? All you care about is what they built. They built this, they built that, they built that. You're tearing down the spiritual system of what the Matrix gave people. But what was there happening in place before the Matrix? Let me go watch the football game. So when the computer shuts down or the debate is over, that life stops for them. It was only about the debate or the YouTube or the views. Those so-called conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on what's called contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they've made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is actually individualism. They only come together in groups or on panels to see who's the best of the individuals. And their goal is to disunite under the guise of knowledge, but no structured unity system, as all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no obligation, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all of the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability, no obligation to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture just to justify whatever their actions are for that day, while simultaneously teaching you need to get back to your roots. You need to get back to your cultures. But every time you go and investigate those roots and cultures they're talking about, or that they teach on, every single one of those ancient roots and cultures were a unified force and had structure, accountability, obligation, family structure, spiritual system, to a specific way of life and discipline. This unity is the New Age conscious community. That's their new goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists, who are just outsiders. They're collecting knowledge, and translating, collecting knowledge on Egypt. Budge collected a lot of knowledge. He was great. Peachtree, great. Faulkner, great. Miriam Lithium, great. All they were doing was collecting knowledge. Miriam Lithium did not want to follow Ma'at. Budge had nothing to do with Ma'at. Faulkner had nothing to do with Ma'at. Peachtree had nothing to do with Ma'at. They're just collecting the knowledge, and they're collecting the knowledge. But the people that actually lived along the Nile followed a way of life. And now the atheist agenda has come in, and now we're echoing the Egyptologists who just study, I got the knowledge, study, I translate, but you don't follow anything. Isn't that the same consciousness of Wallace E. Budge? Isn't that the same consciousness of Peachtree, Faulkner, Miriam Lithium? You're of the consciousness of the one that came in to study from the outside. You're not of the consciousness of the insider that was actually living something disciplined. So their objective, new agenda as atheists, is to not unify as the followers of Ma'at did that created Kemet. They keep talking about Kemet. The followers of Ma'at created Kemet. Kemet did not create the followers of Ma'at. So, in which they and the outsiders, they study. The people of Kemet had structure, discipline, ranking system, accountability, obligation, family, biological, imperative goals. But the people that just study it are just studiers. That's the only platform, class, movement that exists on the planet where you can send these questions in with reciprocity and get a visual book personalized and created for you. And on top of that, then taught live with each answer, you get inner matrices broken for you is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? And boom, there's Gabriela Lopez's question on question would be for you to do a breakdown and build up. Well, first of all, she sent $33, which we announced and gave her hand class for the reciprocity support. The question is, would you do a breakdown and build up? Because I brought that lingo to the world that everybody, I'm gonna break it down. Stop breaking things down without building them up. So we do a breakdown, we'll break Christianity down. Now we got to build you up. So we do breakdowns and build up, not just breaking something down and leaving it trash. We do a breakdown and we do a build up. We're not here to break something and leave it broke. Breakdown and build up. Can you do a breakdown? Would be for you to do a breakdown and build up of postpartum depression. Question number 1, is it true? Question number 2, what causes postpartum depression? Question number 3, is it different from depression? Question number 4, is it different from depression? Question number 3. Question number 4, how do you heal from it if possible? If this is possible. Reciprocity, how do you heal from this if possible? Reciprocity will be sent for these questions, plural, for everything. And I hope you and the out is a word I brought back to life as family. It's an ancient word for family, but it has the out, which are the two hands of the female that make up the family. So have hope you and the out have a nefer day with a egg-colored heart and a purple heart, or it could be a whitish color heart. Wonderful. So here we go. Ready, everybody? Another great question from a pre-existing and new mother who wants to know if postpartum depression is true. Let me first start by seeing how prominent most or part of the depression is in the numbers or ratios throughout the women in America. America's health rankings, which quotes the data source from the CDC Pregnancy Risk Assessment Monitoring System. Let's see the numbers on postpartum depression. Let's see what these numbers look like. Okay, here we are. So now we're in America's health ranking under the section of postpartum depression in the United States. And it says 12.7% at this time. So 12.7% at this time percentage of women with recent live births reported experiencing depressive. I want you to make note that and make sure it specifies live births. Which means that this number that we're going through right now, this number is not the actual number, it's the number of the postpartum depression women whose children actually made it. Because the postpartum depression actually starts, according to them, while you're pregnant. So there's people that experience postpartum depression while they're pregnant and then they have a miscarriage or an abortion. So this number at 12.7, as I'm going to show you in a moment, is actually much higher than this 12.7. These are just the live births who reported it. So that's 12.7%. So 12.7% of what? 12.7% of all the women in America who reported in 2022 that gave birth and suffered this post-birth depression But how many women is that? What is the number exactly? Well, let me take you to the NVSS, vital statistics, rapid release, birth provisional data for 2022. So it's 12%, but we're going to find out what this number is. What is that number of 12%? 12% of what? Here we go. Boom. So we're here now in the NVSS vital statistics, rapid release. And this is report number 28, June 2023, birth provisional data for 2022. Okay. This is by PhD Brady E. Hamilton, Joyce A. Martin, MPH Michelle J.K.A. Osterman, MHS. So here it is. This report, let me shrink it down a little bit. This report presents provisional 2022 data on U.S. births. Births are shown by age and race and Hispanic origin of mother. Data on cesarean delivery, preterm births are also presented. Methods, data is based on 99.91 of all 2002 births. Records received and processed by the National Center for Health Statistics as of February 14, 2023. Comparisons are made with the final 2021 data and earlier years. Results, the provisional number of births for the United States of America, for the United States in 2022 is 3,661,220. Those are the births. Okay, good. Good, so here we are. So, you know what 12% of 3,661,220 is? Let's find out the number of the postpartum women. Well, how many women are going through this postpartum? According to the 12.7%, 4. Okay, so 464,000, basically about 500,000 women. 464,974 women in America are reporting postpartum depression. This number is actually going to drastically change because those are the ones whose babies were born. So about 500,000 women are reporting this. That's a lot of women. That's a humongous number. And that's not even the full number. We're going to find out the full number shortly. So here we go. So, and what are the symptoms of these 464,974? 464,974, almost 500,000 mothers just in America. Remember, this is not all across the world. I'm only just doing America, so you can have perspective of a smaller number. The actual number is much greater than this, in the millions, but we're dealing with America. And we're dealing right now with the babies who came out alive. I'll take you to the WebMD, I'll take you to the WebMD, November 10th, 2004, PH, Deborah Fulgram Bruce. Let's see what happens there. So what are the symptoms of these 464,974 mothers just in America? I'll take you to WebMD, November 10th, 2004, PhD, Deborah Fulgram Bruce. What's going on here? Let's see. What are some of the symptoms? Here we are. Here's Deborah Fulgram Bruce. We're going to shrink this down a little bit and look at some of these symptoms. So here we are. We're in November 10th, 2024. Deborah Fulgram Bruce, PhD. What is postpartum depression? Postpartum depression, signs and symptoms, postpartum depression causes, and risk factors. Okay, types of postpartum depression. So the different types. Here we go. Ready? All right. Postpartum depression, signs and symptoms. Symptoms of postpartum depression can be hard to detect. Many women have these symptoms following birth: trouble sleeping, appetite changes, severe fatigue, low libido, frequent mood changes, being uninterested in your baby or feeling like you're not bonding with them, crying all the time, often for no reason, depressed mood, severe anger, crankiness, loss of pleasure, feeling of worthlessness, hopelessness, helplessness, thoughts of death or suicide, thoughts of hurting someone. This is severe. Thoughts of hurting someone, trouble concentrating or making decisions. Those are a lot of symptoms, right, family? It's a lot. There's a lot happening for women. That's a lot happening, right? Very interesting. This is very interesting. Well, I will take Gabriela's set of 4 questions and answer them in reverse. She asked if postpartum depression is true. What causes it? Is it different from other depression? And how do you heal from it? That's is postpartum depression true? 1, what caused it? 2, is it different from normal depression? 3, and how do you heal from it? 4. So I'm going to take these questions and answer them actually in reverse. All right, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom. And boom, here we go. There the ladies are. All right, here we go. Ready? All right. Postpartum depression. Here we go. So let me begin with how you can heal from it. Okay? Because we're doing it in reverse, right? She said, how do you heal from it? So I'm going to take question 4 and answer that as question 1. And we're going to go backwards. How you heal from it? Is it different from regular depression? What causes it? And then, of course, is it true? Is it actually something that's happening, or is something else happening? So let me begin with how you can heal from it. It's for all the women that are going through what they claim as, or think, or know, or were told is postpartum depression. So let me state, as a father watching multiple children born and multiple mothers going through their first few months all the way up to years after pregnancy, and none of the women and I have had children that I have had children with, this is me talking, has experienced any form of this depression. So it seems that I do not fit, and the women that I have been with, that I've dealt with, have been with, do not fit within the 464,974 mothers in America. Does this mean that we healed from this before the problem could even start? The answer is yes, which we will get to later. but now I will get into what will seem like a very odd solution. It will seem very odd to some as the solution to the supposed postpartum depression, and then we'll get into the Psyops of postpartum depression. So here we are. If you see images of these women, they all seem sad, depressed, have all those symptoms, and yet I have had multiple children, witnessed multiple women before, during, and after, and it seems like nobody that I have been with has ever gone through these symptoms. Did we heal from it before it began? The answer is yes. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Move over. All right. So let me begin with how. This is for all the mothers out there, all the people that are suffering for this class. But for whatever it is they're dealing with, how can you heal from it? And let me state, as a father watching multiple children again, born with multiple mothers, going through the first few months, all the way up to the years after pregnancy, and none of the women I have had children with, none of them has experienced this postpartum depression. It seems that we do not fit inside of the 464,974 mothers that have this so-called postpartum depression. Does this mean that we healed from this before a problem could even start? The answer is yes, which we will get into later, but now we'll get into what will seem like a very odd solution to the Psyops, postpartum depression, and then we'll get into the Psyops. So we're going to get into this. Here we go. So first, the solution to what women, some of the solution of what women are going through. Of course, for more, if you're part of the House of Attend, you can get a one-on-one. But I'm going to deal with the strongest of them and what actually is possibly taking place that is being called something. So get into what will seem odd to some as a solution the supposed postpartum depression, and then we will get into the Psyops. Right, everybody? Here we go. Boom. Go back here. The screen is moving very strange. Okay, here we go. What if I were to tell you the solution and direction I'm going to give you is diet and vitamins that affects your neurotransmitters? What if I was to tell you that the solution and direction I'm going to give you is diet and vitamins that affect neurotransmitters? And the rest of that, which apparently causes quote-unquote postpartum depression, are subconscious anchoring systems of spiritual and neurological links and associations of being in the matrix itself. But first, let us get to the vitamins that affect your neurotransmitters, and then into the anatomic hormonal natural changes that occur in the body during pregnancy and after. Right, everybody? Let us begin. Here we go. Boom. What are we looking at here? Some people's diets are insufficient of proper serotonin production. So here's serotonin. Here's serotonin. This molecule here, HO-NH2, NH, and here's serotonin. And it's also called 5-hydroxytryptamine. So it's a neurotransmitter produced in the brainstem. Let me move this over a little bit. Yes, it's a neurotransmitter. 5-hydroxytryptamine is a neurotransmitter produced in the brainstem. It serves many functions, but the key function I want to teach you about here in the podcast this evening that pertains to the subject matter is elaborated in the Cleveland Clinic under the What is Serotonin section. This is the aspect of serotonin that I want to focus on tonight in the podcast. So now we're going to go to Cleveland Clinic under the section What is Serotonin? Serotonin, also known as 5-hydroxytryptamine, 5-HT, is a monoamine neurotransmitter. It also acts as a hormone. As a neurotransmitter, serotonin carries messages between nerve cells in your brain, your central nervous system, and throughout your body, your peripheral nervous system. These chemical messages tell your body how to work. Serotonin plays several roles in your body, including influencing learning, and then I have here squared in neon, make note of this, memory, and happiness, as well as regulating the body temperature, sleep, sexual behavior, and hunger. Wait a minute. Serotonin plays several roles in your body, including influencing learning, memory, happiness, body temperature. It regulates sleep, sexual behavior, hunger. Serotonin is thought to play a role in depression, anxiety, mania, health condition, and other health conditions. Look at these things that serotonin does. Let's go back to Bruce a second. Hey, Bruce. How you doing? How you doing, Bruce? Let's go back. Let's go back. What is this here? Postpartum depression. Deborah Fulcrum, Bruce, PhD. What are the symptoms? Trouble sleeping. Ding, 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 ding. Appetite changes. Ding, 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 ding. Fatigue. Ding, 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 ding. Lower libido. That's sexual behavior. Ding, 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 ding. Mood changes. Ding, 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 ding. Crying all the time for no. Ding, ding, ding. Depressed. Ding, 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 ding. Severe anger. Crankiness. Ding, 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 ding. Loss of pressure. Ding, ding, ding. Feeling of worthlessness, hopeless, helpless, which is depression. Death, suicide, hurting someone. Interesting. Those are all the symptoms of postpartum, right? Very good. Very, very good. Okay. That sounds very good. Well, that sounds familiar, though. That sounds like the opposite of That sounds like the opposite of what serotonin regulates. When serotonin is working properly, what does it do for us? What is serotonin? Proper working serotonin, proper nutrients filled, produce serotonin, which you're going to find out the nutrients that actually produces this. But it looks like the serotonin, what does it do? Hey, learning. Let's focus. Hey, memory, happiness, sleep, sexual behavior, hunger, you know, like no loss of appetite, depression, anxiety. Hey, that sounds like all the symptoms of postpartum depression. Thank you, serotonin. Let's continue to go on. And let's go on. Thank you, Bruce. There we go. So boom. Yes, happiness, which is the opposite of depression. And memory, which I have taught you for the past years, is what? It's called SEKHET. For the past years I've taught you. It's moving a little strange. Memory SEKHET. See this on my hat? That's her name, SEKHET. It's the oldest word for memory. We're going to get into that. A very important word that continued to echo throughout the pyramid text, echo throughout the coffin text, and echo throughout the Purim Haru was this word SEKHET, which is a word that meant memory. Memory is extremely important when it comes to consciousness. Let's find out why. Here we go. So learning and memory. Thank you, serotonin. We need memory if we're learning something. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. So SEKHET. What is SEKHET, Tehuti? SEKHET, the ancient word for consciousness that brings your ba to immortal. Let me shrink this a little bit. The ancient word is SEKHET. SEKHET is the ancient word for consciousness that brings your ba to immortal memory. This is the most important factor of consciousness because receiving knowledge and learning something is only relevant with the aspect of SEKHET memory. If the SEKHET or memory exists, thus the memory of something or what is in one's mind can change. So in other words, you can learn a million things. If you don't remember any of it and you have no memory, you have to start back from the beginning again. Memory is the key, most important aspect to consciousness. Without the memory of it, every day you're a brand new baby again. You could say, I learned a million things today, and then tomorrow you forget it. You got to start all over again. So memory is the key aspect of consciousness, relevant consciousness. Okay, it's only relevant in the aspect of the memory. If the memory of it exists, thus the memory of something or what is in one's mind can change their happiness. The memory of how you view something can change your happiness on how you view life in particular subject matters. We will get to this shortly in the consciousness stimuli. But we'll talk, speaking of postpartum depression, remember depression, sadness, happiness are subjective realities. There is no exact definition of them. The only definition of them is the memory, typo here, is the memory of how you view something in a particular way, which is consciousness, something you cannot touch. And if someone controls that consciousness or the memory that you have of something, then your memory, happiness, depression can be guided. We will get to that shortly. What is needed to help with the development of serotonin that is missing in people's diets? I will help you with that. I will help you with that right now. Here we go. How do we help our serotonin deficiency, which most people have? We're going to find that out shortly. In cases where people choose the vegan, so a lot of people get into consciousness, they choose vegan or vegetarian diets. Now here it is. In cases where people choose vegan or the vegan or vegetarian route, or even some meat eaters. But yes, especially the vegan vegetarians, they unknowingly deprive themselves of that which makes the neurotransmitter serotonin. And here is why. Here are the foods that are high in that which produces the serotonin. So serotonin is actually produced by something that's found inside of foods. And here's a list of the foods that produce this particular thing that produces the serotonin. Clams, liver, lamb kidney, beef liver, octopus, oysters, pork liver, beef kidney, mussels, mackerel, pork kidney, liverwurst, herring, king crab, bluefin tuna, sardines, rainbow trout, salmon, Swiss cheese, lamb. These food groups produce the specific thing in a high quantity that actually gets in your body to help your body produce the serotonin. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. So boom. These, let me go to that very end. These divided or portion-based, properly portion-based on specific dietary needs are very high in the thing that produces serotonin. But as you look at the list, even though meat eaters may be saying, I eat meat, but these specific meats are actually very rare for the average person on people's diet. Like how many people do you know, including yourself, have on their diet on a regular basis beef liver, beef kidney, liverwurst, octopus, lamb, herring? These are not things that are common even amongst meat eaters. Most of these are not in the fast-paced diet of the average person trying to survive in the matrix. So what is the solution? If you are a vegan, vegetarian, or a meat eater that does not have access to these interesting foods, liverwurst, beef kidney, oysters, octopus, lamb kidney, clams, herring, bluefin tuna, mussels. If you don't have access to these on a regular basis, what is the solution? You're on a fast-paced diet. You need to be on the move. The average person is trying to survive in the matrix. So what is the solution? If you're a vegan, vegetarian, or a meat eater that does not have access to these on your specific diet that you're on right now, how can you get the essential source that produces the serotonin that helps switch the body into a happy, higher memory state, which moves it away from depression? The answer is right here. What's the answer, Tehuti? The answer is right here. Ready? Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. Here we are. Here are the foods that contain vitamin B12. Yes. What are the similarities? What do all these foods have in common on that list? Yes, all of these contain healthy amounts of vitamin B12. And vitamin B12 is that within the body that produces the serotonin, and vitamin B12 is highly accessible in this form. Some people may say, well, I can't get these foods. It's highly accessible in this form. It's also accessible in injection, but it's readily accessible in this form, supplemental form. And there are higher qualities of vitamin B12, which you can look up. I'm just letting you know that it is vitamin B12 in general. So yes, right in front of you, almost every day at Rite Aid, CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, or any drugstore is vitamin B12, which produces the serotonin, but in most cases is even better to take than the actual food, because you can govern how many milligrams exactly or micrograms that you want to take each day without the necessary calories and without taking time to cook something different than what is on your vegan diet or even your meat diet. This helps reduce the serotonin. This helps produce the serotonin, which alleviates depression, strengthens memory, and inner happiness. So some people may not want to add all of those foods to their diet for multiple reasons. Some people say, well, it's too much calories for me. I can't add. I have a specific diet, already has a certain amount of calories in it. And if I start eating liverwurst and mackerel and all these different things, I have to recalculate my my diet. Some people may be allergic to some of these things. Some people are allergic to seafood. There's multiple reasons. Some people may not have the time to cook up liverwurst. And how do you cook octopus and you're on the move? You have your vitamin B, and on your existing diet, you can just add the vitamin B. Plus, the advantageous aspect of the vitamin B as a supplement is that you know the amount of milligrams you're getting. If you just bite into a liverwurst, start chewing it, eat half of it, eat a quarter of it, eat a pound of it, you can't necessarily determine, well, each bite is exactly 200 milligrams of vitamin B, and my third bite is going to be 75. It's hard to govern. These are healthy foods to be on the diet that have vitamin B, and you can actually, what is that? Well, that's SEKHET. You can actually calculate the amounts. If you have to eat 4 ounces of something and it doesn't fit your caloric diet, there's the pill which has no calories, and boom, you take it, you get your sufficient vitamin B, and you move on. You can take it on the road, you can take it at work, you can take it at school. You don't have to run into school and start cooking up liverwurst and octopus. If you don't want to put it on your diet, or if you're a vegan or vegetarian, you don't even want to eat liverwurst and octopus and mackerel. So there's your vitamin B. Get into the non-gelatin capsules, vegan capsules, and now you're technically not eating any parts of meat if that is your thing. But you're getting the serotonin, and it helps develop your attitude, helps develop the happiness, helps develop your sleep, your circadian rhythms, and helps all of this. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you all appreciate it. We're still going. Am I still going? Yeah, we're still going. That's right, we're still going. Why? Because she asked 4 questions. 4 questions. Here we go. Ready? Boom. So here we go. Let's keep going. Okay. Now, some people unfortunately may be even taking the vitamin B12, maybe eating the livers, the salmons, the mushroom, the mussels, the mackerel, the whatever this word was, typo, but still have a deficiency in the serotonin and still find himself or herself depressed. One of the reasons for this now could be what's called weak stomach bile. You have weak stomach bile where your innards are not digesting the food properly. The food is not becoming biologically available to create the partition for the transport absorption to retain the optimum amounts of vitamin B12 or any other nutrients that you're consuming. One of the signs of the weak stomach bile is acid reflux. Acid reflux is one of the symptoms of it. That means that you're not digesting the food properly. The food is not biologically available as it should be. So if this is a situation, what you can seek out is betaine hydrochloride. They seek out betaine hydrochloride, which actually works with the vitamin B. It helps digest it. And now you can get betaine hydrochloride or betaine HCI, betaine hydrochloride, and there's betaine hydrochloride with peptin. And they have ones that are salt, sugar, and starch free. And there's the vegetarian formula, vegetarian veggie capsules, if you don't want to eat the gelatin meat. Now there is your betaine hydrochloride that's going to help with the weak stomach bile, that's going to help you absorb and make the biological available aspect of the vitamin B and the other food nutrients that you're eating more available. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. We're still going. Now I want to make clear, I do not promote any particular one brand, but what I do is show the brands of vitamins that I do personally use. I show things that I personally use, the brands and the companies that I personally use, and that has helped me. Something else that works symbiotically with vitamin B, which doctors actually suggest as a natural antidepressant. So sometimes doctors can't prescribe anything homeopathic, anything natural, but they can suggest. So you can go to your doctor. I know somebody right now. You go to your doctor and they can suggest or talk about vitamin B12. They can't prescribe it, but they can suggest as what's called a natural antidepressant. This is called folate. The common folate deficiency of folate in the body, it results in weakness, lethargic. These sound like the symptoms of lethargic, weakness, feeling in which the mind is easily and readily converts to as non-motivation, which it readily converts into the feeling of depression, the lack of folate in the body. And on top of it, the lack of folate can cause direct depression compounded with the non-motivational feeling. Okay? Actual real folate, not the folic acid. Look for actual folate. So here it is. So folate, because the body can take folate and convert it to folic acid, but if you actually take it as the folic acid first, that's not the good. You take it with called folate, that the body converted. So folate is also known as folicin, and is also known as vitamin B9. Now here is the trick that most people get fooled and confused into, that is a very common mistake. When you go to look up folate, one of the first things you may see is folic acid. Even though the body has been known to naturally convert folate into folic acid, do not get the manufactured folic acid as a solution to help the depression symptoms. Get the pure folate. Don't get the one that says folic acid. And again, gluten, wheat, and dairy-free, suitable for vegetarians. You don't have to worry about meat byproducts in some of these companies. Solgar, I've used Solgar for years. So there we go. And just dealing with America, although I am going to give you the percentages on charts and other parts of the world, but just dealing with America, what is the percentage of the population? And I'm going to ask the class here, because here's where I interact with everybody, whether you are new, whether you are old, whether you're a student of mine, whether you're just watching, throwing a number, it's participation. What is it? Because most people have never even heard of folate to even start taking it or using it. So what is the percentage of a folate deficiency? Let me come to the room. What do you think of all the people in America? What do you think is the folate deficiency number? You think what's the percentage of the population of America? How many in the population of America would you say, or just think, don't worry about being right or wrong, it's not a snake style question, just the whole population of America of millions, what percentage of the millions of people are folate deficient? What would you say? 90. So folate, remember everybody, got 80%, 98%, 90%, 80%. So remember, folate works with the HCI, and the doctors can suggest this as an antidepressant. It fights depression, the weakness feeling that you have throughout the day, the lethargic feeling that you have, and it works symbiotically with the betaine chloride. So of course, if you're deficient of folate, what are your symptoms going to be? Weakness, lethargic, depressed, low energy, low motivation. So this is the repercussion of folate deficiency. So what's the percentage in America of the people with folate deficiency? And once we find out that percentage, we'll start to group in the large number of people throughout America that feel extra weak in the day, lethargic, a little bit downtrodden and sad, depressed, low motivation, because these are the symptoms of low folate, low betaine hydrochloride, and low serotonin. So what's the percentage of people that is missing this? Because that's the percentage of people that will be acting that way. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Gabriela, hope you're listening in. So here we go. What's the percentage of people, would you say, that are deficient of this folate deficiency? I don't know, Tehuti, my teacher didn't teach me that. He just told me the Egyptians are black. Here we go. Here we go. Here's a chart right here. I told you I'd show you the chart of other countries. Look at the chart here. Here it is. So almost 30%. It is around 26%. What is 26% of the population of America? The population of America, 327 million people. So that's around, let me get all this in. That's around 26% will give you around 850,200 people that are just folate deficient. This is not the deficient of the serotonin. It's not deficient of the vitamin B. This is just the deficiency of one of these things. So there's around 850,000 people walking around feeling weak, lethargic, downtrodden, a little bit depressed, and they're wondering why they feel like this, and they've never even heard of the word folate before. And the real number with a genetic deficiency, so now there's a genetic deficiency, there's actually a genetic deficiency of what's called the MTHFR DNA, and the MTHFR DNA is around 40%. So that brings it from around 26% to 40%, because many people have the MTHFR DNA deficiency where they can't even absorb the folate. That brings it up to 40%. So now that changed that number from 850,200 to 1,308,000 people just in America that are prone to a depressive state, equaling depression due to just that one nutrient deficiency. 1 million, let me come to the screen. 1,308,000 people prone to feeling depressed in America, low energy, lack of motivation, lethargic, weakness, just from the one nutrient. I'm not going to have a class on all of the nutrients deficiencies. We'll be up well amongst 300 of them, way up over 300. Just the one that you're missing creates 1,308,000 from just the one deficiency, not the 300 of them. 1,308,000 people walking around depressed and having no idea, why do I feel like this? Come on, man. Things are sad in the world. How come I feel low, man? I feel lethargic today. I don't know, man. I don't feel like doing nothing, man. You ever heard of folate? No, I never heard of it. Man, I feel lethargic, man. I don't know. I'm not motivated today, man. Let's sit back down, man. Oh, man, my lady having problems. My bills are here. I gotta pay them. Oh, my God, I feel low, man. Just from that one. That's not even the serotonin. That's not the vitamin B. That's not the beta high. That's not any of that. That's just the one, creating over 1,300,000 people depressed. What happened if we went through overall 300 and plus of them? How many people in America would be suffering this low energy, depression, lack of sexual energy, food, appetite, loss, all these different things overlapping? A field day for the doctors. Swimming in it. Swimming in this. Let me prescribe this. When you got, you low energy, lethargic. Let me get some other symptoms of you, sir. Are you feeling your appetite is suppressed? Are you having are you having some mood swings too with that? A little bit of sleep problems going on? How'd you know? Here, let me prescribe them. And you're out there to CVS with a bag full of goodies. You got your bag full of goodies. You got them all. You got your Halloween bag of every goodie, and you go to the counter and you pop in this pill. When you pop that one, it says on the back side effects. Or you ever heard the guy on the back side effect? How fast he talks, like auction side effects. The side effects. And now you got to go back to the doctor for that. Swimming in it, having a field. This is heaven. Heaven. How many doctors would make a living if everybody was healthy? Let me call it this. Let me diagnose and create this word for this, and I'm gonna create this word for this. We're gonna make this word for this, and you got this, and you have that, and you have this, and this pill for that, and that injections for that. And you got this, and you got that. Having a field day, huh? Just off that one lack of nutrients. Welcome to the podcast, man. Huh? What happened? 1,308,000 people depressed just from one nutrient. And the other nutrient, lack of sexual energy, lack of motivation, all type of different things. That's just two of them. Sleep deficiency. And guess who feels the worst? Now here we go. Now we have the 1,308,000 people. The 1,308,000 people. Hold on one moment, everybody. One momentum. Hold on. One moment. We are back. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. So of the 1,308,000 people, this isn't just women, right? Let me say it. But Tehuti, postpartum depression is women. A lot of women have this low motivation, lack of energy, lethargic, sleep pattern behavior problems, loss of appetite, no motivation, all this. This is women that have this. But guess who feels the worst of this folate deficiency? Guess who feels the worst of this specific folate nutrient deficiency, which results in depression? Let's go to Michael Gibson, MD. Hey, Michael Gibson, MD. Can I borrow you a second? I need to talk. Talk to me, Michael Gibson. Here we go. Folate deficiency, epidemiology, and demographics. Michael Gibson, MD. Demographics. Here we go. Let's see what the folate deficiency is. Prevalence of folate deficiency is quite variable across the world. Patients of all ages groups may develop folate deficiency. However, primary age groups affected by folate deficiency. Let me shrink this down. However, here we go. Let's go to the however. However, deficiency include preschool children, pregnant women, huh? The folate deficiency that is amongst 1,300,000 people's depression, just that one. We're not even discussing the serotonin, the vitamin B, the other 300, just that one. Of the 1,300,000 people, mainly children and pregnant women is in there. It mainly affects pregnant women. So now, two people in the household, folate deficient, they're going through their low energy, lethargic. But the one it's affecting the most is the pregnant one. Hold on, I'm pregnant. I'm feeling more low energy than you. I'm feeling lack of energy. I'm feeling depressed. I'm feeling this more than you. I'm feeling this more than my brother. He's folate deficient too. I'm feeling this more. I got postpartum. Postpartum is here. I never heard of the folate. Hold on. Get me to the pod class. My doctor didn't tell me. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So boom. Boom. Here we go. What is it? What is a folate? What does it do, everybody? Here we go. There are 3,000 pregnancies affected by neural tube defects, NTD, causing the incomplete closing of the spine and skull. About 1,300 babies are born without a neural tube defect since folic and fortification. Many, but not all, neural tube defects could be prevalent if women took 400 micrograms of folic acid daily before and during early pregnancy. Folate deficiency complicates between 1 in 4 of pregnancies in the United States and affects approximately 1/3 of pregnancy worldwide. You know, there's 8 billion people, 7 billion people in the world. The lack of folate deficiency affects 1/3 of 7 billion. Calculate that number for me, please. Folate deficiency complicates between 1 and 4% of pregnancies in the United States and affects approximately 1/3 of pregnancies worldwide. Many epidemiologic studies indicate that higher intakes of folate, either from dietary sources or supplements, may lower the risk of colorectal, edema, and cancer. Look at all the rest of the things folate does. So not only is it affecting women more, pregnant women, but it's affecting pregnant women and affecting the babies. It's affecting adenoma, cancer, women more with the deficiencies of their babies. Also, including all the other things that folate deficiency attacks. Women get hit harder the worst. Pregnant women, by the way. Patients with previous history of child neural tube defects, and now you have to worry about your child having a tube defect. So what happens? What happens now? So now your child is born. Here comes the child born. You're already feeling low energy, low motivation, depressed, and now your child is born. Your child is born with complications. What is that going to do? That's going to compound the depression. You're already depressed throughout the pregnancy through your lack of these nutrients, and now the baby is born, and now there's complications due to the lack of nutrients, and now you're looking at the baby, and it's going to compound the sadness. Now you've already were sad, and now the baby's going through this, and now you're getting sadder and more compounded sadness. So of course the female going through double attacks, the folate deficiency, and going through these attacks, plus the child being born with different problems, is now sadder than her brother who has the deficiencies. She's sadder than him because of the pregnancy, the attack on the baby, and then the result of seeing the baby being born, and immediately has to go straight to doctor's help. And the brother's like, I just feel kind of low energy. The woman is feeling that, compounded the depression on top of all that. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Everybody just wants to know if the Egyptians are black. After you learn that, then you get this. Here we go. You ready? Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Now there are boom. Yes, pregnant mothers. Now there are much more foods and vitamins that I can go over that you are lacking that results in a depressive state long before and during the pregnancy. But I will stop here, being that the point that I am driving is that even with just 2 dietary deficiencies alone, that results in over 200 million people in America alone living in a daily depressed anxiety before any embryo enters the body. They're already in this depressed, deficient state before the embryo enters the body. When was the last time you had or seen 2 people? Let me ask the class a question. When was the last time you seen 2 people vehemently going back and forth for 20 minutes or more about how beautiful and smart each other is? When was the last time you saw a 20-minute argument or 10 minutes of someone complaining about something that they don't like? Which have you seen more? Which have you seen? Can you pull out your cell phone, or do you have on your Facebook or on your Instagram or any proof? Are there people around you that are vehemently going back and forth about how beautiful the other person is, complimenting them? Nah, man, you're better than me. You're way better than me. Let me tell you how better you are than me. You're greater. You're way better. No, man, I disagree. You're way cleaner. You're way clean. You're way better at cleaning the house than I could ever be. Nah, man, it's you. You're the cleanest one in this family. No, man. You put the food. You cook. You're the best cook. You're way better than me. No. You're way no. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. You're way better than me at cooking. What are you talking about, man? Let me fix you up, man. Let me adjust you, man. You're not right talking about that I'm the best cook. You kill me, man. You dress way. When have you seen that? Pull out your phone, bring it to the podcast. Pull out your phone, show me that. Now, when was the last time you've seen a 10-minute argument? A 20-minute argument? When have you seen that? When have you gone through the YouTube channels on the panel and see people arguing? How many debate channels do you know of? How many battle rap channels are there? How many sports channels are there? What are they based on? Two people in opposition. Huh? How many debate leagues are there where they're debating how good the other person is? I'm gonna prove you get points every time you say somebody's better than you. What's in the type that debate league in there? Huh? Type that debate league in there. Huh? The compliment debate league. In this corner we have he's gonna prove that such and such is way betterly articulated than him. He's gonna prove that this person is a way better mathematician than him. Where do we see that? Put the link in the room. So that doesn't exist. We don't see that. What do we see more? People arguing. What do we see on the news? Controversy. That's what attracts people. Destruction. You can have somebody that does 500 good things for the children. As soon as they do one bad thing, you kick the child in the stomach. That's what's on the news. None of the good things, because people like the controversy. So you don't see sports set up where each team is trying to help each other. I'm gonna help you score that ball. No, give me that ball. Give me that football, man. I got the listen, give me that basketball. I'm gonna slam dunk this for you. Let me show you how I'm gonna help. Give me that, man. Let me see that? I got 5 points for you. I bet I can get more points than that. Let me 3-point shot this. Watch how many 3 points I'm gonna get for your team. It's about going against each other. Who's better than the next? What you don't like, what you complain about. This is the mentality. That's why nobody can pull out their cell phone, go through Facebook, go through Instagram, and watch how many fight videos are there. Pull them up. How many arguments in there, breakups in there. Pull up Facebook now and just find me all the ones with natural compliments where they're screaming at each other. So why are we like that? That is a form of depression. Depression is not just sadness, but it's also when you're complaining about something. When you're in a negative frequency and you find something wrong. This is not going right in my life, man. Depression is, the bills are too high, man. I can't get out of this. There's nothing I can do. When you speak with a lot of don'ts, you don't say what you can do, what you do. You say, man, I don't like this, man. I'm not gonna lie. Your sentence of saying something good about somebody starts off with the word not. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, man. He's really good at basketball. I'm not gonna lie. Why? Do you always lie? What do you mean? Being honest, being honest, I'm gonna give it to you, man. You're really good at math, man. Being honest. Were your sentences before that unhonest? What do you mean being honest? What do you mean I ain't gonna lie? Who asked you to lie? Why can't you tell the truth without saying you're not gonna lie? You're starting it off with the negative. The lie has to be there first. Or you use the words like nah, man, I agree. Nah, man. Nah, he's way better. You're agreeing, but you're starting the sentence off with the word nah, which means no. This is the frequency of the depression matrix of complaining, fighting, disagreeing. That's the frequency. As opposed when you open the papyrus and the men are talking back and forth to each other, it's constant compliments. Critiques, compliments. Worship, Henu, like how you see us talk to each other on this panel on the podcast. Let's get back into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So here it is. So the majority of the society that you're in, including you, is in a state of sadness and depression, and that's why most of what you speak when you raise your voice is to complain. You not really have a conversation raising your voice to compliment, do you? Pull out your cell phone, put the link in the room. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Here it is. So here's most people in their relationships. Anger, disagreement. How many people do you know that have been married for 20 years as opposed to have had 20 girlfriends or 20 boyfriends? They've had 20 breakups We've had 20 breakups in 6 years. How many people do you know that are married in comparison to that number for 30 years getting along? Are there more marriages than divorces? Let's go, everybody. Here we go. So look, nobody. So now, here it is. Good. So, no, postpartum. There's a typo here. Now, was postpartum or its symptoms with women always an issue with indigenous cultures? Was this always an issue with indigenous cultures? When is the type of behavior first recorded as a factor with mothers? Let me take you to science.org, volume 386, number .6721. When is postpartum first recorded? What native culture is it first recorded in? Was it existing in native indigenous cultures, recorded by them before the invaders and the conquistadors? Let's see. Let's look. Let's look at the orders documented case. Here we go. From baby blues, they have a word for everything. Baby blues now. Terrible twos. Everything has a word now. Baby blues to depression. A historian probes changing attitudes towards maternal mental health in the United States. Right now, we're in Science, October 31, 2024, volume 386, issue 6721 on page 500. Here we go. Let's look at the history of it. From baby blues to depression, a historian probes changing attitudes towards maternal mental health in the United States. Okay, let's look at the history of this. What is the history of postpartum? Okay, here we go. There it is. Researchers often cite a 400 BC case of postpartum depression. 400 BC. Postpartum depression by Hippocrates as the first recorded instance of the condition. What happened? Hippocrates, who openly learned from the people of the Nile Valley. His Hippocratic oath is based on the Nitiru turned into the name of the Greek Olympians, who they say came from the 12 Nitiru. They openly say that. The very first recorded event of women acting with these symptoms after pregnancy is in Greece. Here we go, everybody. Let's screen share. Let's get back to it. Boom, boom, and boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. There's the first recorded, man. Greece, huh? Piece of the Greeks. Here we go. So boom, Hippocrates, boom. The first recording of women being depressed due to pregnancy and childbirth in Greek civilization. I will just leave that there for now. And I'm sure the class, whoever's been learning from me from quite some time now, can fill in the blanks of that not being a coincidence. Okay, let's continue, everybody. We'll leave the Greeks alone for now. Here we go. This is your first record of it, the Greek civilization. Let me ask the class, name some natural occurrences that only females go through. And I'm going to step away from the screen while you answer this, and I'm going to come right back. Name some natural occurrences that females go through pertaining to puberty and reproduction. And how long has this been happening in females in Earth history? So first, just name some natural, what are some natural occurrences that females go through that pertain to puberty and child reproduction? Let me click off the screen. I'm going to come back here. So just type in the room. I'm going to step off for just a moment. Type in the room. What are some natural occurrences that take place amongst women that deal with what's unique to them when it's time for puberty and when it comes to reproduction and childbirth? Reproduction. What's the unique thing amongst them that's a little different from men? I'm going to put the screen share back on, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me check the room. So what are the unique... So what are some natural occurrences that females go through pertaining to their puberty and their reproduction? We go to the chat and see. Ovulation, there we go. Ovulation, of course. Period cycle, menstrual, breast milk. That's right, men don't do that. Menstrual cycle, ovulating. Pretty much everybody has the same answer. Everybody's correct. The women know firsthand, right? Harass, you remember when puberty hit? What's this? So what's this? So here it is. Okay. So we got breast growth. Oh yeah, breast growth. Your breast growth. That's right. These are the things that take place naturally amongst women to prepare them for their reproduction, their breast growth. None of these things happen to men. Men's breasts don't grow during their puberty. Men don't go through ovulation. Nothing that's preparing them for the childbirth. And then of course, 9 months of pregnancy. The pregnancy. I threw in their reproduction too. So pregnancy, how long are women usually pregnant for? What is the usual pregnancy of women? Cramps, there we go. Cramps. What's the usual time? What's the time of pregnancy for women? Usually, the normal time. I'll let you all type that in the room. Let me get back to the class. 9 months. Hey, that's your never. Hey. Nefer Netter Nature J. Never Nether Nature J. 10 months. Technically, it is 10 months, isn't it, Harass, right? It's 9 months on the common, but it is technically 40 weeks. So 40 weeks will give you about 10 months. So those are the two numbers. Technically, specifically, to most. All right, got it? 9 months, 10 months, 40 weeks. Okay, good. Boom, everybody ready? Do those numbers ever increase? Here we go. Yeah, by the last period, that's right. I'm counting by the last period. If you count it by the... That's right. When are you pregnant? From the week of the last period or the one after? So, yeah. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. And boom. So, let me ask the class, name some natural occurrences. Let me ask the class, name some natural occurrences that only females go through pertaining to puberty and reproduction and the time of duration. How long has this been happening with females on Earth in history? Ever since recorded history. Is that correct? Ever since recorded history. Do we ever recorded history or there was a time where women went through 12 months of pregnancy? Was there ever an era in the 1800s or in the 1000 BCs or in the 1940s or in the 1300s where women went through 17 months of pregnancy? Did it ever start to increase? No, we got it. 40 weeks or 9 months. Here we go. Boom. Ready, everybody? Now you're going to use your common sense and understand the Psyops. You're going to understand the Psyops because the question Gabriela asked is postpartum depression, is it a Psyops? In other words, is it not normal? Here we go. Yes, menstruation cycle and pregnancy. Ding, ding, ding. Everybody in the room got it right. And their duration is usually for menstruation, how long, ladies? 4 to 7 days, right? And pregnancy, about 9 months. So about 4 to 7 days is the average months. And these have been recorded since the foundation of history and found through biology and anthropology at the beginning of history. So it's always been that. This number has never increased. Let's take it down a little bit. this number of menstruation or childbirth has not increased over a period of time. Okay? So in other words, there's never a recorded time where women across the planet were going through all women were going through only 3 days. Then after another 100 years, it became 4 days. Then after another period, another 10 years, then it became 5 days. Then it became 6 days. Then it became 7 days. Because at that rate, where would we be? Right? It couldn't have been increasing naturally, because women have been having babies as Homo sapiens for about 350,000 years. So if it was increasing every few years, how long would menstruation be now? We'll be menstruating for what, about 5 years apiece? So obviously, the 4 to 7 days has been going on for long periods of time. The 9 months pregnancy, if it was increasing, then there'd be a period of time where women are pregnant for like 8 years. So obviously it's not increasing, because women have been having babies as Homo sapiens for over 350,000 years. And all throughout recorded history, it's been 40 weeks, 9 months. Women were not having babies at 2 months. Here we go. We'll keep that in mind, okay? Because that's natural. That's what happens natural. What happens in women's anatomy is a natural occurrence. There we go. So boom. Thus, let me establish something for your mind. If postpartum depression is also a normal part, let me shrink it down. Just like menstruation, just like pregnancy, let me establish something for your mind. If postpartum depression is also a normal part of pregnancy, natural, that has been happening with Homo sapiens since the beginning of history, then one, it was always recorded in history amongst women, and the duration or the amount of women experiencing it, that should never increase. Because if the increasing ratio of postpartum depression has always existed as a natural occurrence, this would mean that for the past 185,000 years, if you take that Homo sapien, has been around, there would be no one left for it to increase to, because every single woman on the planet would be experiencing it. If the numbers of women experiencing have gone up in the past thousands of years, so if postpartum depression, let's say, was a natural part of women's history, and women have been having babies as Homo sapiens, if you go to Morocco, 350,000 years, Ethiopia, about 185,000 years as the Homo sapien type species. If postpartum depression was increasing by percentage, let's say 185,000 years ago, only 10% went through it. Then after another 10 years, 15%. After another 100 years, 30%. That's 185,000 years ago. If postpartum depression was a natural thing and was increasing by time, postpartum depression, there would not be Minty saying, I didn't go through it. There wouldn't be My Lady saying, I never went through it. There wouldn't be a percentage of 12.7. It would be every single woman on the planet, because there'd be no women left for it to increase to. If it's been increasing for 185,000 years, if this is a natural occurrence and it's natural for it to increase, then there'd be no women left on the planet that says they don't get it. Everybody would get it. There's no woman on the planet that's pregnant and doesn't have any kind of stomach for 10 months, that the baby stays one size. What's been happening with women has been happening since they've been having babies. Women get pregnant 40 weeks. It doesn't go next year, it's going to be 42 weeks is the norm. In 2030, it's going to be 82 weeks. No, it's 40 weeks. It doesn't increase, because then women would be pregnant and menstruating for years and years and years. So postpartum, being that it is supposed to be a natural occurrence, it should have always been recorded in history, which it was not, because only recorded by the Greeks. With all the medical papyruses that came thousands of years before the Greeks in multiple cultures, the Greeks are the first to say this is happening with us. And the incretion of it should have been taking place since its conception. If it's natural for it to increase, something has to be unnatural about this process. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Boom. Ready? Here we go. Boom. I'm going to go up one and scroll down. All right, so first, here it is. Boom. Ready? Woo. So what if postpartum depression was really a part of depression, and it is not set to take place after your pregnancy? What if I were to tell you that it started to take place in some cases over 15 years before you even copulated with any man to become pregnant? This is a result of psychological, neurotic, post hoc fallacy, creating psychological eventually resulting in the anatomical reverse reasoning, which is being controlled by an outside force. And of course, in order to get into that, everybody, what is it time for? So again, what if I told you that postpartum depression was really, there's a typo, was really prepartum depression? Not postpartum depression, it's really prepartum depression, and it did not start to take place postpartum. What if I were to tell you that it started to take place in some cases over 15 years before you even copulated with a man to become pregnant? And then this is a result of psychological, neurotic, post hoc fallacy, creating psychological eventually resulting in anatomical results, which are based on reverse reasoning, which is being controlled by an outside force, Psyops. And of course, in order to get into that stage, what is the time for, everybody? To get into all that, what is the time for? Let's go. Angela Gates says, let's go. Let's go. So what if this was taking place years before you even copulated? And what was this based on? Psychological post hoc fallacy, creating an anatomical result based on reverse reasoning. What does that even mean, Tehuti? What do you mean psychological reverse hoc fallacy resulting in reverse reasoning, which results in an anatomical result? What are you talking about? Well, to get into that, what is the time for? It's time for Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Here we go. So again, these symptoms of postpartum depression always existed amongst the original people before the Matrix. So again, did these symptoms of postpartum depression always exist amongst the indigenous peoples before the Matrix? I want you to make note that I've taught you that there have been over 30,000 tablets, cylinder seals of records of history, maternal births, medical documents of people of Kiingi and the Sagiga who have been mislabeled as Sumerians going back over 5,000 years. And not one record, diagnosis of any of the millions of females that have given birth or been pregnant going through what is described today as postpartum depression. In 30,000 tablets in over 6,000 to 7,000 years of history. What was the Ashurbanipal Library, British Museum? Over 30,000 clay tablets covered in cuneiform writing were found in the ruins of Nineveh, Iraq, the capital of the Syrian king Ashurbanipal, 668 to 631 BC. and not one record, and they have medical documents for thousands of years. All of that combined with the Kemetic papyruses and other indigenous historical scrolls, not even including the history on the stone stela and stone walls, was guess how much? 400,000 400,000 papyruses over a period of 5,000 years, writings and medical papyruses. And how many of the millions of females that gave birth describe with the symptoms of postpartum concerns? The answer is 0. So when you add up the papyrus, the tablets, the stela, all the medical records, over 400,000 documents from the Kiengi people that is being called the Sumerians, with all their medical papyruses, and Kemet with all their hundreds of thousands of papyruses and stela and stone wall writings and medical papyruses. That's millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of women giving birth, having babies. They have tampons recorded. They have all type of disease recorded, brain surgery, and not one mention of a woman behaving differently because she had a baby. But Hippocrates comes in 400 BC. Hold on. Hey, Greeks. Here comes the Greeks now. We got one. We got one. After 7,000 years of history, we got one. And it's in the Greek civilization. They're the first to record this depression, antisocial, down feeling of negativity that associates women with childbirth. I won't get into that entire class on that. We'll go to my previous pod classes and find the history of Greeks and their relationship to women and their treatment of women and their view on childbirth and homosexuality, and we'll just leave right there. Here we go, everybody. So after 7,000 years and 400,000 papyruses, the very first document of postpartum depression syndrome comes in Greece. The ones who learned from all the past people. Here we go, everybody. It's a natural thing. It ain't natural. Again, we didn't know anything about it for 7,000 years, but it's natural, man. It's not supposed. This is a serious topic you're talking about. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. 0 after 400,000 papyruses. And here's the Library of Alexandria, Center of Learning in the Ancient World. I'm not going to read the whole document, but here it is. Library possessed over 400,000 mixed scrolls, multiple works, plus, I didn't add them all up. I stopped at the 400,000. Possessed over 400,000 mixed scrolls, plus mixed scrolls with multiple works, plus another 90,000 single scrolls, and then held over 40,000 books. Sections listed some 120,000 scrolls. And of all these scrolls and cultures they collected, which was mainly what they call Nineveh, the Babylonians and Sumeria and Kemet with their documents, the only time we heard of postpartum is with the Greek culture. Okay. Here we go. But yet, 464,974 women in America in just 1 year. Remember, this number is just in 1 year. This isn't the accumulation of how many have had it in history. In this 1 year are reported having postpartum depression, anxiety. In just 1 year, 500,000. We have 500,000 women recorded in 1 year. We have 7,000 years of history with over 500,000 papyruses, stelae, and written walls, records, and medical documents, and not one record of it, but in 1 year in America, almost 500,000. It's natural. Naturally natural. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Postpartum depression is a natural part of women having a baby. That's what the Greeks said it did. The Greeks said it was. Here it is, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Now we brighten up the font like harass likes. And remember, things that pertain to the natural childbearing cycle of motherhood anatomically and biologically for the past 185,000 years of maternity, those numbers do not go up in numbers. If it is a natural worldwide occurrence, the length of menstrual days do not go up for women. Pregnancy gestation periods of 9 months or 40 weeks do not escalate over the years to women being pregnant for 15 months. And now by next year, 17 months. So I've shown you that there is not one record in any ancient history or medical papyrus of any female suffering from quote-unquote postpartum depression. So it went from 0 people recorded to 464,974 women in just 1 year. Oh man, you know what's that phrase they say? A primordial? What do they say on the internet? I gotta get used to the internet terms. That escalated quickly. Yo, he went from 1 to 100, man. That escalated kind of quickly, from 0 to 500,000, from 0 in 7,000 years to 500,000 in 1 year. That escalated quickly. That's natural. The natural part of your motherhood. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here, this is for you, Gabriela. Here we go. This is what happens when you send in 4 questions. Here we go. Boom. Let's break this matrix, everybody. Let's go. So what is going on here? What is going on here? The matrix Psyops controlled diets for sheeple. Let me get this all in. What is really going on here? The matrix controlled diets for the sheeple, lack of spiritual discipline, compounded with post hoc fallacy, none of which were imposed upon mothers in our natural Ma'at culture. Thus, there's no record of postpartum depression in Ma'at or in the ancient cultures. So what is post hoc fallacy? And can it become anatomical? This works through what is called anticipation fear. Anticipation fear is when one sees something happening as an end result through mental false equivocation and post hoc fallacy. Example, one thinks that because an event B follows another event, which is A, event A must have been caused by event B. That is a neurological, that's a false correlation. So that's neural false correlation, false causation manifestation. Let me ask the class, what have you been taught could happen to your hair as a result of depression and being stressed out? Let me ask the class, what happens to a lot of people's hair in a state of depression or over anxiety? What happens to their hair? I'm going to come off the screen for a second and then check the chat. So again, for people watching, whether you're new, whether you're old, whether you're a student of mine, just a viewer, feel free to type in the chat. We're not going to chastise you. There's no negativity here. We just want to know, and what you've seen, maybe experienced or heard of or read in the book, what is associated, what happens to people's hair when they're in an over depressed or stressed out state. I'll be right back. Guess who's back? Here we go. What is it? I'm going to check the chat right now. So what happens, again, for those who just tuned in, we're interacting now. It's a question, simple question. What have you seen happen to people's hair when they're in a stressed out or overly depressed state or high anxiety? What happens to their hair? Okay. Hush Nation puts hair loss. Okay, there we go. Oh, good. Lost, falls out, falls out. Yep, falls out, turns gray, falls out, turns gray. Hair loss. Okay. Heard it turns gray. Falling out. Okay. So the vote goes to, yes, all those things are possible. There's no right or wrong answer. Nobody was actually wrong. But the majority of answers is hair loss. You start losing your hair in an overly depressed state, high anxiety state is associated with hair loss. So when you see somebody losing hair, the first instinct is, what's wrong? What's happening? What's wrong? What's happening? And if they tell you, I ate a donut, you say, huh? If they tell you, oh, I brushed my teeth, you say, huh? But if they tell you, man, I've been stressed, man, you'd be like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. The answer of being stressed out is normal. Somebody tell you, I'm losing my hair because my dog barked. You say, huh? So we know that hair loss automatically is associated in the brain with depression as a result. That's event B, which is about to be in reality event A. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Oh man, what did I do for you, Gabrielle? I don't know. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. All right. So what is post hoc fallacy, and can it become anatomical through reverse reasoning? This works through what is called anticipation fear. Anticipation fear is when one sees something happening as an end result through mental false equivocation. And post hoc fallacy, one thinks that because an event B follows another event A must have been caused by event B, which causes a neural false correlation, causing false causation manifestation. Let's go. Everybody ready? Have you heard of all that, Gabriela? So here it is. Several articles about it, of course. Thousands of articles. How to stop hair loss due to stress. Stress and hair loss. Hair loss, anxiety, stress, and depression are associated. So yes, we all agreed that hair loss, or most of us agreed that hair loss is usually a result of event A, which is depression or stress. Then the matrix storms your mind with something called postpartum depression as something that is normal for pregnant women, and mothers then, they see hair loss, and immediately through reverse reasoning and the illogical fallacy of post hoc fallacy compounded with links and associations, automatically assumes that you are depressed because you see yourself losing hair, which in turn actually causes the depression. So, with your mind being bombarded with postpartum depression, stress, anxiety equals hair loss. The new mother sees the hair loss, and immediately through reverse reasoning and the illogical fallacy, or the logical fallacy of post hoc fallacy compounded with links and associations, neurological links and associations, automatically assumes that you are depressed because you see yourself losing hair, which in turn actually causes more depression because you're losing hair, which makes you depressed. And you think you are depressed because you're losing hair, and it's an everlasting cycle. I got postpartum depression. That's the answer to everything. You know what I'm talking about? I got it. You losing hair, girl? Me too, I'm depressed. Postpartum depression? Give me those drugs. Here we go. What most people, especially new pregnant mothers, are unaware of is that hair loss post-pregnancy is actually a natural occurrence. anatomically as a hormonal result of pregnancy and has nothing to do with stress. It has nothing to do with depression. But it is directly associated with post-pregnancy. So a lot of pregnant women, after pregnancy, start to lose their hair. They see their hair loss, and through post hoc fallacy and links in association and reverse reasoning, they psychologically reverse reason it backwards, that they're losing their hair because they must be depressed, when actually hair loss is a natural anatomical hormonal result of post-pregnancy, and it has nothing to do with stress whatsoever. Let me take you to the medical news today. Here we are in medical news today. How does pregnancy affect a person's hair? During pregnancy, a person may notice that their hair becomes thicker and they may experience additional hair growth. After pregnancy, hair loss may occur due to changes in hormone levels. Hair should return to its previous condition after some time. So they start balding, losing hair. So why is the hair loss taking place? That some will attribute to depression, but in actuality has nothing to do with depression or stress. The answer: a lot of estrogen that pregnant mothers are producing that causes the hair thickness and hair growth is produced by the placenta. And at birth, of course, she loses the placenta. And thus there's a major drop in estrogen levels. A major drop in estrogen levels because of the placenta loss. Placental hormones, estrogen, progesterone. This is what's being produced by the placenta. It produces the estrogen. It augments the estrogen. It augments your natural estrogen. And then when you lose it, there's a big drop. A big drop. What kind of drop, Tehuti? What do you mean? There it is. Guess how much more estrogen your body becomes used to during pregnancy in order for your breast to grow, like Haras said, in order for your pelvic ligaments to relax, in order for the enlargement of your uterus. How much more percentage of estrogen do you get from the placenta? Estrogen from the placenta. The placental estrogen levels are 30 times higher than normal E production. 30 times higher. Not synthesized de novo, it is converted from andronic steroids from the mother and fetus adrenal glands. Functions of E, estrogen during pregnancy, include what? This is what happens: enlargement of the uterus, which has to happen for the childbirth. Number one, enlargement of the uterus, which has to happen for the childbirth. Number two, growth of the breast, which has to happen for lactate incretion. Number three, enlargement of female external genitalia. All of these things are happening naturally. Relaxes the pelvic ligaments for the childbirth. So the estrogen levels that the estrogen levels that the placenta produces are 30 times higher than natural. 30 times higher than natural. And thus the unaware mother, who psychologically through doctors, television, commercials, etc., bombarding her psyche. So, and thus the unaware mother who is psychologically through doctors, television, commercials, etc., bombarding her psyche with the hypnotic term postpartum depression. Postpartum depression. Postpartum depression. You're going to be depressed when you have a baby. You're going to be depressed when you're pregnant. You're going to be depressed. It's natural. You have to be depressed. She thinks hair loss is a symptom of stress and depression, and she actually creates an internal anxiety through the post hoc fallacy. And why is this? Because prior to her becoming pregnant, most people, due to their diet and surroundings, are already suffering from depression, anxiety, complications. Let me take you to Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School Center for Women's Mental Health. Let me repeat that. Let me take you to Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School Center for Women's Mental Health. Here we go. What do you got to say, Harvard? What do you got to say? Talk to us. Here we are. We're in Harvard Medical School. Is it postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety? What is the difference? September 30th, 2015. Postpartum depression. Whoops. Postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety. Postpartum depression first gained medical attention in the 1970s. Now, I should have gained medical attention in the 2000 BCs. But anyways, postpartum depression first gained medical attention in the 1970s. Like depression, which occurs at other times in a woman's life, researchers observe that postpartum depression is characterized by feelings of sadness. So like regular depression, remember Gabriela said, is there a difference between postpartum depression and regular depression? So just like regular depression, the symptoms are what? The symptoms are categorized by feeling of sadness, irritability, fearfulness, appetite changes, sleep disturbances, all the things we covered from diet. But we have learned that over time, that many women with what we typically call postpartum depression also have significant anxiety symptoms. They already have these things. They also have the significant anxiety symptoms, and they have the postpartum depression, and they're overlapping, but they already had the anxiety symptoms before they were even pregnant. They already had these symptoms, because it doesn't take you to become pregnant to create these symptoms, which I've clearly showed you. So boom, they also have anxiety, which is anxious, nervousness, of fear of something that has not happened. Yet thus the mind, in an already state of anxiety, is ever ready to take something like hair loss, and through fear, the mind goes into the default safety answer, and that is, I'm stressed out, I'm depressed, I must have postpartum depression. And let me ask the classic question. Who balds first and more, men or women? Let me interact with you again. Who balds more and first, men or women? Anybody with fathers over 50? Anybody seen their grandfather compared to their grandmother? Anybody themselves? Who balds first and more, men or women? Do you see more bald women walking around or bald men? Who balds first, men or women? Type it in the room. Everybody already knows men, 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 men. Absolutely, of course, men bald first, and men bald more. Not only do they bald first, but they bald more. Ready, everybody? Boom, 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 and boom. Here we go. So who balds first, men or women? And the answer obviously is, does anyone know who this is? Who's this, everybody? Who's this? Who's really happy? Anybody know who this is? Can you tell me who this is? Who is this? Who is this? This super happy person right here. Anybody know? Type it in the room who you know who this is. Who's this happy guy right here with all this curly hair? Who is this? Anybody help me out here? Who is this? Type it in the room. Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? I don't remember that guy. Anybody remember anybody looking like that in any movie? Who is that guy? There we go. I just added something funny in there, but here. Anyone know who this is? Yeah, you know who this is. Who is this guy? This guy looks nothing like this, though. Who's this? Here's who we know. Huh? How many women in Fast and Furious look like this? So, of course, we all know that men bald first and men bald more. There's no bald women in Fast and Furious. Anytime you see a TV, what's the Jeffersons? The Jeffersons, Florence had a full head. So we know men bald and usually start balding in the receding hairline or in the middle of their head first. So men bald first is the point. So anatomically, genetically, DNA-wise, men bald first. Okay? Isn't that right, Vin Diesel? Huh? Yes, men. Naturally, more than women. But what if I told you that the only time women can reverse that anatomical fact and bald more than men is with their mind? The only time they can reverse that and actually bald faster and more than men is with their mind. They can reverse this, but it's mental. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Whoop. Yes, as one consciously thinketh, one is. This is called neurological bidirection correlation. Yes, what we're calling mind over matter. This is neurological bidirection correlation. In this case, the matter is your physical health resulting from a thought. Tehuti, are you telling us that this depression, let me shrink it down a little. Tehuti, are you telling us? Tehuti, are you telling us that this depression and physical hair loss is something that can start with estrogen levels lowering in mothers, but even as it does, the expectation of depression normality can mentally cause the hair loss, which results in the depression. And females who are higher empathically, emotionally due to oxytocin, which is heavily produced during breastfeeding, pregnancy, females in general are higher prone to depression, hair loss than men, even though men naturally bald first and more. This is a typo. Oh, sorry, no, this is not a typo. And pure disciplined thoughts, conversations, and change of lifestyle can heal this. Tehuti, is this pseudo? What do you mean women bald more? No, men bald more, but the only time women can change that anatomical fact and actually bald more is with the mind and the anatomical aspects of oxytocin produced during breastfeeding, which happens when you're pregnant. But pure disciplined thoughts and conversations and change of lifestyle can heal this? Is that pseudo, Tehuti? That sounds pseudo. Let me take you to a medically reviewed article by Nicole Washington from Medical News Today, November 24th, 2022. So again, as one thinketh, one is, and this is called neurological bidirectional correlation. Yes, mind over matter. In this case, the quote-unquote matter is your physical health resulting from a thought. Tehuti, are you telling us that this depression and physical hair loss is something that can start with estrogen levels lowering in the mother, but even when it does, the expectation of depression and exception of depression, normality, can mentally cause the continuation of the hair loss, which results in depression, and females who are higher empathically emotional due to oxytocin, which is heavily produced during breastfeeding, which of course happens during pregnancy, or females in general are higher prone to depression hair loss than men, even though men naturally bald first. So in other words, if men and women are depressed, women naturally lose hair faster than men, even though both of them are depressed due to the oxytocin produced during breastfeeding. What thoughts of, and Tehuti, are you saying that thoughts and conversations, and disciplined thoughts, just thoughts and conversations and change of lifestyle can heal this? That sounds pseudo, Tehuti. Let me take you to a medically reviewed article by Nicole Washington from the Medical News today, November 24th, 2022. Talk to us, Nicole. Uh-oh, what do you got to say, Nicole? Talk. Here we go. Hair loss and depression. Explaining the link. What's the link, Nicole? The link exists between hair loss and depression. People with hair loss have higher risk of depression and vice versa. This means that the link is bidirectional. It goes both ways. Aside from depression, hair loss may be produced by other psychological symptoms. Although both males and females have symptoms, some evidence suggests that females may experience them more often. What's the treatment for this? Treatment may invoke talk therapy, medications, and a lifestyle change. Talk therapy can change this, and lifestyle changes. And women will suffer from it more. Boom. Bidirectional depression, which means one causes the other and the other causes the other one. Bidirectional depression can cause hair loss, and the site of hair loss can psychologically cause the depression. Thanks, Nicole, for clearing that up for us. So this is bidirectional depression as the MD states. Okay, here we go. And that talk therapy and a lifestyle change can heal this. And of course, she has to say medications because she's a doctor. And guess what else causes anxiety and depression and has you in this state before you even become pregnant? Let me take you to the National Library of Medicine Environ Health Prospect, September 9th, 2008. Hey, Gabriela. Here we go. Boom. What's happening here? Here we are. What else caused depression? Depression and pesticide exposure. Uh-oh, what? Depression and pesticide exposure amongst private pesticide applicators enrolled in agricultural health study. Depression and pesticide. There we go. Background. What's the back? Why is it going way over here? Hold on. Background. We have evaluated relationships between diagnosed depression and pesticide exposure using information from private pesticide applicators enrolled in agricultural health study between 1993 and 1997 in Iowa and North Carolina. There were 534 cases who self-reported a physician-diagnosed expression and 17,051 controls who reported never having been diagnosed with depression and did not feel depression more than once a week in the past year. Lifetime pesticide exposure was categorized in 3 mutually exclusive groups: 226 days, the referred group; intermediate, 226 to 752 days, and the high group, over 752 days. 2 additional measures represented acute high-intensity pesticide exposure and unusually high pesticide exposure event, HPEE, and physician-diagnosed pesticides poisoning. Logistics regression analysis were performed relating pesticide exposure to depression. Recent reviews have noted neurological sequelae of pesticide exposure amongst farmers. It gives the dates, and the past decade, strong associations have been reported between high-level occupational exposure to pesticides and increased risk of depression. In an Egyptian population, the frequency of depressive neurosis was significantly higher in male pesticide formulators with at least 15 years of pesticide exposure compared with matched controls. Boom. Pesticide in the air we breathe, surrounding you, can cause depression. And why am I telling you this? And how does it relate to the supposed postpartum depression? We see that glyphosate causes depression. So glyphosate is one of the things here reported in the pesticide that caused the depression. So we see that glyphosate caused depression. But who specifically is it aimed at again? Who specifically should be concerned? Well, let me take you to How Open Science, which sources studies from the Journal of Neuroendocrinology, 2019, 31, 9, pp.e 12731. So we see that glyphosate, which is in this pesticide, caused depression. Now, who does this attack or focus on the most? Let's go, everybody. Let's watch. What is going on here? Hold on. Oh, he's doing that. Okay, here we go. Glyphosate and herbicide exposure during the peripartum period affects the maternal brain. Maternal is mother, by the way. We're going to find out what peripartum means. Peripartum period affects maternal brain, plasticity, maternal behavior, and microbiome. Here we go. Glyphosate and herbicide exposure during the peripartum period affects the mother's brain. Microbiota by chemical exposure, including antibiotic diet, pre-probiotics, is known to be associated to significant alterations of the organism's physiology, including effect in the brain, neurodevelopment, and neuroplasticity. Recent and few studies show that GBH exposure can affect gut microbiota and process known as dysbiosis, and such an alteration could result in mental health disorders, including anxiety and depression. On who? The mother's brain during the peripartum period. I wonder if the peripartum period has anything to do with pregnancy. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Mothers. The glyphosate and the herbicide affects the brain and behavior and maternal mothers during peripartum. Wow, Tehuti, are you factually showing us that what is taken what is taken in preceding or before pregnancy is actually what is affecting the mother's brain, resulting in depression? Postpartum, which is after, but postpartum, which is after. But wait, it says peripartum. What is that, Tehuti? What's peripartum? Oh, guess what that means? Let me take you to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, medical section. What is peripartum? Because postpartum is actually after the pregnancy. What is peripartum? Peripartum, occurring in or being in the period preceding or following. Preceding, that means before. So we're not in postpartum anymore. Peripartum is the period preceding or following childbirth. Post is after. Peripartum, preceding or following the childbirth. So preceding, here we go. Boom, preceding or following childbirth. Now, where is this depression? Where is this glyphosate? What if you say, well, I don't live around farms. I don't live around, they don't have any farms around where I live. I'm fine, Tuti. I don't live around the farms. I don't have to worry about this glyphosate. Now, where is this where is the depression causing glyphosate found? Where do we find it? Just on the farms? Where else do we find it? Uh-oh, boom. Here it is. Here it is. Here's your glyphosate. Boom, it's in your cereal. ladies. It's in your cereal. You may be saying, no way. No way, Tehuti. I never heard of this in my cereal. And that is because most of the sugar food that you have been giving your reciprocity to, you never pay attention to the back label. Let me ask everybody in class, what is your definition of a nutrition? This is very important. What's a nutrition, everybody? What is a nutrition? When you see a nutrition in the food, what is a nutrition? What is that? Go ahead and type it in the room. I'll give you a moment. Let me drink some water. What is a nutrition? When they say nutrition facts, type it in the room. What is a nutrition? When they say you should have better nutrition for better health, what is this thing called nutrition? Like, is cyanide a nutrition? Is gasoline a nutrition? What's nutrition? What is it? Healthy, balanced diet. Nutrition, health benefits. Yay, there we go. The health benefit. When you look at your nutrition facts, it's to help you. Somebody put illness protection. That's right. Protection, benefits, healthy. See all those healthy. See all those words are good words. So nutrition. Somebody put ingredients. Let me break the matrix real quick for you. Look on the back of your item again, my good brother Robert William, and you'll see a section for ingredients, and beside it is nutrition, separated. So don't be fooled that nutrition is the ingredients, because when you flip over your package, there's a section that has ingredients. Beside it, it says nutrition facts, such and such percent of fat, such and such percent of calories, which are not the ingredients of something, because there's no ingredients to trout, is there? What are the ingredients of trout? Trout doesn't have ingredients section, does it, Robert? It doesn't have ingredients, but it has nutrition facts. Something manufactured has ingredients. It means what they put together to make this thing. Those are ingredients. Then beside is nutrition facts. But you can have nutrition facts without having ingredients, such as trout caught fresh out of the water. It doesn't say ingredients. So nutrition, you're right, are health benefits, illness protection, things that are beneficial to you. So nutrition facts shouldn't be cyanide. Nutrition is something helping you, right? Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. So nutrition, you all answered it right. Nutrition are, somebody put illness protection, health benefits, something else positive that was there. Health benefits, a balanced diet. It's all positive things, right? Yeah, let me scroll back up. Illness protection, health benefits. Okay. And there was something else positive written, but it's all some things that help your diet, nutrition. Okay? So you never see into the nutrition section cyanide. Nutrition, poison. Is poison in the nutrition facts? Let me show you the matrix that they perform on you. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Give me the definition of nutrition. Everybody's right. Oh my. Let me show you. Here we go, everybody. Hold on. Let me show you just how the matrix has put things in front of you in plain sight, hidden in plain sight. But let me show you how evil the matrix is. Guess what the poison is in postpartum depression, anxiety causing, pesticide sourced as. Guess what it's sourced as? In Honey Nut Cheerios, it's under the nutrition fact, glyphosate. Remember to get glyphosate in there. That's in the nutrition fact. Glyphosate. Glyphosate. It's in your nutrition fact. Huh? Nutrition. Welcome to the matrix that you are in. That's one of your nutritions, right? Get in a healthy daily dose of glyphosate. Now, this is 0.86 ppm glyphosate. What other sugary foods is glyphosate found in? And guess what the amounts are? Are you ready, everybody? Let's find some more glyphosate nutrition. Glyphosate nutrition. Huh? Let's check out your nutrition. Here it is. Hey, Nature Valley Crunchy. I'm craving some sweet. I'm pregnant. I'm craving some granola bars, some chocolate bars, and some Cheerios. I got pregnancy cravings. Here we go. You know what? There are too many to show individual pictures of. I will just give you a list directly from the EWG Environmental Working Group. And by the way, well, first, the health safety. Let me give the health safety benchmark for glyphosate for an adult, as in a pregnant mother, is 160 ppb. That's the benchmark, 160. Right, everybody? Let me show you the list of your glyphosate. Here we go. Guess 160. That's a safety benchmark. Guess what the ppb number is of glyphosate is for the foods I will list or have just listed, and other foods. Right, everybody? 160 is the safety amount. That's the safety benchmark. Here we go. For an adult, as in a pregnant woman, we've seen that glyphosate affects pregnant women more. Here we go, everybody. Ooh, banana walnut granola bars. Sample 1, sample 2, sample 3. 340 ppb, 340. Here we go. Back to nature granola. Spoonful cereal. What's it? 300 Cheerios toasted. 490. Instant oatmeal, Lucky Charms. You know, I want to eat. I have a craving. I want to eat some. Please give me some Lucky Charms. I want to give my kids a Lucky Charms. 400 granola bars, oats and honey. 340 chocolate chip bars, granola chocolate chip. I got the cravings. I'm pregnant. I want my sweet bar. 120 Quaker Dinosaur eggs. Brown sugar, instant oatmeal. 620, 780. Quaker old-fashioned oats, man. 1,100. And we can keep going on. There's way more than this. I just put this one from the EWG. Huh? Hello, pregnant ladies. Boom. And this is not even the full list. The foods that have the depressant causing chemical glyphosate, every single one of them is over 160 ppb. Every single one of the foods that have the glyphosate is over 160. That's on the list. And remember, this is a class. Remember the deficiency of the source of serotonin. Remember that, everybody? With vitamin B12, it results not only in depression, but lack of memory. Remember we discussed that in the beginning? The lack of memory. Remember? And I'll show you what we showed you in the beginning. This is coming all the way over here. Here it is. What is serotonin? Neurotransmitter. What is it influencing? Learning, memory, and happiness. Memory. Lack of vitamin B and serotonin results in lack of memory. Oh, guess what other neural dilemma that supposedly results as a normal postpartum trait, at least postpartum depression is. What else is postpartum depression supposedly cause? Uh-oh, what's this? Science of mind. How long does postpartum memory loss last? Did you know between 50 and 80% of postpartum patients experience mom brain? They got a name for everything. Mom brain. What's the meta word for mom brain? Mom brain, a temporary condition often categorized by memory loss and cognitive challenges. If you're a new mother experiencing postpartum memory problems, you're not alone. This phenomenon, also known as momnesia, we got a name for everything, affects a significant number of women after childbirth. So if we start experiencing memory loss during and after childbirth, don't worry. It's not the glyphosate, it's not the serotonin deficiency, it's not the vitamin B. No, it's postpartum. Even though the glyphosate, the serotonin deficiency, the vitamin B deficiency also causes memory loss. But don't worry, it's none of those things, not your diet, none of that. It's the normal, natural postpartum. It's supposed to happen naturally. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Here we go. We usually don't hear of chemical neural deficiency, memory loss in adults until we hear what's called Alzheimer's. Oh, did I tell you that the EWG is doing a survey poll on glyphosate and banning it? This is one of the survey questions is. What's one of the survey questions? Survey question, EWG, should the U.S. ban glyphosate, a widely used herbicide linked to cancer and now conditions associated with Alzheimer's? Huh? What happened? It's your postpartum, girl. It's the natural part. We all gonna go through it. You losing memory? Huh? Stressed out? It's postpartum, girl. Don't worry about it. Getting Alzheimer's? Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm getting Alzheimer's at an age that is above my menopause has been done, girl. My menopause. I'm getting Alzheimer's. I'm not pregnant now. How come my memory is being lost now? What happened? That's how it was postpartum. And by that time, it's too late. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Banning glyphosate because of its association with Alzheimer's. Boom. Glyphosate linked to conditions of memory loss. Let's close it out. Hey, Gabriella. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And remember, if this was and has been a natural part of women's biological process of maternity, then the numbers should never go up. Just as women who go through menstruation or 9 months gestation numbers should never go up. If this is a universal biological aspect of motherhood for the past 350,000 years, remember the numbers of women of postpartum in 2022? Remember that number? 464,974. Well, guess what happened between 2010 and 2021? That's just 10 years. Did the numbers change? It shouldn't. It's a natural part of us. Why is it changing? What happened? Now we're in Psych News Daily. Physiology News. Surge in postpartum depression rates among U.S. mothers. Postpartum depression rates in U.S. have nearly doubled from 9.4% in 2010 to it went up to 19 in 2021, linked to improved detection and raising obesity among pregnant women. It went up, almost doubled. Because you're going to get the real number in a moment. That was 2021. If you think this is the real number, the 12.7%, 464,974, that's not even the real number. Here we go, everybody. You ready? It doubled in 10 years. But we have 5,000 years. Hold on a second, man. Hold on. Postpartum depression doubled in 10 years, but we have 6,000 to 7,000 years of recorded history of medical papyruses, stelae, tablets, from Sumeria, Babylon to Kemet, Nile Valley, going all throughout India. Not one record of one woman having this, but in 10 years in America, it doubled. It's natural, girl. It's not a psyops. You're supposed to double it up every 10 years. That's what's been going on for the last 185,000 years. It's been doubling up every 10. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Are you ready? Here we go. This is natural, right? Oh, guess what the natural occurrence of postpartum depression is now? Let me take you to the NCH stats, February 13th of this year, 2025. What are the numbers now? Ready, everybody? Common is postpartum depression in U.S. How common is postpartum depression in the U.S. statistics and risk factors? Now PPD is very common, and about 1 in 7 women experience postpartum depression in the first year after giving birth. Some studies suggest it may be even higher because many cases go unreported. How many is it now? Remember, it was 4. What was the number here? 400. What was that number? 464,974, and then it almost doubled from 2019, from 2010 to 2021. What's the numbers now? Now around 600,000. Why are these numbers doubling, going up? 600,000 women. You ready for the real number? How did it double, Tehuti? How did it double? Wait a minute. What do you mean it doubled? Wait a minute. This is 464,000. And over here it says that it doubled. Almost doubled. If you take something that almost doubled, 464,000, almost doubled, what number do you get now? Because let's count the real numbers. What are the real numbers? 600,000 a year, but what number is that? 600,000 diagnosed with PPD. If women who had miscarriage and stillbirth are included, the number increases to 900,000. What happened? 900,000, everybody. 900,000 in 1 year. Almost 1 million women in just 1 year are suffering from postpartum depression, but not one account of it in 6,000 years. Then the numbers double from 2010 to 2021. Then when you count the women that couldn't even go through with the pregnancy, because remember, some of the women that are in postpartum, it happens in your first week of pregnant. It happens as soon as you're pregnant, a few weeks after to a month after. That's still within the legal range of abortion, huh? What happened? A lot of women are so depressed they don't go through with the pregnancy. Some women unfortunately have miscarriages. The depression causes the miscarriage sometimes and the abortion. But regardless of what caused it, whether intentional or unintentional miscarriage or abortion, regardless of which, the number in 1 year is 900,000. When did this start? The numbers kept going up and up and up and up to 900,000. Women have been having babies as Homo sapiens for 350,000 years. And now the numbers are 900,000 and doubled in 10 years? How? Huh? This is natural, right? It's a part of your natural occurrence. You're supposed to go through postpartum, just like you go through menstruation. It's a natural part of your life. We never heard about it for 7,000 years, but now there's 900,000 in a year. What happened? Naturals. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Here we go. From 600,000 to 900,000 women and mothers, including the aborted and miscarriage, unfortunately, of women, mothers, in a year now suffer the supposed natural postpartum. It's normal. The natural part of motherhood, right? It's natural. No, nothing of the sort has ever been recorded in over 5,000 years of indigenous childbirth mother maternal history, I have revealed to you what is actually going on and caused by the matrix that you are in and surrounds you, and some of the solutions. The rest will be based on if you want to raise your children and self under the disciplines and spiritual culture daily and break the matrix. Hotep, I am done. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the years, and whether it be July 4th, Thanksgiving, etc., and if you have learned anything from this, or if this has had any impact on your advancement learning and has advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your tip, support of reciprocity. You can call it Postpartum Psyops, Happy Mothers, spelled HAPI, or The Mind of Mut, or any creative title you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. I wonder if this is worth the popcorn of the movies. We're going to find out, everybody. That's the Cash App, the PayPal. I hope you all appreciated it. And by the way, that's also scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Two-hour and 30-minute answer. If you've seen anything like that before, if you've seen a question on postpartum being asked and answered like that before, just put the link in the room, the timestamp, the book, anywhere in universal history. If not, support the Tehuti Podclass, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If this is a phenomenon you've never seen before, if you could take any piece of this information and give it to pregnant women, mothers to be, yourself, anything at all, let them know, play this video for them. You can take sections of it, splice it, put it on your Twitter, put it on your TikTok, put it on your Instagram, splice it, show it to your friends, show it to your lady, let them understand what's really happening, and please appreciate what you've received here. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let me turn up the notifications because I haven't heard anything. Let me turn this up. Hope you all support. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. Then we're going to go straight to the support to see who appreciated this 2-hour and 30-minute class. This is longer than any movie. 2-hour and 30-minute class on helpful information, breaking the matrix. Do not think this is a normal thing. You're supposed to be going through this depression when there's multifarious avenues of things attacking you from all different angles, and they crisscross the depression, and there's no way for any doctor to go into your bloodstream and pinpoint, nope, this one is from the glyphosate, this one is from the serotonin deficiency, this is the postpartum. We get this one. Amun and Amunet, how you do?
Great SABA to all for this magnificent, beautiful, life-saving, and useful class. To all very much.
Neil, I'm glad you appreciate it. Nook Panuk said Saba. That was like a FI answer in one question, Sakem. Is that just the first set of questions? How you doing, Amunet? You want to have a baby one day?
Yes, of course. I'm doing extremely well. I really love this class a lot. I'm really appreciative of the hours that you took to give this to us all. This is extremely helpful, and there is so much information in this, and I'm so thankful for everything you brought forth to us so much, Saba.
Thank you. Glad you, Nini Ook. I'm glad you appreciated this. Hey, Hush Nation, how you doing, man? It's all over YouTube, right? Get this on Wikipedia.
Nah, Saba. To her so much for this information. To our Gabriela for sending in these questions. I get so much knowledge and
Oh no, you're muted. You got so much knowledge. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Can you hear us? Can you hear him? You're muted. We can't hear you.
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Now I hear you now.
Okay.
After you said so much knowledge, the knowledge blew your sound out.
Yeah, with all this knowledge, now I could say that I very close, like super very close to being a great father, because with this knowledge, I could help the lady, to do so much. So yeah, but I to her so much, Saba, to her Gabriela, appreciate her a whole lot.
Nini, she should be coming to the screen soon, showing her appreciation and what she thought of the answer. Until then, we're going to go through some of the support donation. Where are the people? Where is Pata? Where is Atef? They control the sounds to give all the sound bites and the noise of appreciation to the people. But we're going to go ahead and get into these supports. Let me go ahead and refresh the page and see who appreciate. Those who saw this answer, I mean, honestly, if you've tipped a waiter for walking 15 feet and giving you the food that you already paid for and that the chef made. The chef made the food, right? You paid for it. The waiter brought it to you, and you tip him. If people tip $20 to waiters, $40 to waiter for walking 20 feet. If you've tipped a waiter, if you've ever bought popcorn, greasy popcorn for a movie, appreciate this. I would say this helpful is superior to that. Appreciate that. If your boss asks you to work 2 hours and 30 minutes overtime, he says no, just come do it. You'd quit your job if he didn't pay you. Just respect the time, because it's not a forced system. I have an honesty system. It's only based on honesty. I can only honestly hope that people appreciate this more than the Heinz ketchup, the popcorn, and the haunted house they took their kids to. I just hope this is more appreciated than the roller coaster ride. Maybe it's not. Just type in the room, and people aren't honest. Just type in the room. No, the roller coaster ride was way better than this. And I'll ask you, why'd you stay for it? But in reality, everybody know that this was helpful to them, and that not only was it helpful, but you can't get this anywhere. Send that question out if postpartum is a Psyops to anybody, and come back with the answer that you got from them, and we'll play their answer here on the podcast. Here we go. We're gonna and tell us which one was more advanced, what you got more from. Here we go, everybody. We're gonna go to the support. Amun and Amunet right on the screen. Where are my sound people? Where are my sound people? All right, here we go. Boom. Oh my gosh, this was it, huh? I'm going to read a few of the supports and tips, then I'm going to take a break and come back and give everybody their respect for the tips and support that supported this, and then come back and get into the next question. And I should have eaten half an hour ago. Here we go. We'll call this post. We'll call this class. Post. Sure. There we go. So right up on the screen, Amun and Amunet. I don't have any sound people. Any sound? Where's Menkura? Anybody part of the House of Attend today? Or? Oh my goodness, man! Take everybody back to when I was 19. All right, here we go. So we got Amun and Amunet. $20. I'm gonna let Amun or Amunet read that for us, please.
$20 for Tua for saving our mind and families. Hotep and Mary.
All right. I guess I got to be the sound man. This would never happen in church. Okay, here we go. Okay. Shout out to you, Amun and Amunet. Appreciate you. And here's some hand claps for you. Appreciate the support and appreciate your appreciation of what it is that I do for you. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, Miss Amwin and Amwinette, and thank you for reading that for the crowd. Let them see that you appreciate this. Looking for Gabriela and the Jed. Were they there for this answer? Gabriela and the Jed. My name is Pastor Tehuti. I'm looking for my choir people. They're not here in church today? No? The church choir doesn't show up? Never. Never. Jesus will strike you down. Here we go. Here we go, Poom. We're going to go to the next supporter. All right, next supporter is Gabriela. Gabriela. Where is the Jed? The Jed, you okay out there? Both of you taking care of the baby? Here we go. Shout out to Gabriela, who is the one that sent the question. She sent the question and she sent a tip on top of it. That's what you call a true dedicated supporter who truly appreciate it, because she already sent her support for the question for all you guys to get that extraordinary answer. And on top of that, she's sending a tip. She's already the supporter of the question. So there it is, Gabriela, 3333, for breaking us free from the Psyops. And let me be the engineer man again. I wish I could give more noise. I don't have all the sound bites that they have. Because Gabriela, this example, everybody, she sent in support for the question and a tip for the answer, and I'm sure she's ecstatic. And let me take this off the screen. Shout out to Gabriela. I'm gonna let Gabriela speak in just a moment. I gotta go over a couple of the supports that were given. There's Owen Heithy. I spend money on Groupon. What is that? What is that? Shout out to Owen Heithy. Shout out to Owen Heithy. Owen Heithy is so honorable. There was, I think, a class or two maybe that he didn't support. And he's so honorable. If he misses one, he's going to go back, find the one that he missed, tip, and he's going to give support for that. Okay, and so let me show that. And I'm going to step off from a moment to Gabrielle. Oh, Gabrielle's gone. Shout out, where is... I can't see the screen anymore. There's Gabriella. So shout out to Owen Heithy. Do I have anybody? Let me see something here. Other than Nadia Setmer and Ankia Ma'at, I know Ankia Ma'at is in the room. Are there any of these people in the Tehuti Podclass tonight? And Annie Patah, Menkua Ra, Atef. Is anybody here that can do the sound? I shouldn't have to ask for it. Is anybody here that can do the sound? Because I have to go back and forth, and that means that I have to cut off the screen, cut off the music like this, and then I only have one sound for everybody, and some people give extremely high donations. At any rate, let me go ahead and be the sound man. Imagine Killer Priest had to be the sound man. Never. There we go. Shout out to Owen Heithy, who is, can you read that for me, Amonette?
Yes, I can. 2172 for March 1st class hotel.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I gotta put it back with this.
To let you know, Saba, Tef said that he's on his way.
Okay, wonderful. Has anybody seen Menkara in the class? I don't think I saw him last class here. Was he in last class? Menkara? Was he on the panel with us? I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so. All right, wonderful. Be on your way. Atef, need you as a sound man. Let me go through it. Gabrielle, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hotep, can I be heard?
Hotep, you can be heard. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to read one more person, then I'm going to take a break and let Gabriela speak on her answer. Then I'm going to come back, give some more support, and we're going to go into the next question. So I see Minty Hotep, and of course Robert E. Williams. I see Haraz that I see you in here. I'm going to read that a little bit later. Minty Hotep. Oh man. Okay. Strange doing this. Yeah, okay. Minty Hotep with a. Oh. For orbs? Minty, is this? I don't think I got to the orbs yet, but maybe giving a pre. Oh, for showing the orbs. All right, here we go. Shout out to Minty Hotep. This must be for showing the orbs on the thumbnail. And Minty Hotep for orbs 555. And since it is a tip, I will give a hand clap for this. Shout out to you, Minty. I'll do one more, then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to let Gabriela speak to us. And this is, I see you, Nook Panook. I see all yours in there. Nook Panook, Panook, Panook. We're going to get to that, don't worry. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. I'm definitely going to get the code, or however that is, so that you can do what a Tef and Annie does, because you're here from the beginning of the podcast to the end. Sometimes Annie disappears, and then a Tef is out with his family with his phone. He can't do it, and it breaks the smoothness of the class for me to cut off and do this and go back. And shout out to Robert E. Williams and Hush Nation. Could you read that for us, please?
Yeah, no problem, Saba. 33 from Robert E. Williams for let the Netertets have much folate in their aku.
Thank you, Robert E. Williams. Appreciate you. Big pause. Thank you, Robert E. Williams. Appreciate you. And I'm going to step off for a moment. I'll be in the background, and I'm going to listen to Gabriela. I want you to find the answer, and all you all just build. Tell the people in the audience that are watching, 50 people that are watching, support. All the support that I'm seeing are from the people that have been here for years, and you could go watching. Support if this means something to you. Gabriela, go ahead and speak to us, young lady.
Hotep and Much Mary, this is a phenomenal class. There's just so much information. Um, and I did not expect a class like this. This is just, yeah, it's just, there's so much information that I'm definitely have to rewatch it because there's just an overload of just psyops after psyops and just, you know, just unveiling the truth. Like that's what SABA does, you know. He just makes us aware of what's really going on, because we're so caught up in the matrix trying to just do matrix stuff, but you're like, part of you wants to just not be in that anymore. And so these classes help realize, like, okay, if you don't want to do matrix stuff, you got to make sure you're investing time, you know, reading and doing things that will guide you in Ma'at and bring you what you're looking for. So this class is just amazing. I loved every piece of it because it just was adding on. SABA just added and added and added. It was just nonstop.
Glad you appreciated that, Gabriela, and Nini, for everything you appreciated with that. I will say this before I go. That's an answer that I was unmotivated to do. And I told my next earth, I said, this is going to be proof that I have no choice in the matter, and that my biasness and my interest will never interfere. And I said, when I give this answer, it is going to be like, this is my number one enthusiastic favorite topic, and this answer actually is the longest. This answer that I was unenthused to participate in when I first got the question ended up being over 2 hours and 30 minutes of fact after fact, the same performance, tightness, excitedness. And when I did get the question, there are particular reasons why I was going to decide that this is not something I'm going to go over. Because of certain algorithms, because of the guided consciousness on the internet towards this particular topic, when you look it up, you literally find nothing wrong on this topic. And so I said I should leave this for now. Maybe do this. Maybe it's a private thing, but I zoned out and answered this question as if this was my life search for years. Because I know that this answer would not only help just the person who asked Gabriela, who is very important to me, and so is the Jed, but for every female and male. How many? 900,000 a year. There's 900,000 a year people thinking that they're going through postpartum. Like it's some type of net. 900. That's almost. It could be at 1 million this month. It keeps doubling and growing. There'll be 1 million people thinking that this is normal, and they're heading straight to the doc for the death drugs, not knowing that their own surroundings and diet. So that's what motivated me to say, if there's a consequence on teaching on this, if anything, algorithms, whatever it is, I'm going to break this down, Gabrielle, like she never heard before, and that's what I did. That's what I have to do as a SABA. Sometimes I have to put certain risk factor aside. There's certain topics that still have to deal with medical things, doctors things, chips, vaccines, and whatever the doctors say is right. If you come out against that, things could happen to you and your platform. But I still went full-fledged for you, Gabriela, so I'm glad you appreciate it.
To us, SABA, for just, even though there was a hesitation within you, because the reciprocity is just not there, and if we give reciprocity to everything else, like, everybody's got to make sure that their light bills got to get paid, and everything, there's certain priorities that we have that we need to make sure that, you know, SABA is one of those priorities, because he's giving us knowledge, which is more than what we spend our money on. And so we got to redirect our money into give to the ones that give to us, and just be in my eye, because we paid to go to school for teachers, and that's what our SABA is. He's teaching us the matrix. He's teaching us how to get out of it and how to see these things. He's teaching us to see the things that they're doing behind our backs while we're worried about, you know, brands and all these things. And so I really hope that, you know, everybody who's watching, there was like almost 60 people at one point watching this class. If everybody donated $1 at those 60 people, that's something. And we gotta make sure we give back. Our great SABA takes time, it takes effort, it takes energy, it takes a lot. It takes his whole out to be able to produce this, and this is far more better than chips and going to the fair and doing matrix things. So to us, SABA, I appreciate you for everything that you do for us and for these classes, and just know that, you know, we'll always make sure that we bring forth reciprocity to you and your out always.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And one last thing, and then Hush is going to talk. I got to step off for a minute, but Gabriela, you've had school tuition before?
I used to go to college.
Around what are the numbers of school tuition around? So I never passed grade 9, so I don't know what are the numbers of this thing called tuition.
Oh, it's been a couple of years since I've been in school, so I don't know anymore. But those books were like $500.
And isn't there a school loan, like the loan you have to take to go to college?
Yeah.
Around what's the number? What is the average school loan? Just the average.
For a school loan nowadays, I would say, like, I don't know, maybe like 20,000.
20,000.
Yeah.
What I did is I looked up the amount of people that have jobs based on what they went to school for. It was around 97% of the people that work jobs are not in the jobs that they took the school loan out for. So they have the 20,000 reciprocity, and they end up not getting the job. But they're programmed to give the reciprocity, and the books are 500. You have 300, but let's get out of that programming and support what is that's helping the masses of people. The matrix don't force you to. I'm gonna step off for a moment. I'll be right back, and you all build. By that time, hopefully, Tech shall be here. I don't know if Annie fell asleep or what happened. Menko Rob, I don't know if he was in the chat. I have no message from him, and he's just not here. I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm definitely gonna make sure that Amun can control the sound bites, and that Annie and Atef give him all those sounds, so that he can take care of things when they're not able to. I need consistency. So I'm gonna step off, everybody, and take a little break, and I'll be back. When I come back, we'll get a couple more donations, and I'm gonna get into the next question. For those who just stepped in here, the topics today that we're gonna cover here, the Tehuti Podclass. One, when I step back, is we already covered postpartum depression Psyops. That was 2 hours and 30 minutes. Why do we only see spirits as glimpses? Are spirits outside of the invisible spectrum, spirit entities? And I'm gonna come back and do that one as fast as I can, because what happened the week before is many of the regular people who dropped off the podcast when I did the second answer. So when I did the whole second answer, I only got 4 supports. I only got 4 supports, even though I did an hour and 45-minute answer. So I'm going to come back as fast as I can, because a lot of people seem to disappear. Something that I can't relate to, because I can't disappear. So I'll be back, everybody. Support the Tehuti Podclass and appreciate this. I'm going to let Minty on, then I'm going to step off. All right, peace, everybody. Peace and love. Support if anything's worth it. Peace.
Peace.
Hey,
What's up, everyone here? How are you doing, Hush Nation? What do you think about this class?
I appreciate that answer a whole lot, you know. Like Saba say, like if you could find the information anywhere, you know, just show us where we could get it and whatnot, because this kind of information, when you try to look it up, you ain't gonna get it, you know. So you have to come back to the video, check what's going on, you know. You're gonna have to do some real IBIS digging, because this ain't no surface information, you know. So I definitely appreciate all the knowledge that getting with it. That's why I appreciate Gabriela sending in the question, even though SABA have to find a way to bring this kind of information out, because, you know, 1 minute the video up, the next minute the video down. So SABA got to bring the information and bring it in the way that the video could stay up, that the information could stay out there. So I really appreciate that, you know. That's why you go to take the notes in case they take the video down, at least you got your notes. That's why it's important to send in the reciprocity, because you already got the notes, you know what I mean. So it's like a snatch and grab type of vibe. But if you send in the reciprocity, you know, snatch and grab type of vibe, you know, you could pass it on to your family, you could pass it on to your aunt, you could pass it on to your cousin. And this kind of information you could pass on to your grandchildren, and then make the Hippocrates cycle stop, you know what I mean, in your family. You could stop it in your family. So I definitely appreciate that, because I have the information for people that gonna give me the excuse that, you know, is modern, is nature of mothers, and is a normal cycle of stress levels, when is not, when from 400 BC, when the Hippocrates come in, and then they start to change the history with the disease, you know what I mean. And that was real enough for SABA to show that it wasn't always like that. This thing just pop up, you know. So I appreciate that a whole lot. Yeah, with that kind of knowledge, you could raise stronger children, you know what I mean. You could raise your family on some real Heka Sekim, some real strength, you know, some real Ma'at, like how it was before. So yeah, I appreciate all the answers. That I appreciate all the time SABA has put in these presentations. This actually make me full out, because certain things you had and you gotta write them down, and then when you write these things down, I just leave spaces when I writing, so I could understand things more clearer. But then I was running up a page, so I had to stop skipping lines and just full it out right through. Yeah, that was real effort. It was long, so I get a whole lot of information in it. Like Gabriela say, we gotta go over it again, you know. And then when you go over it again, you can get more gems that you didn't catch on. And then I had step out, and I know when I step out, I know I missed something big, because when I come back, I was hearing, I was like, man. But then at least when I step up, I get to see that I have the Bob Red Mills on deck with the glycose thing, you know, with a glyphosate. Yeah, but the glyphosate everywhere, you know. So I definitely appreciate that information. That's a real enough presentation. To again SABA Tehuti. To again Gabriela. I appreciate that a whole lot.
Yeah, never words. I definitely agree with you, and this class definitely means so much to me because I'm able to have this. I'm thankful that I'm able to have this before having any children and before being pregnant, and to be able to clear out all the isfet and clear out all the subliminals and everything that was put into my mind growing up. So it's very beautiful to be able to be here and absorb all of this and clear out all of this matrix within my mind and be able to become pure again, back to how it used to be way before any of this existed. And I also love how he said that there is no record in the ancient texts, no record at all of this. And to know that is extremely powerful. It brings me back to that place when he teaches me, because he's going back to the root, and that's so important. It's so important to go back to the original state of mind and consistently stay there. Truly healing, extremely healing, and extremely powerful to be able to do that within the Tehuti Podclass. I'm extremely thankful for SABA Tehuti for everything that he does in these podclasses. There's so much going on within it, and I love that SABA does it even if it's not a topic that necessarily interests him to a certain degree. So I'm extremely thankful for that. That is extremely loving, that is extremely pure of him to do. He has a very pure heart, and it's very, very beautiful to witness and to be around and to be a student of him, to learn from him and purify and grow within his classes, within his presence. So to us, so much great SABA for purifying all of us and the future people who will see this as well. I definitely want all who are watching this to support what you can, do whatever you can to support the great SABA for what he's giving to us, because like Touch Nation said, this isn't like surface knowledge. You can't just look this up and get these answers online. The way that SABA puts this together and the way that he gets these answers are extremely, extremely deep and hidden and extremely powerful. So to us, so much SABA for this. And yeah, support in any way you can. Comment, come on the panel if you support. Do anything that you can to show him that you are appreciative of this, because if you are still here right now, you've absorbed a lot through this whole period of time that you've been here. So definitely show your support, and you can also show your support within the website, which is a beautiful, beautiful place. You can look at all the different things that House of ATTON has to offer. That also supports SABA Tehuti too, so that's glorious. You also get something and support as well, so it's really beautiful. And that's also what's happening here. You're receiving something and giving back. The beautiful system of Ma'at and the reciprocity that our ancestors created and our ancestors lived. So definitely, if you want to echo your ancestors, if you want to echo and live from Ma'at, show your reciprocity and do what you can to become more pure every day. If you feel like these classes change your perception, if you feel like you are learning something new when you are here, support in any way you can. And that's what I have to say. What's up, and Mary?
Hotep Marie. Yeah, Hotep Marie sis. Yeah, that kind of information there is definitely useful for the youth, you know, and that's why I say, like, now I could say I'm ready to be a father because I have a son and I didn't have this kind of knowledge, you know what I mean? So yeah, I was just, and with me lacking that knowledge, I can put the youth in trouble, you know what I mean? But with the knowledge now, I could share it with Hemti and we could put it to the youth, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's very difficult. It is be hard when you're seeing the child, because you're going to have the knowledge and then you're seeing a mother there with her child, and you could say certain things, but the mother busy matrixing, she matrixing hard, so you can't just tell her 1, 2, 3, you know. But with this kind of knowledge, you could actually put things together, and then you could bring it to the mother and then show her that is her child she harming, you know. So it really never, so you don't have to just stay there and watch the damage, especially if the child can't talk. You can't even communicate with the child because the child just born a year ago. So now you just have to watch everything because you ain't the father of the child.
Your sound just went out for me. I don't know. It's just for me. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I don't know if the chat can hear him.
Yeah, sometimes the sound does go out.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I was saying that with the information, you don't have to stay on the outside looking in and just watching the child go through those things. You know what I mean? You could actually help the situation, you know? You could bring the information in a certain way that the mother could listen. So I appreciate that a lot. This is saving souls. This is bringing more Aku, most definitely, on a whole nother level.
Definitely. I definitely agree. And peace to Minty. What do you think about this class, great sister?
Peace, Hotep. Yeah, Saba did it again. Like, I love everything about the way he teaches. It's so simple and to the point, and relatable. I'm very thankful and very grateful that I never had to experience any of this when I was pregnant and when I was raising my child, when my child was born, when he was a baby, a young man. I never subscribed to just a traditional medicine. I would always, if there was anything happening, I would always do the research first and try to remedy that on my own. And I'm so grateful that I did, because it's terrible what medicine is doing to people. You know, people trust medicine and they trust their doctors and they trust the system to take care of them, but the system is going to do the opposite of that. And I just think it's great that Saba's exposing this, and then it puts it in a little time capsule for us so we can pass it down, because the information is still relevant no matter what time, what day and time it is, because it's still, it's like, you know, we're being hunted by what is it called, big pharma and the medical industries and all of the creations that they create to try to put toxins into us some way, physically or mentally. I thought that it was I'm late on it because I kept on having to rewind it back like 30 seconds here and there just to write down the gems, because he dropped some gems tonight. The cause and effect, that whole it was a little short 30 second part of his explanation, but there was a lot in there. To you, Saba, I have such gratitude for you bringing this information out into the public. you know, because it causes young ladies to think, and now it causes people to think and think about what those thoughts are creating. So they're able to structure their thoughts in a different way. Yeah, that's pretty much that's what I was feeling out of it. You know, we talk ourselves into believing these things that, you know, Saba brought out the reverse reasoning. It's important for people to know that these things really do affect their reality. And you can nerf yourself into believing something that's absolutely not true. And pass that on to, like, have that embedded in your DNA. I don't think he said DNA, but embedded in your essence, I guess I'll say, embedded in your essence, and pass that on to onto your unborn child, and to your seed. And you know, there's a cycle of healing that needs to take place to eliminate that. And I believe that by being here, we're doing the work and we're taking the steps to go towards that healing route. So to everyone that's here and listening.
Well,
absolutely. And to you, Gabriella, for asking this question. You know, there's Saba said that there was you know, about 4, 5, 6 questions in that one question. So I could just imagine where I would be, and the level of consciousness that I would have if I was a young mother listening to our great Saba speak about these things. But at the same time, it's conscious energy, and I kind of, like, I'm not gonna say I knew this already, but I was already on the path to alternative living and alternative lifestyle, and raising your child in a different mental environment than what's being forced on just the average person, with them thinking that it's normal, because it's not normal. You know, the Psyops is to create a narrative to make you believe that it's normal, but it's not. So there's a lot of good information in here, a lot of good information. And my favorite part is coming up next. Hush Nation, you asked this question about the what was the question? I know that he showed the orbs. He showed the orbs in the past, in past classes, but I think he's gonna be showing that again tonight.
Yeah, the orbs had blown me away, you know. When Saba break down the you know, the particles and waves, is always got me cuckoo. But the thing is that, you know, I was just like how Saba had break down the light spectrum. I had never known about that. So just like just now, I had never known about serotonin, you know. So like now it got me checking also, like, since you got the light spectrum. So now I checking like, okay, you got different beings, and I checking like if some of them just go, you know, different powers, different levels, different folks, different strokes. So I'd be checking like, okay, so that mean you got people like going out of the light spectrum or
right,
yeah,
in and out of that spectrum of vision, I guess it would be for us.
Yeah, because
yeah,
with the orbs, because you're seeing the orbs, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
seeing the orbs.
yeah. I don't know if it's always orbs.
It's not
But-
always orbs. I don't know if the orbs changing into different things, but it ain't always orbs, you know?
Right. Yeah, I have a lot of animals around me. I have cats around me, so I'm always seeing something in my peripheral. There's always something happening, and I've gotten really comfortable with things that I see. I don't get freaked out. I don't get scared because I don't feel a type of energy that would make me frightened, I guess I could say. But I'm always aware that there's always something moving around in the background, just out of my sight.
Yeah, once I saw a cat jump through a window without breaking the glass, and it had a screen. It had a screen, and the screen didn't rip, you know. And then
That's one of the things my cat Nefer does. I don't know if you saw. I think it was the class before last. Saba did a little part on my cat, my house cat, my temple cat, Nefer. She goes in and out of this cabinet that she does some crazy stuff. I can't really explain it.
yeah, I have an idea. I have an idea what you're talking about, you know, because what I had seen when I had seen that cat went through that window, I couldn't explain it, you know. But I just be fortunate to always have witnesses around me in case I try to fool myself that I didn't see what I saw, you know. I just always have witnesses with me. I never had no like encounters by myself, you know. I always got witnesses when I see those kind of things. Well, the orbs and thing, I doesn't have no witnesses. Only once I had a witness when he catch me looking up, but I didn't know he was looking too. And then he had some action. It wasn't really orbs, but it was more like lights. But I don't know, orbs, lights. So then he was like, you see that? And then I was like, oh, he actually see it. But I ain't accustomed to other people seeing those things, you know. And now, then it kind of cool because then your weirdness does kind of look better, you know. It make your weirdness look normal, you know.
I mean, but what's really normal anymore?
Yeah. Good question. Exactly.
Hotep, Brother Amun, have you experienced anything like this, Amun and Amunet?
Hotep, and are you speaking about specifically orbs?
Just any sort of like interaction, like I guess what Saba's gonna be teaching on next is the color spectrum. Was that in there? I didn't catch the full title word for word, but I just saw the pictures. Was it the color spectrum on spiritual energy or something like that?
Yeah, the visual with the color spectrum, seeing like outside of the color spectrum, you know.
Yeah.
I have encountered spirits. I had experiences with spirits. Yeah, lots of stories in my journeys on this planet. So the answer is yes. I've encountered various different things. Different things happen. Different ways, shapes, and forms here on this planet, and also in outer bodies. And I'm looking forward to this answer because personally, myself, I have never. I mean, I've had conversations with spirits and stuff, but never. It's not like I can, like how Saba said, go over to where he's at, ask him a question, or communicate with him freely.
Right.
Right. So I'm looking forward to that. I have known people that are able to see spirits and ghosts like consistently, constantly, against their own wishes, and they have told me stories about seeing spirits all over the place, like being in the grocery store and stuff, and having people's dead grandmothers and stuff begging for them to say something to their granddaughter or daughter or something like that, and they see spirits all the time. I've done some research in it. This is actually synchronicity for me personally, because recently what I've been learning is that because all of us see a certain amount of frequency of the visual light spectrum, when the light enters our brain and goes back to the visual cortex, we all perceive that light differently. We all see the image differently. Each of our brain is constructing reality in a different way. So based off of the way that light is constructed within your brain determines how you'll see certain things. So some people can see certain things, other people don't. That's what I've caught on to a little bit. And the same thing goes with other phenomena too, like ITEs, interterrestrial entities, and also some extraterrestrial entities. If someone doesn't believe in something, they literally might not see it because they are withholding that information from being processed within their brain when that light goes to the visual cortex. So I would think that people that see ghosts constantly and consistently and see spirits constantly and consistently, they've always retained and kept that ability, that part of themselves to process the frequency and the light that most of us have been programmed not to see or to disbelieve.
I see you got those meta-netter classes.
Yes.
Yeah, Saba goes over this in detail in our meta-netter Monday classes, meta-netter magical Monday classes. I remember him going over the color spectrum, and I don't look at colors the same. And then he did that class on the color purple. Colors are they're, how can I say this? Some colors don't look the same always, and I feel like more colors are being added. There you go. More colors are being added into my vision and my sight when I see things, or when I see colors. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
It's beautiful. That's evolution. Great.
Yeah, it's great. I always notice like there's certain times of the year where I'll feel like a variation of a color has been added that I didn't see previously. So, hopefully that's a good thing. And keep on building on that.
Yeah, because remember Saba mom saw the whirlwind. You know what I mean? she saw the whirlwind before SABA born.
Right.
You know, so I check in like, so me, I thought that for my experience, I think in the individual is like see me, but I ain't really understand, because you know I grew up watching a lot of Chucky. So if I see you, I'm gonna run. You know what I mean? So it's like, man, what going on? I paranoid, or people trying to just I don't know, trying to communicate, and then I run in. You know what I mean? And then I was always checking like, man, I ain't ready for this. I'm checking like yo, I ain't even hit high school yet. Like, I ain't ready for this. You know what I mean? And then, but then now, since come to the house of ATTON now, I checking like, yo, it's time to face everything. Ain't no more running. You know what I mean? And I have guidance, so I could face what I gotta face, you know. And then when SABA say like, when you're fearing things that ain't happened yet, that hit the nail on the head, like boom. Welcome back, SABA.
Hey, Pete. He's glad to be. Okay, yes, glad to be back. I like you all's build while I was gone. I was listening to bits and pieces. And two, again, for all your appreciation for that which I do. We're gonna go. We're gonna get right into the next question here. Let me do a check in the chat. Attendees of the Tehuti Podclass. Let me see if I should do this second question. Who is here? Is Harass did here? Is Robert Williams here? Whoever is here, press A9 right now. I want to see how many people I'm going to be teaching for the second question. Is Nook Panook here? Who is here in this class right now, tonight? Who is here? Okay, attendees. I like that one. Attendees. Nook Panook is here. Okay, good. I seen that. All right. Sorry, nobody, but I'm looking for the supporters. So Nook Panook, Soze Mania, Atef is here. Okay, good. We're going to see who is here, because when I do this class, hopefully everybody's not gone to bed. I hope you stay up for this one, because this is the spirit one. And at the end, I hope everybody supports this, and it is worth it, because it looks like it's going to be another, not as lengthy as that one, but it's going to be over half an hour. So I just hope everybody's here. Who's here? There's only 4 people in the class. Who's in the class? Let me go back. Let me refresh the page. So Zaymania is here. Okay, Tef is here. Medu Seneb is here. Okay, good. I know Nook Panook is here. He's on the screen. Amonetta there. They're on the screen. And of course, Minty Otep is here. She's looking right at me. And she disappeared. And Gabrielle where's the Jed? Is the Jed here? Is the Jed in the Tehuti Podclass tonight? Let me remove Gabriella, because I think she's stuck. You can try to come back in, Gabrielle. I think you were stuck in the middle section there. Okay, is the Jed here? Okay, we're going to go ahead and get into it. Whoever's here sees it. Hopefully new people come through. There's a lot of people that watch that don't type in the podcast, like Vortex Ninja. What happened to the good brother? Remember a brother named Upesha Hati? What? I don't know. Shout out to Upesha Hati. And I don't know what happened to Upesha Hati. I haven't seen him comment, support, or anything in the podcast in a long time. Not even type in the room. Lost the link. Okay, no problem, Minty. We're gonna go get started in this. What's the other brother's name? Netzer Unc L. Something. There's a few people, but remember Superhero 34? Nightmare? I don't know. Shout out to everybody who sticks around and stays around. People that are watching this, students, go out and talk to people. I guarantee that the communication of one-on-one talking to people, flesh to flesh, gets people awakened to the truth more than the internet. And people that saw me, they saw me interacting. The Killer Priest Podcraft was a channel where it was like a camera focused on people talking and interacting. It wasn't like an internet frequency. It was like we were there, anything could happen. There was no skid. Rasul could be kicking me under the table. Somebody could send in a question. I could do magic there. Killer Priest has people on the couch. All kind of things that's happening. Nobody says a supporter and attendee of the podcast. Are you supporting anonymously? I don't know. Maybe you have another name. Definitely email me the other. For all those people that are supporting that may not match the name in the chat, go ahead and just let me know. Send me a private message. Email me. Let me know that you are a supporter under the name, that you're anonymous under some other name. But I've not seen I've not seen this name in a Cash App unless it's under somebody else or PayPal. If anybody else has, let me know. So the Killer Priest Podcraft was personal. It was personalized. It was people interacting, getting up, using the bathroom, coming back, eating, drinking. It was like it was very personal. So it and then the people that watch Killer Priest always wanted the answers that I gave, but had nobody to give it. That's what it was about Killer Priest. Killer Priest attracted people for years off of his music, and people watched it, wanted to know more about what he was rapping about, but he himself never taught anything. And then Rasul taught alcohol, and I don't know who else was there, but everybody was watching, and you're on the edge of your seat watching the Killer Priest show. Like, will this be the show? Like, some kind of jewels are dropped. Like in the rhymes, talking about UFOs and out of body and going to Mars. They've been on Mars and all this, and then you watch the show, you're like, okay, is this who's coming to the show? And so when I came on, it was the answer to what everybody was waiting for, and that's where everybody. That's where everybody came from just the anticipation of years. Okay, we got a stripper on. That's not what I listen to his music for. There's an astronomer on. What's happening? Who's Sanchez? So I'm glad everybody waited for me, and now we have to interact with people individually. I could literally go out to a conscious movement tonight, which I do when I used to go out. I used to go out. Okay, better put true. That's true. So I go out and show my interprets that I go out and bring people into my home and into the knowledge from rapping. I go to events and I don't go there as Tehuti the teacher. I go there and I'm amongst a bunch of people rhyming and spitting bars, and I just get up on the mic and I rap. And I don't teach anything. I don't teach nothing. I rap the knowledge, and then I just sit back in the chair. And people leave with me and come home with me from that. People come home with me. People study and come to the classes in person just by hearing my rhyme. When I go out to the parks or somewhere, I come back. And as soon as I interact with anybody, I convert them. So they get interested, and they come and become students. So the personalized interacting with people is very, very strong. Go out there and talk to your Christian friends. Interact with them. Anyway, let's get to this answer, everybody. So the question, I'm gonna put Rasul taught alcohol and cigarettes. I think that in a law, but okay. We're gonna get to the question that was sent in. Is a Tefrem? I guess he's still on the way, and he is in the Netzerkurt. Menkorod is on the run. I'm not sure what everybody. I'm not sure what's going on. I know this wouldn't happen in church. The deacon is there, the organ player is there, the choir members are there, the pastor is there, and the church runs smoothly every time. So shout out to the people that come consistently. And Atef, I know Atef was always on the road, but hopefully you'll be back before I get to the next. Before I finish this question, because I do need the sound person. Especially for the people with the big support. So everybody, here we go. We're going to put the question on the room. The question is coming from this brother in the chat right now.
not only in the panel chatting for real chat. So he's in the panel right now. That's Hush Nation, and he sent in this question. Everybody, we're gonna go to it, and I'll give the noise for the question that he sent. Let me see if I can get to it here. And here we go. Meko's on the run. I don't know. Well, how did this comment get up? AI is putting up comments. AI is putting up comments for me. Or the Evan is controlling the keys of the. I don't know how this computer thing is, but Nook says Menko on the run. SABA, you're wild. Okay. Yeah, I usually don't put up, but this is a new person. Shout out to the new people in the room. Let me give a shout out to the new person. I always give shout out to new people in the room there. There's a new person in the room, Evan Folan. Never seen the name before, but I always give shout out and respect to the new people in the room. What did he say? Are you the real Tehuti?
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed. Man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
So send that question into Killer Priest, and he'll do a show on that. But other than that, shout out to Evan. Shout out to the new people in the room. We got Yvette saying yes, he is the real Tehuti. Shout out to everybody in the room that supports. Shout out to everybody that asks questions. We're gonna put a question on the screen right now from the great brother Hush Nation. Let me see if I can get his question. Why do we see spirits and glimpses? Here it is. Here we go. So shout out to the good brother Hush Nation who sent this question in. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen, and I guess I'll give the sound for that. It's so strange to do this. I'm multitasking on the. Okay, where is he? Where's Hold on. Where's the question? Why can we see spirits in glimpses? Right. Okay. Is this it? Okay. Here it is. Shout out to this great brother, great supporter who constantly support. I'm seeing some comedy. I don't know what I'm seeing in the room, all type of stuff. Shout out to everybody. Oh man, only to our people, only people who say things like that. Okay, here we go. So shout out to the good brother Eric Rami, otherwise known as and only known as Hush Nation, and in a short period of time, he will only be known by his Medu Netter frequency. Who are putting these I don't know if the Evan is hacking my. Who's putting Evan's comments on the screen? I'm not doing that. That's very odd. I'm not sure who's doing that. But shout out to whatever's happening here. All right. Mincy Hotep said Henu Sabatuti. So shout out to Hush Nation. And Hush Nation, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, Tua Saba. Tua Dua Sekem Saba Tehuti. Saba, why do we see outside the light spectrum? Example, sometimes we could see spirits and sometimes we can't.
So why do we see outside the light spectrum? Example, sometimes we see spirits and sometimes we can't. That is such a beautiful question, Hush Nation, because as I explained when the class first started, this is what everyone is going through. Anyone who says they have contact or seen a spirit force in the corner of their room or made some type of contact or saw some energy force, it's always for short glimpses. It's always for they're never with them for the whole day. They're never with them spending long periods of time. The spirit and conscious is never with them sitting at the breakfast table for the whole breakfast, talking back and forth and giving the physical being information from the realm where in that realm things can be accessed.
that you have to research, and that's how you know you'd be speaking to one, because in that realm, in consciousness, that entity can access answers to questions that a regular person would have to Google. So you never really come across anyone like that proving they have any long period of time. And like I said, the test to them is just to send a question into the spirit they're talking to and see what kind of answer you get. And anybody that does have the ability to speak with akus or spirits or the ancestors, henu to them and respect to them, and definitely come to the pod class and give me a break. I'll take a week vacation, and you can definitely take some of these questions in and take any one that you choose that the ancestor can answer. Take any one that your spirit you talk to should have some of the answers for, especially when it comes to out of body, afterlife. You think so, Hush Nation? When it comes to out of body, wouldn't a being that's out of body seem to know a lot? Being that they are out of body, would they have an answer to that?
A whole lot of information.
They are out of body, right? You're asking the guy that works at Macy's, how was it like to work at Macy's? And he has no answer for you. So ask the out of body beings about what is governing the out of body, and most importantly, what was said about this experience in ancient times before the Matrix. And if they can answer that, that is a beautiful thing. And you can definitely take a question in the pod class for me and give me a week break, and I will give you the pod class, and you will do a pod class answer. If not, usually you're just getting glimpses, and the entity that you're interacting with is not even staying long enough to feed you any long information. It's just short, quick, choop, choop, choop. But why does that happen? Why do they go in and out? Why are they not consistent or constant in our sight? We're going to find that out right now at the Tehuti Podclass. And everybody ready? I see the numbers growing up because the people on my breaks, they must be listening while they're doing things around the house. And then when they hear me say to come back, all of a sudden the numbers climb back up, even though I haven't started answering the questions yet. So shout out to the people that are listening to the Tehuti Podclass and waiting for me to come back. And now we're going to get into this, everybody. Let me go ahead and put the timer on. Shout out to okay. Shout out to peace and love to Amunet. I'll be talking to you all very shortly. If I can get some sleep. I'll talk to you all whether I get sleep or not, but I will talk to you all very shortly outside of here. Shout out to Hush Nation. Peace and love to you. UFO is the same thing. That's right, Anuk Panuk. The same thing. When UFOs, usually there's like glimpses of them, or they're blurry, or they're in and out, or then you see them, then you don't see them again. You see them maybe next week. But it's never a large communicative interaction that people have. We're going to find out why that is. Someone is thanking me before I even answer. Tua for answering this Tehuti. I look forward to the answer. Let's get into it, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready, everybody? Press a 9 if you can hear me. You know what? Even the sneak learners, press a 9. Don't worry. Go ahead and press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to put on a demonstration screen share. If you can see the screen share, come up on the screen, press A7. Press A7, and I'm going to get so press a 9 if you can hear me, and press a 7 if you see a screen share on the screen. I always have to check for that. Sometimes I answer questions, and 10 minutes into it, you're not sharing your screen. Like, oh no. I gotta bring it back like Sue Surf. So here we go. I'm gonna go to this and thing, so it doesn't slow down the podcast movement and sound. I'm gonna expand this. Okay. Okay, good. Any 7s? Nobody saw me sharing the screen? Oh, here we go. We have a 7. We have a 7. We have a 7. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Are you ready?
Okay, good. Everybody can see. Okay, here we go, everybody. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages of spirituality, who are the Nitiru, what about my physical health, what about physical training, physical health, exercise, diet plans, what about mental purity, is my mind pure? If not, what can I do to purify the mind? What is plaguing my mind? I want to detoxify. What about out-of-body experiences? Are there ancient references to out-of-body experiences, or is it just in this day and time with the new age people talking about out-of-body experiences by the hundreds? Where are the ancient sources of such? All right, what about government psyops? Is there any government mind control psyops, FFs going on? What about telepathy? Does telepathy actually exist? We'll be talking about that in this answer. We'll be talking about telepathy and quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately that you have left Christianity and Hebrew, thinking that you have escaped the matrix, which you have. Now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know that you've stepped into another matrix, unfortunately in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and has infiltrated in the form of new age, black consciousness, our woke movements, woke people. The atheists have disguised themselves as quote unquote Kemetic teachers, Kemetic science teachers, the esoteric, the metaphysical teachers, Kemetic metaphysical teachers, in the agenda to just focus on what's called knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have a class on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification purposes. They do not live by any actual writing or culture, thus they can only teach from memes or do what's called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is to just go against someone else's teachings. They only do debate, debunk videos, I expose you, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. The subject matter is mainly limited to these topics. The Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong. The Hebrews are wrong, the Egyptians are black, and guess what? The Bible is stolen. Limited to that, because those are all complaining, exposing topics, but have nothing to do with what you actually follow. So they claim the Egyptians are black, and they're proud to be black and proud to be the Egyptians, but none of them follow any of the teachings that are in the Kemetic writings. None of them have Kemetic teachings as their discipline state, so they won't follow them. They just are proud that they have the same complexion, size of nose, and thickness of lips, which nobody has the choice to be born to look like whatever you look like. So to be proud of what you physically look like is complete laziness when you're not matching the pride with actual actions. There's serial killers that are black. There are serial killers that are Chinese, so a Chinese man shouldn't be proud to look like that because he looks like a serial killer. Be proud of one who looks like that, that's actually following disciplines. There's Kung Fu masters that look Chinese, and there's killers that look Chinese. So just to be proud that you look Chinese is complete a complete illusion. And that goes for any type of look. So they have no spiritual beliefs, no disciplines. They just have counter teachings. Those particular topics, they won't follow anything. They have no accountability to anything. Their topics are the pyramids are older in America than the ones in Egypt. They're always comparison battle topics. We are Native Americans. We're not Africans. Everything has not. We're not. This is over that. But okay, you're a Native American. What culture do you follow of the Native Americans that parallel with what the Native Americans actually did? You will note that most of their statements start with what's called negative foundational speech, such as what most people don't know. Let me tell you where you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize. Just attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily basis. So they break down everybody. Let me break down Islam, tell you why it's wrong. Let me break down Christianity, tell you why it's wrong. Let me break down the Hebrews. Okay, they're all broken down. What can you build up? What were we doing before somebody invented Christianity?
Were we atheists? What were we doing before Islam was created? Before there was any infiltration, what were people actually living by? Do you do such? Or do you just complain and tear people down? And that is the Psyops. So they attack everyone, but never giving you any indigenous discipline in its place, but they adhere to on a daily discipline and their family practices. What ancient culture do you go by that your son in the house and wife practices with you on a daily basis like the ancients do? The answer is absolutely nothing. When the computer shuts down, they go back to regular life. When the debate is over, those so-called conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contentions, thus to hide the fact that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions. You're laughed off of the stage or insulted to the above inquiries because their agenda is actually individualism. The only time you see them come together on panels or come together is to actually talk about who is an individual, who knows more than the other person, and that's the only time you see them all together. When the panel shuts down, they are not with each other building on anything as a movement or a group or any unified spiritual system. So their focus is individual. I'm the best. I'm the best. And it's just me and nobody follows me and I don't follow anybody. Complete opposite to ancient culture. To disunite under the disguise of knowledge, but no structured unity system as all the ancients did. Thus they have no movements, no ranking system, no accountability, no alliance to anything. They have no group discipline, no spiritual rituals. That's all the ancient ancestors lived. They have no accountability to any one culture, thus they can do anything at any time. And they can just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are for that day or that time period or that emotion, while simultaneously teaching you that you have to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified structured force with accountability and allegiancy to a specific way of life and discipline. This unity is the New Age conscious community teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness of that of the European Egyptologists who were just outsiders, just collecting knowledge. They didn't want to follow Ma'at. They shouldn't want to follow Ma'at. So Budge, Peachtree, Faulkner, Miriam Lithium, all the Egyptologists, they were just collecting knowledge. And now the New Age conscious community does exactly what the Egyptologists do. Instead of following the ways of Ma'at or having some type of disciplined, structured movement, they're just doing what Wallace E. Budge did, compete for who has the most knowledge. So that's their goal, is to mirror consciousness with the European Egyptologists that were outsiders just collecting knowledge on Egypt, but not to unify as the united followers of Ma'at did, that actually created Kemet, in which they study, because all they do is study it. The original people had structure with discipline and a ranking system, and alliance and allegiance and accountability. That's the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type of answer, customized, and then taught live with each answer. Get subconscious matrices broken for you is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? Sent in by Hush Nation. Hush Nation want to know. Tua, Dua, Sekhem Saba Tehuti. Why do we see outside the light spectrum? Example, sometimes we can see spirits and sometimes we can't. Another great question coming from a great supportive student, Hush Nation. And many experience this. Sometimes we get glimpses of what appears to be entities. Sometimes you're in a meditative state and you appear to see spirits. Sometimes you can't. And does this have anything to do with the visual light spectrum? And that is our limitation in range of sight. Well, first, what is the visual light spectrum? As Hush Nation said, he learned about it first from SABA Tehuti. We're going to get more into it now and get into its connection to the spirit conscious realm, as it is called today. So what is the visual light spectrum, and how does it work with absorption, reflective sight, and the holographic brain? So what is the visual light spectrum? So the visual light spectrum are range. Oh, let me expand this. The visual light spectrum are ranges of light based on nanometers. They're based on nanometer frequencies, which are limited portions of light available to the human eye that the sun's high Kelvin white light appears to separate into. So the sun has what's called high Kelvin white light, and it appears to separate into 7 of these colors that our eyes can pick up: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. You'll notice that red and violet are at the end, and that's why you'll hear of 2 colors that your eyes can't see, but they're very popular. And what are they? Infrared and ultraviolet. That's going outside of these. Infrared, that's beyond this, and beyond this is ultraviolet. And that's why your eyes aren't seeing infrared and ultraviolet, because it is outside of the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, indigo, and the violet color. That is what your eyes are limited to see. So the way the human eye perceives with the visual light spectrum is it perceives in a form of a type of an illusion. So here's how the human eye actually sees something. It actually doesn't see it. So the full spectrum of light, let's take bananas. The full spectrum of light falls on the bananas, but only light with the wavelength of 570 to 580 nanometers. In other words, yellow light is bounced off. The nanometer is 1/1000th of a meter. So when you see this, if the wavelength is 570 to 580, the yellow is bounced off. And so that's what you see is what's bounced off of the banana. You have no idea what color a banana is. You've never seen the color of a banana because what you see is the nanometer that's bounced off of this object. And because of your eyes, you see the color of the object as what bounces off of it. So that is just what bounces off of it. That is not all the colors that make up this. So what happens is the yellow, which is the the yellow, which is the 570 to 580 light reflected from the banana, stimulates the eye's cone cells to varying degrees. Nerve signals from cones travel to the optic cortex of the brain for decoding. So this repels or reflects off one of the colors that the banana is. It reflects off, that hits your eye, and then your eye serves the process of sending it to the optical cortex in the back of your head, and then there the brain has to decode it. Whatever it appears to decode, that's what your eye tells your brain. That's what the visual cortex tells your brain that you are seeing. And all of this can only be limited to the visual light spectrum when it comes to the humanoid eye. Let me ask the class, how much of reality would you say you see with your eye? Of all of reality, let me go to the class and interact with all of you. Of all the reality that exists, how much do you actually see with your physical eye? Just put a number. How much do you see with your physical eye? If you look around the room and look around and say, I see everything. I got everything. I got that. I got that. Yeah, I got that. Check, check, check. How much can you see with your physical eye? What percentage? Who's still in the room? Who's still in the class? What percentage do you see? Okay. 1%, less than 1%. Whoa, 1%. Anybody? There's no right or wrong answer. New people that are watching, just type in a percentage of what you see. When you look around your room, how much of your room do you see? When you look around from right to left, up to down, how much of your bedroom do you see? Did you put 3%? Isn't that any of these answers are amazing? If we just take 3%, imagine that 3%. 3% of your room you see. And yet when people talk about spirit entities, consciousness, light consciousness, ghosts, all these different things that come in and out, you will be quick to see the atheists and the other people in the atheist conscious community tell you that that is spookism. And then we have the Jeds here saying that you only see 3%. If you go into an auditorium full of 1,000 people, what's 3% of 1,000 people? What's 3% of 1,000 people? Imagine there's 1,000 people around you and you only see 3%. And the other person that can see the other people say,
wait, there's a guy over there with a bandana on, and he has a long 2-foot neck. You say, no, that's spookism. No such being, no such thing. But wait, you can only see 3% of reality. What position are you in to tell anybody that the unseen world is unreal when there's less of all the billions of life forms on the planet, millions of species of fish, ants, microscopic animals, all of that? That's only 3%. If the jet is right, 1% if Sozimania is right, 4% if Hush Nation is right, less than 1%, 5% if Nook Panook is right, 5% if these are small percentages of reality. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and boom. So what's the percentage that you see? Let me walk you through, and I'm going to walk you through and take you through the form of existence that you interact with. Is called the baryons realm. The baryons realm, a baryon's existence. We'll get to that in a moment. Here we go. So what is this? So 68% of the universe is dark energy, and 27% is dark matter, both of which are invisible to the physical eye. That equals 95% of the entire universe. So was Minty right? So 95% is what's invisible. What's left? 5%, right? Visible matter. Let's go back to, let's see who put 5%. Let me see. I think Minty put 5%. 5% from Nook Panook. I thought I saw Minty. There is Minty 5%. So Nook Panook and Minty, it looks like they're right because it says 5% visible. Is that right? 5% visible. Let's go back to it. So 5% is visible matter. But what does it mean by visible matter? So that equals 95% of the entire universe is invisible through vision. But it says 5% is visible matter. Let's walk through what that means. What does that mean, 5% is visible matter? Does that mean you see 5% of reality? Let me walk you through. So imagine that. Only 5% of the entire universe is visible, but it gets worse. Why is that? Because of the 5%, 4.5% of that is considered what's called non-luminous. Non-luminous means the 4.5% can only be seen through technology. When you remove the other elements that exist in the baryonic matter percentage, that is still within the visible light spectrum, but is unseen to the human eye. This leaves us with only 0.05 of all reality. 0.05% of reality around us can be seen. We see less than 1/3 of 1%. We don't even see 1%. We see less than one. We only see 0.05 of all reality, including conscious light forms and spirit forms. Of all of the reality, you see less than 1%. Yet you have people with the audacity to come and tell you that if you see spirits or you see any type of conscious entity, UFO, ghost, whatever these new words are, those aren't even the words for them. But if you see any life form or entity that seems to come in and out of this dimension that can't be seen regularly, they'll tell you that it's spookism, there's no such thing as that, it's only us here. The person talking to you, imagine the audacity, what does Jay say? The mitigated gall. Imagine the mitigated gall and the audacity to be in a position where you might as well be blind. If I ask somebody, what is the definition of someone that can only see, that has 6% of sight? You say, that's a blind man. 6%, that's a person pretty much blind. You see 0.05. There's still another digit, and you're still not in the number 1 yet. Then there's another digit, and you finally see 1%. Somebody who sees 0.05% of reality has the mitigated gall to tell you
what exists in this universe. That is human ego at its highest level. It doesn't actually get any higher than that. That's a blind person talking to you, telling you what is happening in all of existence. So you see 0.05%. Very important to know that for the people that say, well, I see certain things like orbs and then I don't see them. I see things coming in and out. I saw my grandmother walk in the room, then she disappeared. I don't know what's happening. And then you have the atheist coming right on cue, killing that and saying that, nope, that doesn't happen. Nope. What do you see, sir? Oh, I see 0.05 of the universe. But you know what you see? No, that doesn't happen. So here we go, everybody. So we're past the ego that, yes, you see less than 1/3 of 1% of life or anything in existence in this universe. So nobody has the authority to tell anybody what they can and cannot see if they have the ability to bypass regular sight, which we're going to get into shortly. So plus on top of that, all of that I have taught you on many times before. What you see is actually a hologram. The typo here, it's a hologram. So the 0.05% of reality is that's created from is not actually even seen with your eyes, but is actually a holographic projection created in the back of your head. So even the 0.05% of what you think you see is actually a holographic projection. And I've taught this on many classes, but I will teach this again to compound it for the older people and for the new people that have never seen this before. So actually how your brain sees in the same description as a holographic computer and how a holographic computer works. So the brain is actually a holographic computer. It's the first one before computers were even invented. As a matter of fact, the original definition of computer was a human that computes. So the holographic computer, the eyes serve as laser beams, electromagnetic energy serves as holographic laser light, UV rays serve as sensory beams, optic nerves serve as sensory receptors, the visual light spectrum serves as available colors to create the hologram on the canvas. And where's the canvas? The canvas is right back here. Here's where you actually see. And that's why when I first discussed the visual light spectrum and how the eyes work, what did it say? That it sends it back to the cortex. Here it is. Then when you see something, it sends it back to the cortex of the brain for decoding. So what you see with your eyes is not even seen until the visual cortex decodes it. By the time you think you see something, it's actually a decoded message that takes place on the opposite side of where your eyes are. And that is exactly that's how a holographic computer works. So here's where it's processed, right here in the visual cortex. Here's where you see. You see on the opposite side of your head and where your eyes are. And what you see is on a canvas that is a holographic image that you see, that your mind had to create the image. So with all of this in mind and our eyesight's limitation, the beautiful question is asked, how is it that sometimes the spirit entities that of course we cannot normally see because we see less than 0.05 of reality, how is it they pop in and out? How can we see spirit entities? Why do they pop in and out? And if they exist outside the visible light spectrum, how can we see them anyways? They're not even within our spectrum. When do your eyes stop interacting with them? And what if you are blind? I added these questions in because I'm going to be covering these. What if you're blind? Can a blind person still see spirits? So what if you are blind? Can a blind person still see spirits? All of these questions, and of course for all of that, you know what it's time to get into, everybody? What is it time to get into? It's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Everybody ready? Here we go. It's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go. Everybody ready? 1, 2, and 3. Screen goes white. Boom. And now let's get into it. Here we go. Let the rest of it pop up. Expand the screen so everything's on the screen. There we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. So what is happening here? How are you seeing these spirits outside the visible light spectrum? Everybody? If your eyes are limited to the visible light spectrum, how are you seeing these spirits that are outside of the visible light spectrum? That's right. Overdrive, Tehuti Quantum Leap. How are you seeing them if your eyes are limited to the visible light spectrum? And if you see in the visible light spectrum, how is it that you can see them? So what is happening here? How are you seeing these spirits outside of the visible light spectrum? You know what the answer is, everybody? You are not. You are not seeing them outside of the visible light spectrum. Ready, everybody? Are you ready, Hush Nation? Here we go. How are you seeing them outside of the visible light spectrum? You're not. Here we go. Let us begin. There are some light entities that can be picked up visually via technology, like the ITEs that were captured September 5th, 2015 by nuclear physicist Ruggero Maria Santilli, PhD. So some of these were picked up by the Santilli telescope. These were light entities that they computed were surveying them. But there are beings composed of light that can only be seen when you make the convex telescope. That's another class. But here, so these ones can be seen with technology. Okay, the ITEs. Okay, now there are others that can be seen without the technology by the naked eye in broad daylight. Here are the ones you're seeing in the visual light spectrum. So in broad daylight, like what was seen and photographed by Daniel Chota Tamani and Luis Miguel Chumbi Gomez in San Juan Bautista Iquitos, Loreto region, Minas province, which is the northeast of the country in the Peruvian Amazon. And these ones here were visible to multiple people. How do they describe them? Daniel Chota Tamani, pictured above, said these signs always appear at the neighbors, always appear at these neighborhoods. So they always appear. Multiple people see them, and this is the second time he has knowledge of the luminous apparition nearby. It was not a UFO or something. It was a strange body. So what he was looking like looked like a body and not a ship. Him and others are looking clearly at this life form that is, or at least a part of it, is existing within the visible light spectrum because it's being seen by the naked eye by multiple people. So there's ITEs that are seen with technology that is covered within what's called the non-luminous, 4.5%. And then within the 0.05%, there are these light entities that can be seen that look like bodies, strange bodies. And they're seen clearly with the visible light spectrum. In the visible light spectrum, which means any human eye can see them. But now for the question and the ones that Hush Nation is asking about. But there are others. that are not a part of any spectrum that pertains to sight. As you know, you can see them even if your eyes were damaged. So did you know you can see them even if your eyes were damaged? What, Tehuti? That means that these two you couldn't see if your eyes were damaged, because the other one is through technology, which is a partition that puts it on a level where you can see it. The other one can be seen by the visible light spectrum. Then there's others that are not a part of any spectrum that pertains to what's called sight. Did you know that? Did you know that some of them you can see even with your eye, even if your eyes were damaged? What, Tehuti? What are you talking about, Tehuti? What do you mean you can see them even if your eyes were damaged? Here's what we're gonna do. Let me ask the class. Interaction time again. Let me ask the class. What is it called? What is the word called when you cannot see? What is that word? Very simple question. Just to interact, keep everybody awake and interactive. What's the word called when you can't see something? When someone can't see, what are they called? They're called what? When they can't see. Very easy answer. Okay. Wonderful. Ebed put blind. Hush Nation put blind. I'm gonna put blind. Yeah, look blind. Blind. Is Robert here? Okay. 47 people watching. Blind. Everybody knows that if a man or woman can't see, they are blind. They're not dumb. That means you can't talk. They're not deaf, which means they can't hear. When you can't see, it's called blind, right? Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Very good. Blind. You bet blind. That's not blind, but you bet put blind. Nook put blind. Mintiota put blind. Robert Williams put blind. I mean, visually impaired, which is so blind. Okay, here we go. So boom. So now visually impaired is not the answer. I know people want to be different and try to no. When a person cannot see, so you can have a problem with your left eye and your right eye sees perfect. You're diagnosed visually impaired because you don't have the both hemispheres of sight. There's an impairity to your vision, but you're not blind. So visually impaired is not the definition of blind, because you can be visually impaired and can't see, because you can have a problem with your retina in your left eye. Your right eye is perfect, or you can have damage to this eye, or you may be able to see 30%. You're not blind. But when a person cannot see, they're called blind. When a person has damage to their eyes that's affected, they're called visually impaired. All right, and visually impaired can have blindness to it, but you can actually still see and be impaired. So here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. So what is it called? When you cannot see at all. And everybody, or most everybody, got the answer. And the answer is, of course, these two famous people that everybody knows. Stevie Wonder says, we all have ability. The difference is how we use it. Ray Charles says, I never wanted to be famous. I only wanted to be great. And both of these people are blind. They're considered blind people. So let me ask the class, have you ever heard of the term clinically blind? Here we go. Clinically blind. Is that when you're diagnosed blind in a clinic? So blind means you can't see, which is what everybody typed, right? So what's this term clinically blind? Clinically blind. So why clinically blind and not just blind? If blind means that you cannot see, the reason is because the scientists have discovered that even with the functioning of the holographic brain system, that even when the visual cortex is damaged or destroyed, there is what is called residual visual sensitivity and discrimination. So residual visual sensitivity and discrimination is a wonderful phenomenon. When the cortex is damaged, your visual cortex is damaged, your retinas, your eyes are damaged, you're considered blind. But then there's clinically blind, which means there's a middle point. And this is residual visual sensitivity and discrimination. How is this working, Tehuti? How does this work? Well, Scroll over too much. This has been labeled by scientists today as blind sight. Paradoxal, right? A paradoxal word. Blind means you can't see, and sight means you can see. But there is something called blind sight. Blind sight, which is, here's the primal visual cortex in the back of the head that creates your vision after it's decoded. Here's the amygdala, which associates the memory of your consciousness and puts it in order. And then here's the thalamus. But what is this red line right here? There's a red line because the natural process is being bypassed. The human body creates a bypass when the eyes are actually blind. It actually can evolve or create a bypass. That's what that red line is. So here we go. So what is blind sight? That even though the visual cortex, major cortical destination of input that contains the image received through the retina, there is a pathway that bypasses the holographic process of the visual cortex that can come into play even if the eyes are completely damaged. If the eyes are completely smushed in, damaged, destroyed, the body can create a pathway of what's called blind sight, and the blind sight pathway works off residual visual sensitivity and discrimination, and thus the blind person can see through this process of bypass. So the British neurologist George Reddock found that patients were perceiving motion within their blind field, as seen here in Science Alert, July 5th, 2020. So now we're going to go to Science Alert. Some blind people can still see, and their brains could help explain consciousness. Now, interesting. A person who cannot see is a person whose brain can explain consciousness. Let me repeat that again. A person who cannot see, who is blind, technically cannot see, but does the bypass, that's the kind of brain that can explain how consciousness works, which means consciousness is not limited to your physical sight. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. So one day, this is from the same article. Oh, why is it going so much across? It's so strange. So one day, some physiologists placed Barry in a corridor full of obstacles like boxes and chairs. They took away his walking stick and they told him to walk down the corridor. Now walking sticks can be used for two things. Some advanced aspects of it that I showed several classes ago. Usually the normal person uses the walking sticks to hit things around them, and they can maneuver because if the sticks hit it, they know it don't go that direction. Some people use the walking stick as echolocation. They hit something, and then their mind can perceive the sight and the angles of what's around them like a bat. That is highly advanced, but the person cannot see. But they're using vibrations to create a picture in their mind without their eyes. But yet they're blind. They cannot see. So what they did is they took away the walking stick. Now you're done for now, Barry. Hold on, Barry. The stick helped you hit things. And even if you use the echolocation, we're taking your stick away. So they took the stick away. So now Barry he doesn't have anything to hit anything with. He can't do the advanced echolocation. He has nothing now. Now what does he have? He has what he had before walking sticks were invented. He has his consciousness. Here we go, everybody. 1, 2, 3, boom. Here we go. So they took away his walking stick and told him to walk down the corridor. The results of this simple experiment would prove dramatic for the understanding of consciousness. The results of this simple experiment would prove dramatic for the understanding of consciousness. Barry was able to navigate around the obstacles without tripping over a single one.
Here is a blind man without the walking stick. Something else kicks in. He's blind. He has no echolocation and nothing to touch. He's walking around all the obstacles and doesn't hit a single one. You can fully see, and I bet you stubbed your toe last week. Oh man, I bet you walked to the bathroom at night. Oh, ouch! Oh, what's that I stepped on? What's that? It's dark. You can see fine. You're stubbing your toe. I hit my funny bone on the wall. Ah! And you can see perfectly fine. Barry is blind. They removed his walking stick, and here he is walking 100% through these rooms, avoiding the obstacles, and he has no eyes. And we're bumping our toes with 20/20 vision. Here we go, everybody, because he's not using the eyes. He's using consciousness. There we go. 1, 2, 3. What's up, Barry? Here we go. So Barry has what's called blind sight. He's understanding consciousness. Barry was able to navigate around the obstacles without tripping over a single one. Barry has blind sight, an extremely rare condition that is as paradoxical as it sounds. People with blind sight consistently deny awareness of items in front of them, but they're capable of amazing feats, which demonstrate that in some sense they must be able to see. So we put something in front of them and hold it up. I don't see that. But they demonstrate amazing feats and avoid things without being able to see. I'm walking you through something here. Here we go. I don't know why it's going way over way over there. I don't know. Look, here we go. So boom, seeing through a form of consciousness. That is bypassing the physical world's anatomical limitations, and they are using this ability to help explain consciousness. They're using a blind person who can't see to explain consciousness. This means that this realm of consciousness exists in a sentient, accessible state that is not seen, because they're using a blind person to help them understand consciousness, not a person with 20/20 vision. Here we go, everybody. Yes, what we have been taught as quote-unquote seeing is an actual ability that, as you see now, through heightened sensitivity, can be done without eyes. Thus, there are aspects of quote-unquote sight that you have that are not limited and actually have nothing to do with the visible light spectrum. There you go, Hush Nation. There's aspects of your sight that have nothing to do with the visual light spectrum or any form of light spectrum at all, infrared, ultraviolet, or anything of that. There's aspects of sight that you have that are not limited and actually have nothing to do with the visual light spectrum. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Okay, here we go. And now, let me ask the class a question. Can you see frequencies? Yes or no? Are you able to see a frequency? Let me go to the room. I'll give you a couple moments. Can you see frequencies? Can the human eye see frequencies? Yes or no? Anybody know? Can you see frequencies? Anybody know? Anybody still awake? Can you see frequencies? I think there's a lag on my side. It's stuck. You can see frequencies? Okay. Hush Nation said, I don't know. Okay, we got yes. Acid trip. You can see frequencies. Okay, here we go. So can you see frequencies? Okay. There we go. Got some good answers in the room. Wonderful. Here we go. Well, let me ask everybody this question. Here it is. What's the most, and I'm gonna come off the screen for just a minute, 30 seconds or so. If you can see frequencies, what's the most common frequency that you can see? What's the easiest frequency that you can see? I'm gonna let you think about that, answer the question, type it in the room. What is the easiest, most common frequency, if you can see a frequency at all, but if you can, what is the most common one that you can see? I'll step away for just a moment. I am back. What's the most common frequency that you can see? We got sound, yay light, I don't know, colors. Okay, we got yeah light. Oh yeah light. Oh okay, I see what's happening. Electricity. Okay, we got good answers. There we go. Let's see. What is the most common frequency that you can see? Because nobody goes to this as the first answer. Whenever I ask a question, hey, can humans see frequency? I get all type of different answers. I never get. What answer did I get when I asked if we can see frequency? Let me see the answers I got when I said, can we see frequency? Oh no, what do I got? I got as in color or music. I got heat waves. I got small particle, vibe, a lot of things. But what is the most common frequency that we see? This computer is moving very odd here. What's the most common frequency that you can see? And the answer is yes. Because the most common frequency that you see every day, as I elucidated in the beginning of class, you see light. You see light. But you may be asking, what does light have to do with frequency? What does light have to do with frequency? So here we go. Actually, light travels in a wave. This is a wavelength, which is the physical length between the same part of a wave. The frequency of light wave is how many wavelengths pass through a fixed point in 1 second. So the light that you see actually are waves. And then your eyes transform them through the visual cortex. But here, they're actual waves, wavelengths. So this is actually what it looks like. You never see this until the illusion of when it's really hot and then it looks like waves. But you never ever see the actual waves of light. You just see the colors like the light in your bedroom when you turn the light on. You don't actually see the waves of the light. But anyways, you see waves. So light is actually the most common wave that you see. I don't know why it jumps way to the visible light spectrum. They are wavelengths of light that alter, control, and influence your sight on the physical realm. What if I were to tell you that there's another set of wavelengths that are also light wavelengths that give you the ability to see in the mental neuronic realm? Here are the other wavelengths that are also light. These are neuronic light wavelengths right here. Beta wave, that's the one you're mainly in. Alpha wave, theta wave, and delta. And then for those who came to the magic classes, you learned about gamma. So here are the waves. You have beta,
This is alert. This is alertness. This protection wave, engaged in work, busy, thinking, and protection. How to survive. How to stay alert. Then there's the alpha wave, relaxed images and visual self-introspection, daydreaming, and there's much, much more. Out of body meditation. There's much, much more. And then theta waves, deep meditation between awake and sleep, flow of ideas, creativity, shamanic states, bridge to subconscious. Then the delta, which is unconscious, you're just in a very, very deep sleep. When you get into that first stage after the beta wave, when it relaxed images. Notice what it says about the alpha wave. When you look at the alpha wave, what is the definition of the alpha wave? That doesn't seem to be, and I've never taught this before, but we're going to focus on this now. What's the definition of the alpha wave that seems to be different from all the other waves? Do you see it? Does anybody see it? The definition of alpha wave, there's something in it that's different from all the other wavelengths. Do you see it? Let me come to the room. Does anybody see it? What is in the definition of alpha wave that's not in all the other definitions of the wavelength? There's something that's there that's different. Did anybody see that? Did you catch that? You may have never have caught it. I'm showing it to you, and let's see if you caught it now that I showed it to you. When you look up beta, alpha, delta, theta, there's something in the definition of alpha that pertains to this class that's not in the definitions of all the other ones. It completely separates. There it is. Amunet. Images and visuals. Alpha wave associated with images. That's something you see, correct? Alpha wave associated with visuals. That's something you see, correct? Have you ever noticed that before? Then the definition of alpha waves, that's different from the other three wavelengths, is this one deals with a certain type of sight. Images and visuals. What does the alpha wavelength have to do with seeing? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Hope you all are appreciating this. I don't know if this is taught. I'm not sure what's happening out there because I don't watch much of anything, but support Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockKSV. If you appreciate this, I'm going to continue on. Let's go. So now you're being pointed out for the first time that the alpha wave definition in it deals with seeing in images. The other wavelengths don't seem to have that. Images and visuals, daydreaming, that's also seeing. See that? There we go, everybody. These are also wavelengths. I don't know why it jumps. Wow. What's going on with this? Different. Here we go. So, alpha wave, visuals. There we go. So these wavelengths seem to deal with sight as well. These light waves. So neuronic light brain waves giving you sight, Tehuti. How does neuronic brain waves give you sight? Here we go, everybody. Ready? Now we're going to turn the font into Kelvin mode. Here we go. Let's get into sun mode. Here we go. Ready? And now that I've taught you that your sight is holographic, which takes place in the back of your head, not your eyes, and that during V1 damage is the visual cortex, V1 damage or removal, you can remove the visual cortex. That blind sight can take over, where you can still see without eyes. Now I will tell you that these conscious entities exist right here, but in the doubled realm, of which in order to see them, you must shift your frequency sight, which has nothing to do with the visual light spectrum. Here are the brain waves. What if I were to tell you that by vibrating on the waves after beta
to alpha, the first frequency lowering that enables astral cosite and out of body lowering your out of body and lowering your frequency to match the echo dual. Now let me go back to this. Let me shrink this down so we can see this. There we go. Oh, it's another one. It's another class. It's another one. Here we go. Let me go back to this. Here we are. So what's happening here? You see what's happening? The matrix and the woke community and the conscious community and people that say that they study spirituality, they always use this terminology, and I've taught this many times in class. I had to reverse this with everybody. They always say, you have to raise your frequency. You have a lower frequency. What frequency is this, sir? What frequency is this, sir? I don't know. What frequency are you speaking of, sir? Because when you tell me to meditate, you're telling me that I have to relax and get into the alpha wave. That's one of the first things people say. So when you say, listen, man, you need to raise your frequency. Which frequency exactly? Light frequency? You need to raise the light around you. Raise it up to what hertz should we raise it to, sir? How do you raise your frequency? Is it brainwave frequency? Because you told me that in order to do my meditation and be relaxed and communicate with the spirits and do the altar work and do all that I have to move from beta wave to alpha wave. Is that raising my frequency? I remember I came a few years ago and I taught everybody that's in reverse. They reverse that. That's the matrix reversing things to confuse you. Look at the beta wave. The beta wave is 14 to 30 hertz. That's the wavelength. That's your vibration. These are the frequencies. Here's the frequencies that are happening in the body for consciousness. 14 to 30. Is that high? Well, let's find out. To go to alpha, it looks like the numbers are lower. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I have to lower my frequency, huh? You got to raise your frequency, man. Well, 9 to 13 seems lower than 14 to 30. That's just me, though. Could be mathematically off, but it looks like that as I go into the deeper states of meditation, it looks like the numbers lower. These are frequencies. Means they're happening frequent. They're happening in a pattern. But the frequency is actually lowering to get to states of consciousness that you're striving for. The conscious woke community told you it in reverse, but they can never tell you what frequency you're raising. Listen, man, you got to raise you're of low frequency, man. What's the frequency that I'm raising? What is the number? Because something raised, is it a number that's going up? Because the frequency for me to get into meditative states seems to be lowering for me to get to those states. They don't seem to be. Seems like I have to lower my frequency. What happened? When you show them the brainwave frequency, which is something factual that you can factually lower to get to these meditative states and these visualization states, these are factual things. When you say, "Oh, I'm wrong. It's not brainwave frequency." Could you please tell me what frequency that I'm raising? What's the frequency? Is it my arm frequency? Could you show me that? What's arm frequency? Is it my tooth frequency? Because I don't have brain frequencies. That factually, when they lower, I go into those states. When they raise up, I get into the hyperactive states of beta wavelength. Let's go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let's go. So we see that we're lowering the frequency. We're lowering the vibration of frequency. We're not raising the frequency. No, I don't want to go to beta. I want to lower. Please, can we lower this, please? I'm trying to get out of this high 14 to 30. I'm trying to get down to 9 to 13 and even down to 4 to 8. That seems lower by mathematics, but in the fantasy woke community world, it seems like those numbers are higher.
I'll stick with the factual numbers being lower. There we go. And now that I've taught you that your sight is holographic, which takes place in the back of your head, not your eyes, and that during the V1 damage or removal, that blind sight can take over where you can still see without eyes. Now we'll tell you that these conscious entities exist right here, but in the doubled realm, of which in order to quote unquote see them, you must shift or lower your frequency sight to alpha, which is the first frequency that's associated with sight. The other ones are not. Here are the brain waves. And if I were to tell you that by vibrating on waves after beta to alpha, going down the chart, first frequency lowering that enables astral ka sight and out of body, lowering your frequency to match the echo dual echo dimension of the ancestor enables a different sight. Tehuti, Tehuti, and the ancestors are pseudo. All of you are pseudo. Tehuti, you're pseudo, and the ancestors are pseudo. Well, guess what alters what you can and cannot see, according to the University of Illinois Beckman's Institute? What alters what you can and cannot see? Because we're talking about entities that seem to pop in and out of reality. Sometimes you see them, sometimes you can't. But what alters what you can and cannot see? What is it that alters it? Here it is, Beckman's Institute, video controlling brain waves. Brain waves to improve vision, huh? I thought we were pseudo. Brain waves to improve vision. Your brain waves, beta, alpha, delta, theta, improve vision. But the only one associated with vision was the alpha wave. Researchers at Beckman Institute are using a novel technique to test brain waves to see how the brain processes external stimuli that do and don't reach your awareness. Boom. Brain waves to do what? Improve your vision, shifting your neural light wavelength to more meditative spiritual states, enhance what you can see. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Hey Tehuti, they didn't say all that. You're adding that, Tehuti. What do you mean? They didn't talk about shifting to a more meditative state, more meditative spiritual brainwave to enhance what you can see. That's not what Beckman University said. They didn't say that, Tehuti. What are you doing? What are you talking about? There you go. Everybody ready? And yes, because the matrix has your brain waves constantly fluctuating with distractions, it is very difficult to stay on an alpha wavelength, because the beta wavelength, where your eye cannot see the spirit's consciousness, is the default wavelength that the brain always wants to go to, because the beta wavelength is the defensive protective wavelength that keeps you alert in the physical world, because the wavelengths that are unrelaxed and have to be unrelaxed and constantly shift back and forth, that which you quote unquote see in the alpha state may suddenly disappear once your mind goes back to jobs, bills, social media, arguments, hanging out, you know, all the things the Matrix says. It's real life. I'm keeping it real. It's real life. So guess how the scientists at the University of Illinois Beckman Institute plan on heightening and enhancing your vision? I wonder what they're going to do. Here we go. Talk to him, Beckman. Talk to him. Dynamics of alpha control. Uh-oh. Tehuti wrote this article. Dynamics of alpha control. Preparatory suppression of posterior alpha oscillations by frontal modulators revealed with combined EEG event-related optical signals, published in this month's journal, Cognitive Neural
reveals how alpha waves, typically thought of as your brain's electrical activity, while its rest can actually influence. What can it influence? What we see or don't see. Uh-oh. What? The alpha waves influence what you see and what you don't see. Boom. Alpha control brainwave oscillations. Alpha waves influence what you see or what you don't see. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Whoa. There we go, everybody ready? Boom. And guess what? Guess how scientists now reactivate sight in glaucoma blindness. Wait a minute. How do they activate sight in glaucoma blindness? What do they use? What do they use, Tehuti? Hold on, you wrote these articles, Tehuti. You wrote them. What are the scientists using for glaucoma? What are they using to influence sight in glaucoma? Ready? One. I wonder what they're using. Tehuti, who showed you all this? Where'd you get this? Man, you wrote the articles. Here we go. What are they using? No, I just know where they are. Here we go. Hey, what are they using? What is this? What are these diagrams? Brainwave. What is this? It's showing images of the brain. Images. There's the back of the head, the visual cortex. Hold on. Day 0. Seems like there's no sight. The visual cortex is less active than day 5. In day 5, it's more active, and then day 10, it's almost doubled. How did you all do that? How did you help visual sight? Figure 1, A and B affects ACS. Treatment as shown by brainwave activity, upper panel, the normalized functional networks in the alpha band, 8 to 12 hertz. Straight to the alpha band, right? Oh, band is the other way of saying wavelength, by the way. There we go. Uh-oh. Boom. Boom. By the functioning networks in the alpha wave frequency of 8 to 12. Bring seeing back. By working with the alpha wavelength, it brings seeing back caused by glaucoma. The scientists at Beckman are using the alpha wavelength to enhance how you see things, what you can and what you cannot see. Now, pre-matrix distraction, confusion, pre-stress, and chaos, did we only get glimpses of these spirits? Let me take you right to the indigenous people themselves. Did our ancestors in Ma'at come across spirits? And if they did they only glimpse them for a few moments, like the people of today do? Remember, let me take you right to the writings of Khonsu M. Hab from 2040 BC. If you remember in the beginning of this class, I said, does anybody have conversations with spirit entities where they spend the day with them, spend some time, sit at the table, or is it just glimpses? Can you ask them questions and they answer back? Can you give other people the answers that don't come from you? That means in that realm, they should know things that you definitely should not know. Without Googling Wikipedia, do you have conversations back and forth, or is it a glimpse? So in this day and time, they all seem to be glimpses, because nobody can. I'm trying to get the spirit person to get the information so that Robert Williams can send him the podcast question. We want to know about the spirit world in that realm, so we want to send whoever's talking to the spirits to come to the panel and do a podcast and give us information that there's no way that you could have known, and the spirit entity from that side told you. Or is it just glimpses? It's just glimpses, and that's why there is nobody teaching, and what the spirits told me on this side is what you do over there is this, and there's no conversations like that taking place that you can verify and prove and bring back information, because the one thing a spirit should be able to do is remote view. If anybody knows remote view, one point of consciousness, because in that realm, you don't need the sun to see. You see with consciousness. That means the limitation is not based on where you're standing on the earth. So the consciousness that the sight that you receive is consciousness. So the spirit should be able to know what's taking place on different parts of the planet without going there, because the information is in the conscious realm. There's no sun over there on that realm where you have a visual cortex. So how is that spirit entity getting sight to see things? It's seeing on a conscious plane. So it can retrieve things from a conscious plane like Ingo Swann did. Then that person should be able to come to the podcast, and I'm going to send stranger SEKHET Robert Williams to blast them questions. And when they can't answer them, we know that you're not contacting the spirits, you're just getting glimpses of them. But what about in ancient times? Is there any record of just glimpses? Let's go back before the Matrix. What is the date today? It's 2025? That's what they say it is? 2025, right? Let's go to 2040 on the other side, 2040 BC, and let's see what happens in the records of the ancients when they come in contact with these spirit entities. There we go. This computer is very strange tonight. Here we go. So we're going to go to Kenzu, Mhab, and the Ba, 2040 BC. Here it is right here. Let's go to the translation. Let's see what happens when Kenzu comes in contact with a spirit entity. Let's see if it's much different from what is happening today. According to his habit, following the advice which had been given to him, and he ferried across, reached his home. He caused there to be made all sorts of good things. Now, while I was looking towards the west, he went up into the top, or the area, the roof of, and invoked the Netiru of the sky, which the people are telling you are just principles. He invoked the Netiru of the sky, the Netiru of the earth, the southern, northern, western, eastern, and the Netiru of the underworld, saying to them, I guess he's talking to principles, right? He's saying to them, send me that August, that means that great Ka, that great, send me that great spirit. So he came and said to him, I am your, and then his damage, who has come to sleep during the night next to his tomb. Then the high priest of Amun, Kun Sem Hab, said to him, please tell me your name. Who is he talking to here? Your father's name? He's actually able to ask questions that Kunzu couldn't know. Please tell me your name, your father's name, your mother's name, that I may offer to them and do for them all that has been done for one in their position. Said that great spirit to him, Nebusemek. Nebusemek is my name. Unkmen is my father's name, and Tamshesh is my mother's name. Then the high priest of Amun, king of the Netiru, Kanzu Mhab, said to him, tell me what you want that I may have it done for you. And I shall have a sepulchre made anew for you, and have a coffin of gold and Zisphus wood made for you. And you shall, in this damage, and I shall have done for you all that is done for you, that is done for one who is in your position. Said the spirit to him, there is none overheated or passionate who is exposed to winds in winter, hungry, without food. It is only my desire to flow on the inundation, nor I would not occupy myself with what is simple to say. Put this here. And then it goes on. Now after he had finished speaking, the high priest of Amun, king of the Netiru, Kanzu Mhab, sat down and wept beside him with a face full of tears. The spirit and he, Kanzu Mhab, said to him, I will remain here without eating or drinking, without growing old or becoming young. I will not see sunlight, nor will I inhale northerly breezes, but darkness shall be in my sight every day. I will not get up early to depart. Let's go across. Cross again. Cross again. Boom. Then the spirit said to him, when I was alive. So this is an entity that is now in a spirit form that used to be alive upon the planet Earth. One of the ancestors that the conscious community is calling a principal. I was the overseer and treasurer of King Ra-Hotep. I was lieutenant of the army, for I used to be at the head of men. I was lieutenant of the army, for I used to be at the head of men, and just to the rear of the Netiru. When I went to rest in year 14 during the summer months of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, as they have it, or Smawitawi, or Tamaray, or Kemet, or any of those words, Mentu Hotep, he gave me 4 canopic jars. See, now the spirit is telling him things that happened in his physical life that Kanzu Mhab could never have known. You see? A conversation. Here we go. 4 canopic. He gave me 4 canopic jars and my sarcophagus of alabaster, and he had done for me all that is done for one in my position. That's one who died. He laid to me to rest in my tomb within the shaft of 10 cubits. See, the ground beneath has collapsed and dropped away so that the wind blows there and seizes his tongue. Now for your having said to me, I shall have a sepulchre prepared anew, I have it 4 times already. That one will act in accordance with them. He's like, what you're offering me as a spirit, I already had done for me when I had passed. But what I am to make of such things as you have said to me, once again in order that all these promises may finally come to pass, then the high priest of Amun-Re, king of the Netiru, Kanzu Mhab, said to him, please express to me a nice commission, such as to fit to be done for you in order that I may have it done for you. Otherwise, I shall simply have 5 men servants and 5 maid servants, totaling 10, devoted to you in order to pour libations and water for you. I thought these were just principles. Here we go. And have a sack of emmer delivered daily to be offered to you. Moreover, the overseer of the offerings shall pour libations and water for you. Then the spirit of Nebuchadnezzar said to him, of what use are these things you do? Doesn't a tree grow through sunlight? Doesn't it sprout foliage? But stone will never produce to age. It perishes only through, and then is damaged. King Neb, Hepetre, son of Re, Mentuhotep, and they entered in it, and they explored 25 cubits long, the king's causeway at Deir el Badri, and they went back down to the riverbank, and they returned. The high priest of Amun-Ra, king of the Netiru, Kanzu Mhab, had found him offering in the temple of Amun, king of the Netiru, and he had said to him, hopefully you have returned, having discovered the excellent place of making the name of that spirit called Nebuchadnezzar endure unto eternity. Then 3 of them said to him all together, we have discovered the excellent place to make the name of the spirit to endure. And so they sat down before him and made a holiday, and his heart began to rejoice. And they said, when the sun came up from the horizon, then he called the deputy of the estate of Amun, Menkua, and he informed him about his project. He returned that evening and spent the night at Ni, and then it damaged there. Full-blown interaction and conversation. Here we go. No glimpse. No glimpse. No, I saw a figure in the corner of my eye and it disappeared. Here we see before the matrix, full-fledged interaction between the physical living and a spirit consciousness, full of conversation, back and forth, plans, promises, requests, for a long, undisturbed period of time. Do you see the difference? When one is naturally able to shift into the alpha at will, there is no barrier, and these spirits are easily, quote-unquote, seen and communicated with. Long conversations, telling you things that you could never have known that you can go and verify. Because the ancestors that you're speaking with were once here. So they should know things of their day and time. And that's what's happening in this conversation. No glimpse, no corner of my eye. It was in my eye, then it was gone. None of that. So in these times, surrounded by the matrix, chaos, non-stop, non-disciplined culture, people just get a glimpse or a short period of time with a shift to alpha frequency, usually accidentally, where you can quote unquote see these spirits without moving away from the visual light spectrum, because you are using the ku eye. You are seeing the intelligence frequency of a being that is residing on a mental thought dimension. Let me ask the class, what is the word for light in the language that originated spirituality over 4,000 years ago? Most of my students know this already. What is the word for light, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. What's the ancient word for light over 3,000 years before the matrix? What was that word for light? Go ahead and type it in real quick. Interaction. Let me see. What's that word for light? What's that word for light? All my students, anybody still awake? What was the word for light? What was the ancient meta word for light? Anybody know? Where's Ammon and Ammon? Maybe there's a... Okay, here we go. Oh, it just... You know, the screen is very strange. It shows nothing, like there's no action. Then all of a sudden, boom, the screen shifts. And then there's 10 answers. Here we go. So we got now ku, aku, ku, aku, ku, ku, aku, aku. Wonderful. Those are my students. And they know the word is ku. Here we go, everybody. Ding, 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 ding. You all are right. Here it is right here. Now we're going to go to the chapter. The tempt mit emnem. What is the chapter of not dying? Let me get this all in here. Now we're going to go to the ancient Purim Haru chapter. The chapter of tempt mit emnem. Not dying a second time in the emnet occurred. So the tempt mit emnem emnet occurred. Not dying a second time in the net occurred. And there's the word light. Light is ku. You all were right. We'll get back to this word for light shortly. As you see the fonts brightening up. We'll get back to this word for light shortly. So there it is. Thousands of years before the matrix, the word for light was ku. Okay? We'll get back to that very shortly. Keep that in mind. This is how we teach the class, with suspense and a plot and a twist and then a climax. Here we go. And most of my students will remember the experiment done with Michael Persinger from Laurentian University and Ingo Swann. What happened when they created an artificial electromagnetic field that matched the Schumann resonance field? What happened? This happened. Standing EM or standing electromagnetic waves between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere has a frequency of 7.8 hertz. The same as Beck's 7.8 alpha wave. All right? The same as the lower frequencies below the beta wave. So what do? Here is Michael Persinger. Oh, it's all blurry. It's all blurry. That's very strange. But since 1971, he's researched electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms, found that electromagnetic field can create mental states conducive to telepathy. Telepathy. Remember in the intro of the podcast? What is telepathy? Does it exist? Well, Michael Persinger said yes. He found that electromagnetic fields can create mental states conducive to telepathy. How does he create them, though? Experiment. 2 people were put in separate rooms. Each was surrounded by a computer-generated electromagnetic field. Okay? So what did they use? Let me get back to this one. What did they use? A computer-generated electromagnetic field. And guess what was able to transfer from one person's consciousness to the other, but only if they share the same frequency. So if they share the same frequency, what was it that transferred over to the next person? What transfers over when you share the same frequency? A light. A light was flashed. A light was flashed on one subject's eye. The person in the other room showed brain responses as if they saw the light flashing. So in Michael Persinger's experimentation, what he used to transfer the consciousness was the computer-generated electromagnetic field, but the thing that transferred over was light. Light is able to transfer from one sentient being to another sentient being if they share the same electromagnetic field, 7.8, which are the fields below the beta wavelength. Here we go. So boom, light was able to be quote unquote seen. Do you get it now? Light was flashed on one subject's eye. The person in the other room showed brain responses as if they saw the light flashing. Did they actually see with their eyes? No, they saw from the conducive partition of the electromagnetic field. Light is transferred by similar frequencies from one conscious brain to the next. They use light and they saw it, but they didn't see with their eyes. Did they see in the visual light spectrum? No. Was it existing in the visual light spectrum? No, because the light never left the room that the first person was in. So as the person never saw the light that composed the visual light spectrum, they saw the light in their alpha wave frequency consciousness. That's how they saw. So that they could have been completely blind or had their eyes completely plucked out of them, and the same transfer would have happened. So boom, light was able to be seen and transferred from one conscious being to another. If they share the same frequency, then they could share the same consciousness. Are you starting to understand this sight now? Which has nothing to do with the visual light spectrum. Guess what? Hertz, Persinger found Ingersoll's waves to spike to. It would spike to the geomagnetic field of the Earth grid, Schumann resonance, thus remote telepathy communication with nature. Prayer is possible to the Earth's natural magnetic field. What does this mean? What's happening here? So the electromagnetic field that was artificially created from room to room by the computer matched the natural electromagnetic field of the Schumann resonance that's from here to Japan, that's from here to Africa, that's from here to Taiwan, that's from here to Russia. So thus, if two consciousness, whether they're here or in Russia, because the distance of the room doesn't matter, whether one is here, one is in Russia, one is here, one is in Zimbabwe, as long as the frequency matches, the one entity can see what the other entity is projecting, what the other entity is experiencing. The other one can be in Jamaica, and the other one can be in Soviet Union, and the other one can see what's happening through light. So that means that the electromagnetic field was from room to room. So thus anyone in either of those rooms that were attuned to the 7.8 hertz could see what was going on in the next room. Well, what are those 7.8 hertz? That's the Schumann resonance from the Earth to the ionosphere that surrounds the entire planet. So now you don't need the room in the artificial computer because the Schumann resonance is already producing that. So there's two people or two entities can see what's going on, and their visual cortex and the visual light spectrum has nothing to do with that sight. You don't need eyes. And what do you see? Whatever the thing on the other side wants you to. Because the alpha wave sees images and visualizations. Remote viewing one-pointed consciousness, Ango Swan sat in one place, and he was able to see something that was going on as far as Russia. He didn't go anywhere, but he could see it. It could be completely black. You could be on another planet where there's no visual light spectrum. That sight, if you consistently vibrate there, what you see stays consistent. If your mind is moving back and forth because the matrix puts multiplicities of chaos and different distractions in your brain, and you got the Facebook images, the meme over here, you got work, my bills are being paid, my girls argue with me, my bills are not being paid, I got rent over here, my kids are yelling, I got Christianity over here, a little bit of namaste with an unk, and I'm over here, and that was the psyops of the matrix, to have you all over the place. And that's why the new age conscious community never stays in one discipline. A little bit of namaste with a little bit of Hindu, and I got a Ankh on, but I got the Hamza hand, and I got a little bit of this, and I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of Yoruba over here and mix in with the Khoisan, and the Khoisan mixing with a little bit of Sumerian, right? Let's come cuneiform, and we'll go over here and do a little libation to Oshu, and after I do Oshu, and I got an altar here for Osiris, and then I got Lucifer over here, and we're just doing. That's the psyops, because then the alpha wave and the other waves have to constantly move back and forth. There's no consistency. That's why every culture was consistent. You didn't see the ancient people of Kemet going from religion to religion. You didn't see where's the Aztecs going from religion to religion? Where are the Mayans going from religion to religion? Where's any ancient culture? Where's the ancient Sumerians going from, oh, you okay? Where are you? Where's any Sumerian going from, they don't do that. Because the ants that are in your backyard in Carolina and Atlanta are doing exactly what the ants are doing in my backyard in California. They stay consistent. It's people that are all over the place. I like hot dogs today, not today. A little bit of pizza, why am I out of shape? How come the deer doesn't go to the gym, but the deer is all muscular? Because the deer is eating the same diet every day. The diet that it eats, it only has that to compose its structure. You don't see deers eating a little bit of hot dog, a little bit of weed smoke, a little bit of spaghetti over here, a little rigatoni, a little bit of Jamaican food. I like a muffin. Let me get a banana muffin, but I like a hot dog. Let me get a little bit of donut, and you're wondering why you're out of shape. And the animals that are in their environment, grazing, that beautiful deer that doesn't have an ounce of fat on it, with the muscles as if it was doing 20 squats, is eating the same thing all the time. It's consistent, so that its body has no choice but to make a consistent shape, because calories are mathematics that have to form a consistent mathematical shape. In most cases, it's out of shape, because the only thing you're consistent with is non-consistency. Here we go, everybody. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Let's get back to the class. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Get that glyphosate out your belly. Here we go. Boom. Ready? So this is how prayer is done, or communicating with the ancestors, because you're staying frequently vibrating on that consistent level. So guess what Hertz Michael Persinger found Ingo Swann's wave would spike to? It would spike to the geomagnetic fields of the Earth's grid Schumann resonance. Thus, remote telepathy communication with nature prayer is possible through the Earth's natural magnetic fields. And he said this is the closest thing. This is all blurred, but he said this is entanglement, telepathy. It's all blurred though. So thus, at the proper frequency, one can see light. Michael Persinger called it telepathy, which is communication. Thus, light can be seen on an alpha wave frequency attempting to communicate with you. It attempts to communicate with you, but you're all over the place because you have no consistency or obligation to any one spiritual thing. You're everywhere. So you keep shifting brainwave frequencies, and your internal body's fighting As one day you're eating a hot dog and the next day you're eating glyphosate. Here we go. Now remember, I just taught you what the ancient word for light was, which was ku. Everybody knew in the chat? Well, my students knew. Light is ku. Okay, good. But what else does ku mean? Because remember, they used the light to communicate. What else does ku mean in ancient times? You know it means light, but guess what else it means? Uh-oh. Good spirits. Conscious intelligence. There's ku. Ku is the word for conscious, for intelligence, and ku is the word for the spirits. This transferable light that can move back and forth based on having the same frequency. In ancient times, this thing that was called light, or these beings were light, and they were also spirits. The word for light and the word for spirit was the same thing. How do you think your neurons communicate? From light to light. It is light that's communicating. Light conscious beings that are communicating. And if you're along the same frequency consistently, the light can continuously communicate. If you're all over the place, if you don't know what your goals are, you don't know where you're going, you don't know what you have no focus in life, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you have nothing, then of course your mind will stay in a state of chaos. Because the Matrix made sure that your mind was all over the place. You can't sit in a structured environment. You can't stay in a structured environment where it takes discipline and there's limitations to what you can and can't do to keep your body disciplined, to keep your mind disciplined, like all of the ancient ancestors did. And that's why you are all over the place and seeing these things in glimpses. That's what we do, because we're all over the place. There we go. Boom. So light, which is what is transferable in the conscious realm through having the same frequency, is the same word for spirit. The ancient ones always knew this. Boom, spirits. Light consciousness, the spirits, and you purposely or accidentally shifting into alpha wave frequency and glimpsing them, and so-called, and also the light spirit ku attempting to make communication with you, seen through telepathy. As long as you are on the right frequency, telepathy, which I have just established to you, that telepathy is also visually seen. Remember, we think telepathy is only talking. Michael Persinger, who's doing telepathic experiments, his telepathy was seen. They're communicating through images. Oh, that sounds like the alpha wave. You can see the telepathy. You interpret it as, I just saw a glimpse of something, then when I went to look at it, it disappeared. Or I only seem to see spirits when I'm in a relaxed state. But once I snap out of it, equals enters back into the beta wavelength, then they're gone. Once I try to use my focus, then they're gone. I'm trying to use your eyes. See, alpha wavelengths, relaxed images, sight, visuals, right? Daydreaming, right? And once you are vibrating on that frequency, then the vortex SABA door opens, and that which was quote unquote hidden, which is invisible to the eye, that was vibrating on the beta wavelength, is now visible in the alpha. Was this a teaching from our indigenous ancestors before the Matrix? Yes. Let me take you to the Perm Haru, play 30, and guess what our ancestors said that you can now see? Uh-oh. What's this? He has seen the hidden things. What are the hidden things which are in it? What are they? They are the divine chiefs of the SABA doors. Those are the beings called the TCHETA. This word doesn't really translate as divine chief. These are two mountains, and this is the fire that comes out between the two mountains that's found in the Valley of the Kings. Go to that class and you'll find out. But these are spirit forces, spirit consciousness that were once alive on Earth. They were once here on the planet. These are the Nitiru, and these were the hidden things, are the divine chiefs at the SABA pylon doors. And what are they? They're the coups. The things that were hidden to your eye, because now you can see the hidden. It was hidden to your eye, but now you see the hidden things. What are these hidden things that I couldn't see with my physical eye? Oh, they're the divine chiefs at the doorway vortex, opening doorways. Or what else are they called? Or they're called the coups, the light spirits, the light form, in the form of. These are spirit light consciousness that now you can see. Now that you're in this state, they're not hidden anymore. What are these hidden things? The divine chiefs called the coups, the light consciousness. Do you get it now? Tehuti, you made it out. Tehuti wrote the Purim Haru. Now the hidden things are seen. What are the hidden things? The TCHETA, that are the spirits. They were the hidden. Now they're seen. I don't know how much clearer that this can get. Our ancestors laid it all out for us. But of course, if your mind is everywhere, your teacher will never teach you this. He will teach you that the Egyptians are black. True. But the next day he'll teach you that the Egyptians are black. True. But the next day he'll teach you the Egyptians. Oh, okay, I give up. I agree. Now what do we learn? That the Bible is wrong. And back and forth to those two topics every single day. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Now you can see the coup, the light conscious spirits that were hidden, invisible to the beta sight. But only when you are of that frequency which can last through the entire interaction. To a few seconds, or if you shift out of alpha wave, our ancestors taught us this. So we have to get out of the stage where it just exists just for a few seconds. You have to be conscious for the entire interaction, but your eyes can't be open and you can't see the coup because you'll always be in a state where you're just seeing through the beta wave sight. While the scientists are experimenting to improve sight with alpha waves. We're at the Knicks game, smoking weed at the barbershop. And how was gosh. And how is the Matrix enforce this cutoff from the coup energy communicating in you since you were a child? Let me ask the class and audience, and I'm gonna leave and let you think about this question. Let me ask. It's actually pretty easy. Let me ask the class and audience: when you were taught to communicate with God, you know, the light, how did the prayer usually go? As far as how did the prayer end? What was the word you used at the end of the prayer? I'm gonna step away for just a quick second. So, how did the prayer go? And what was the word that you used to end the prayer when you're communicating with God, who the Bible says is light? Let me step away for just a moment. How did the prayer go and how did you end the prayer? I'm gonna step away for just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm back. Here we go. Here we go. I'm back. I came back to SABA is the best. Let's go. Amen. That's right. Amen. Amen. Our Father who art in heaven. Amen. Amen. Okay. Let me go back for those who just stepped in. Let me rewind it back for a moment. So let's go. Here we go. Ready? So here's the Psyops. I want to build back up the momentum. Here we go. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's go back up here. Over here. So you see the Ku beings. Ku is the word for light. Light is what's used to transfer on the partition of the electromagnetic field of 7.8. Schumann's resonance. And what does it transfer? It transfers consciousness and images that can be seen when the mind is on the alpha wavelength. The beta eyes cannot see this because the beta eyes have things hidden from you that are on the alpha wavelength. Okay, and once you're on that frequency, once you're on that frequency, or once you're on that vibrating, once you are vibrating on the frequency, then the vortex SABA doors open that which was hidden. Keep in mind for that. That which was hidden, invisible to the eye, that was vibrating on the beta wavelength is now visible in the alpha. This was a teaching from the, was this a teaching from the indigenous ancestors before the matrix? Yes, let me take you to the Paramharu, plate 30, and guess what our ancestors said you can see. What can you see now when you're in that realm? What do you see? You've seen the things that were hidden. These were the hidden things, or the things that are hidden. They are the divine chiefs, but the real word is Tata. That's the word Djed. That's the word Djed. The Djed beings of the SABA doors, the pylons, that's the doorways. Now you can see the beings at the doorway entrances. What are these beings? They're in the form of the Ku. Those were the hidden things that your eyes couldn't see. The hidden things, it clearly states the things that were hidden things are the divine chiefs of Pylon. The spirits has spoken to Anpu, and they're in the form of the beautiful spirits. They're in the realm that is hidden to the physical eye. So boom, now you can see the Ku-like consciousness spirits that were hidden, which is invisible to the beta wave site, but only when you are of that frequency, which can last through the entire interaction to a few seconds. If you shift into the type, if you shift out of alpha, so yes, if you shift, that's right, if you shift out of alpha, then it's only a few seconds. You stay in alpha, then it's the entire interaction. Our ancestors taught us this, and that's why today you just see the glimpses. And how has the matrix enforced this cutoff from the Ku light energy communication in you since you were a child? Let me ask the audience, let me ask the class, the audience, when you were taught to communicate with God, you know, the light, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and then the Word was light, and there was God is called light. How did the prayer usually go? How did the prayer usually end? What was the word you used to end the prayer? Amen. Look how deep the Psyops goes, and this will be completely understandable to everyone after this date of March 8th, 2025. Amen is how you end it, right? Do you see what happened? Let me break the matrix for you. You ended the prayer, not God, which was the spirit of light. You were taught to only have an egotistical, one-way conversation, which is not a conversation at all. That is actually prayer. The prayer that you've been taught is a one-way conversation where the light can never speak back to you. It can't interact with you. Thus, you've been programmed not to perceive or receive the light. Let me start again. You end the prayer with amen. You're the one ending the prayer. God didn't end the prayer. You started the prayer, you spoke. You started the prayer, you spoke, and then you ended the prayer with this particular word, amen. That's how you ended it. Similar to if you call your friend, hey man, how you doing? What's going on today? I'm going through some hard times. I need this, and that. I need some help, some financial thing. My girl's leaving me. Okay, peace. The friend never responded back. And if you're doing that since you're 5 years old, you're programming the mind that the conversation that you're familiar with having with the other side never interacts back with you. That's why in your prayer, you end it by hanging up on God. You hang up. Nobody's prayer has God talking back. I'm praying to God and he's answering me right here because I'm asking him a question and we're talking back and forth. You've been programmed to send out a want to communicate with the light, but you've been programmed that it should never talk back to you. Because before God can answer you, amen, peace, God. And you end it with a particular word. That's a part of the Psyops. It's a Masonic Psyops that came from a Kemetic word, but there's a Masonic numeric. I'll get to that in another class. But here it is. You end particularly with the word amen. So you see what happened? Let me break the matrix. I need the timer back on. Let me break the matrix. You ended the prayer, not God, the spirit of light, where you were taught to only have an egotistical one-way conversation, which is actually not a conversation. That is the prayer that they taught you, where the lights could never actually speak back. Thus, you've been programmed not to perceive or receive the light or see it because they compounded it with the psyops that no man has ever seen God. Anybody ever heard that before? No man has ever seen God. So you can't see God and you can't hear him talk back. A one-way program psyops where you self-block, you self-sabotage and block off the spiritual life from communicating back or being seen, because you teach that God is a God that can't be seen, and before he talks back you say this particular magical word, amen, and you keep what you are talking to hidden. You will never see it. Amen, to be hidden. That's the word you use to end the conversation with the light that you're trying to communicate with. Hide. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than you have tipped the past reciprocity that you've given, than the waiter that you've tipped, if you appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, Ralph Lauren shirts, or whatever it may be that the Matrix says gets reciprocity for, if you have learned from this, or if this had any type of impact and has advanced your recently current understanding of this particular subject matter, send your tip of appreciation, please, called Seeing Spirits, Alpha Wave Site, Cool Communication, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. There's your answer, Hush Nation. Do you get it now? Amen. The hidden. Stay hidden. Goodbye. Disconnect the call. Hope you all appreciated this. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done.
Oh, gosh. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to check that the supporters come in the room. I'm going to check the chat to see who liked this answer. Robert's putting up bomb signs, VRI. Tua Saba, Ibet says, Tua times 10. Congratulations on another Nefer Podclass. All of my love and respect. And where's everybody else? But there's a link in the room. I'm going to put it in. Team, jump in. And everybody who saw that. Everybody who saw that. I'm tired, man. There's the link. Atef should be coming in any second now. What does it say there? Why do we only see spirits in glimpses or spirits outside of the visual light spectrum? Support the Tehuti Podclass with reciprocity only if this has benefited you in any way. Only if that. There's a Tef, there's Amunet. Let me come off, let me get this off the screen. Boom. There's the answer. Oh man. How you doing, everybody?
Doing great, Saba, for this magnificent, fantastic class. I love this class. This class is absolutely beautiful. For all the work you put into it, and for all the experience you personally have done to bring this forth to us, and personally from me, because this class helped me with something that I'm doing. I've been able to see with my eyes closed, and sometimes I'll just stop when I try to think hard, and I couldn't figure out why. And now I know it's because I was going into the beta frequency, and I need to stay in the alpha frequency. So yeah, it's definitely gonna help me improve a lot of things. So Tua very much. It's gonna help me a lot. It's a beautiful synchronicity. Tua for the entire class.
New York, I'm glad you appreciate it. I do from a blind sight vision practice every single morning. So it's very helpful. I do a form of blind sight vision mixed with a clairvoyancy in the mornings, and I do it to myself. And the things that I teach about is the things that I do. I'm glad you appreciate it, though. And guess what? You know what? Guess what, man?
What?
The Egyptians are black. All right, Amonette, what do you got to say about? I'll let you speak, and then Hush Nation, the one that got us in all this trouble, sending in questions to. Sending in questions to the question answers and getting this kind of stuff. We'll get to you in a minute. Amonette, you can comment.
Tua, very, very much Saba for this extremely beautiful, extremely helpful, life-saving class. I really love it, and I agree with Amun. It's extremely helpful and is helping me as well. And I'm very appreciative of your life and your glorious consciousness, and being taught under you is extremely life-saving, and I'm very thankful for you. Tua so much.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. And Hush Nation, you. And the question was this, man. I don't know. Google.
No Google. No Google. It first, and you see, everybody in this class know that you do this already, and you take it to a whole nother level. You see? So that's what got me. That's what got me gone, you know. And you take it to a whole nother level where I get so much information to help me, you know what I mean? You just give me more armor, more shield, like as usual. But with this, yeah, Saba, this is definitely Yeah, because it's like it's brand new information, so that's what I don't understand. I have to go over this. Thank you so much, Tua. Big love, big Ma'at. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate this presentation a whole lot. This was real effort. Very, very necessary.
Glad you appreciate it, my brother. And so you see that some things look familiar. Like I taught as I was teaching, a part of you was like, "Wait, I've seen some of this before, right?"
This is my third time learning this. This is my third time learning this, and this information. You see, and now I have to go back over the other two. You see, I so caught up in my app. I so caught up in my app that I was like, okay, I have these questions, but they have so much information there for me already, you know? Yeah, and I was like, but now when I get this now, I didn't know this would blow me away like this, like, you know, so I could use this right now. I could use this tonight. I could use this tomorrow. I could use it next week. Tua so much, Saba. Tua so much.
Nini, and I want to tell everybody that's a good point that you made, is that some people think that they have questions, but they're like, man, I have so many answers to what he already gave me. What you do is you hoard. So if you're a collector of cars or a collector of something, and you go into this event and they happen to have all the baseball cards, all the stuff, buy them all. Get them all, reciprocity them all, put them in your bag. If you like a certain amount of books, get them all. Store them in the room, so they never go away. What I do in the Tehuti Podclass, I give everybody the opportunity. It doesn't even matter if you're gonna watch this tomorrow. The fact that you asked the question, what you're doing is you're creating a library on YouTube that you can go back to 30 years from now. I remember I had that question. Let me go to the library. But instead of going to the library, looking at the bookshelf, you said, let me click back. Hey, I remember your library is on the internet forever. So if you have a question, so you're like, man, I already got enough knowledge on this. But you know what? Tehuti's going to give me an hour and a half to 2 hours to just be in a library on the internet. And I can always go back to it a year later, 2 years later. That's the beautiful thing about this. I give everybody the opportunity. Make your library. Whatever it is you want to know about, keep sending the questions in. You don't even have to take any notes. You say, "Oh, I'll get to that next year. Oh, I'll get to that 2 years from now. Oh, I'll get to that next week." It's a beautiful thing. I'm creating libraries for you all, portfolios, and the beautiful thing about the portfolios is that you can show your friend. So you can go to the library with a book that you like and tell your friend, "Yo, this book is nice." He's not going to open it. But if you sit your friend down in your living room, say, "Yo, this book is nice. Watch this." It's a book, that I'm writing for you, everybody. Does everybody know that? I'm reading a book. Every time you ask me a question, I write a book for you. That's why I'm reading it. I'm reading, and I pop in and out and interact, but I'm actually reading it from a neon written book. Every time you ask a question, I make a book, but the book is visual and interactive, like what's a video games called, Amun? Virtual reality? You put glasses on or something?
Yeah.
Lawnmower Man.
What do you call it? What do you say?
Lawnmower Man.
Did you go see that?
Yeah. I see the Lawnmower Man.
That's me, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tua for that recommendation.
Nini. So you saw two now. Oh, you know who Kaiser Sose is now. That's good.
Yeah,
that's me too.
I know Kaiser Sose is now. Yeah, definitely.
I'm the one. I'm walking on the crutch like Columbo, but it's me. But it's me behind it all. I'm behind it all. All right, let's get back to it. How you doing, Tef, brother? You saw that answer?
Phenomenal answer, Great Saba. That was absolutely phenomenal. I don't know. Can y'all hear me?
We hear you great.
That was a phenomenal breakdown. Tua, Hush Nation for asking that question, because it's definitely necessary. And Saba, you see the picture in my background. That is from my next reading, and yeah, talking about being on the same frequency and being in alignment. That's actually the story I'm going to be reading next week. The Jed is presenting tomorrow, and I took Menku's week next week because I'm going to be traveling after that. So I've been working on that one, and it's a very, very, very Nefer story, and I appreciate this breakdown. Yeah, this was phenomenal. Even the original question that Gabby asked on the postpartum, Tua for breaking that Psyops. Nate was trying to watch it, but she couldn't stay up. But you know, I'm fourth quarter, third quarter, second quarter late. I'm here, and that was, both of those questions was great. I caught both of them. So Tua, Gabby, for asking that question, and Tua Hush Nation for asking that second question. And yeah, this was absolutely phenomenal. Great song.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm gonna get a couple. Thank you, brother. A couple quick words from the Jed. Then I'm gonna read some support. Then I'm gonna take a little break. But the Jed, what do you think of the Mutia Ashby thing I just did? Oh no, we can't hear you. We hear something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, the mic's been tripping. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need to reset whole computer. I don't know, but I just finished the presentation for tomorrow, so I've been doing that, staying in the zone, listening to you at the same time, just making sure, hey, got to do our part for the houseofatton. So just know that.
Well, that's where you were.
Yeah, that's where I was during the last break.
Okay.
I got to put it all together, so you know, I got, once our set go down, it's like, all right, cool. Like you know what I mean? Boom, 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 boom. You know, Gabby's doing she's taking care of the house, all this stuff going on while we're still listening to the podcast, because it don't stop. It don't stop over here. So, to you, Great Saba, the unseen. Saba, that's just I definitely need to rewatch this to have my like notepad down and write down some things.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely to Saba for this whole podcast, and I'll make sure that I rewatch this second question that you did the breakdown of. To you, Great Saba, and I know I'm pretty sure you're tired, exhausted, and I can only imagine the conversations you have when you go into that trance, into that possession. Those are the conversations I really want to have with you about. But you know, to you, Grace Stop, I appreciate you. Nobody's gonna be able to do it like you do it, because you took certain risks in your life that is severely dangerous to many people, and you always say you don't recommend it to nobody. And there's a combination of who you are, and that's what I realized with you. You have a combination of different things, different aspects, different realms, and that's why nobody's going to do it like you. So, to you, Grace. I will hope up in
there. Nania Summer is in the back saying, "That's right." Okay, we're gonna go through some donations, then I gotta take a step off. Yeah, I'm gonna do 3 donations. Everybody saw that. I'm gonna do 3 donations, and I'm gonna take a break. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. This is not. This is just based on honesty and trust. Let's go, everybody. So we're gonna do a couple of them. Here we go. And the next is the Jed. Here we go. The Jed is up. Here's the Jed. All right, my sound man is finally here. Tef, Ramkem Ma'ad, go ahead and give him some sound, and then the Jed, read that for us, please.
Yes, that says to a Great Saba Tehuti tip for the unseen. A new fist, Black Eve, a great rock.
Give him some big noise. Glad you enjoyed that, Jed, and I'm glad you. They end their prayers by saying the word hidden, and then cut the conversation off. All right, here we go. Hidden. That's it, man. That's it. You're done.
That was fire, though, Saba. It is a one-way conversation. I never looked at it that way. And yeah, just cutting it straight off, saying whatever one says, and then boom, done. See you later. That was phenomenal.
Oh, glad you liked it, man. Oh my goodness, I can't remember the first time I taught that. I think it was 96. All right, here we go. All right. Oh, Amun and Amunet, here we go. Hey, peace. Where's the brother RPM? RPM, where are you? I saw you pop up in the beginning. Shout out to RPM. Send some support this way, Mr. RPM. He's the first one in every class almost. Every class he's the first one. Support the Tehuti Podclass RPM. And anybody who's watching and participating, support the Tehuti Podclass. This is a coup. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Amun, could you read that first? Good brother. I'm gonna eat them.
Yes, $20 for per sen Bayou Tepta Erd Irit Mert Kau Sen Temeri. And
wow.
The translation is they come forth the souls upon earth to do the will of their Ka, peace and love.
Straight from the Purim Haru. Give him some noise, Atef. Otep is having some issues. Where's my brother? Where's Big Ed Leisure tonight? Big Ed Leisure, how you doing, brother? Hope you're safe out there. Okay, I'm gonna read. Let me see if there's any new people that I see. I see. Oh wow. Okay, Lisa. Nook. Here we go. This one is well, we're gonna give some big noise, and I'm gonna take a break. Nook. He's probably in the Netzer Kurt, sleeping in the Upesh realm right now. Here's Nook. He said he did a lick. Right, Primordial. He did a lick. Not sure what he did, but whatever he did, he's coming with the big supports. Shout out to Nook. $42.49. I'm gonna get Hush Nation, read us first, please.
To SABA. For Senu, 42.49 from Nuku. For Senu, that we need to send reciprocity, but can't marry Ma'at.
That translates to as
for the brothers that want to send reciprocity but they can't. So he's basically sending a support tip for those who are in a position where they cannot send reciprocity. Give him some big noise, Atef, big noise, and I'm gonna take a break.
I don't play with pseudos.
All right, everybody. On that note, I'm going to step off for a bit. You all talk amongst yourself, talk to the people. Tell these people where the truth is. Let them know what is done for your life. Let them know how to support. Let them know how to come into the family and get away from this mad matrix. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep, Ma'at. I shall be right. I'll be back. I'm going to have to go recuperate. I'll be back. Peace.
Peace, Saba.
Peace and love, great Saba. Enjoy your break. Hotep Inu. Good to see you, great brother. Amun.
Thank you.
Good to see you, great brother. Amunet. My brother, Dejed. Definitely good to see you, good brother, and your Aout. Looking forward to your presentation tomorrow. I see some beautiful visuals in the background. To you, and new to you, great brother, Hush Nation. Good to see you, brother, on the panel. Good to see everybody. Minty, good to see you, great sister. Hope you're doing well. Everybody that's in the chat, everybody that supports what's going on here. Y'all see what's going on here. These types of questions and breakdown and build-ups. Nobody's doing it like nobody's opening doors like our great Saba. And I'm glad that that it was beneficial to you, Amun, in your advancement and raising your consciousness. What you shared with us for that. That was definitely beautiful, never. And I too been doing some practicing to see like blind sight types of practices myself. Just following my Eve and just being led in particular directions. It led me here, just seeking the truth, just wanting the truth. I hear a lot of people always comment on the truth and wanting the truth. But the thing about it is that it comes with a responsibility. The truth comes with a level of accountability, right? Because once the truth has been revealed to you, then you have a responsibility to make a decision, right? Especially if you've been moving off the lie or you didn't know what the truth was. Once you know the truth, then you have a responsibility to, be accountable to that truth, right? As they say, the saying, when you know better, you do better, right? The goal is to advance. The goal is to be better. The goal is to, raise your consciousness. And, it's a reciprocity that has to be there. Some beautiful things have been happening for me and to me and my family. And it's the root of it is the reciprocity, right? Just I'm not gonna get deep into it, but I will say that all of you that are, it was funny to hear Saba say he was sneak learning earlier in the show. And watching the Jed in the Sunday classes, that was funny because the type of sneak learning that he's doing is nothing like what we speak about here, as far as what you're benefiting from and not showing reciprocity. Like, how can you not benefit from the class on postpartum, right? We've all been subjected to that Psyops for years. I've heard it, and I have children. I have a family, so I've heard that Psyops. It was very hard to understand, because having a child and bringing a life into this world is such a beautiful experience. So since I've had my children and my family, I've experienced just joy, just pure happiness, and I gotta drink something, but I want to just say what's on my E. So I just encourage everybody to support the truth. If this truth has benefited you, I'm seeing what's going on in the chat. I see a lot of adoration and but is the support there? Is the support being given? Because the thing about the support is that we support everything else. That's like Saba says, cotton candy, the Doritos, the glass, how you say it, glass phosphate, or that glass phosphate, right? We support that. We've been supporting it, right? So how can you not support the truth? This was one of the reasons why I was able to reprogram myself to stay up during these classes. People always ask me, how do you stay up that late and be alert and be in those classes? Well, I'm right now where I'm at is 3:34. I don't know if time go back or go forward. I don't know if that's today or whatever, but I'm consistently here at this time all night, right? Because this is important to me. And there was a time when I stayed up late to do other stuff that wasn't benefiting me, right? So once I was exposed, or I came into the truth, I came into a knowing of this truth, the truth, right? Ma'at. There was no way that I couldn't tell myself that I could stay up to run the streets, as they say, and basically commit all kind of isfat, but I can't stay up for the truth. I can't stay up to advance my consciousness and to help my family, right? To me, it doesn't make sense. To me, it doesn't even out, right? If I'm willing to put that effort into the isfat, if I'm willing to put the effort into what's detrimental, then I have to be able to put that same type of energy. You know how they say keep that same energy. I have to be able to put that, or at least I should be able to. These are conversations I had with myself, and I should be able to put that same energy into my support and staying up and supporting myself, because I'm benefiting from these classes. I am personally advancing my consciousness and benefiting from these classes and this information, because I can't get it on Google. I'm not getting this information and these types of build-ups and breakdowns on Google. Not like this. It's nowhere near, absolutely nowhere near. And the consistency that Saba shows as an example and demonstrates, right? And all the rest of the brothers too, right? The Jed said he just finished his presentation. We do Sunday classes here at the house of ATTON, right? All the brothers that's a part of it. We each take turns, and we bring forth what's on our Eid, and we're constantly in the process of purifying our Eid. So every Sunday is Nefer, because all of the brothers bring forth beautiful hekau and beautiful teachings and classes. And me myself, I read ancient literature because I want to know. I want to know what our ancestors said themselves. So it was beautiful to see that I'm in alignment. For me, it was an affirmation. I had no idea this class was going to be about Kansuim Heb, but that's what I've been working on for the last 2 weeks. I've been working on presenting that story to bringing that story forth, right? So it was beautiful. It's a beautiful synchronicity. But, you know, I encourage everyone to support the truth, to support, you know, what's important to you, you know, and make a decision. Be accountable. Be accountable to the truth and what it means to you. SABA's done classes on cholesterol, toothpaste, fluoride, poison. You know, it's not just about ancient teachings. You know, he's given us practical things that we can use right now, along with what the ancient ancestors taught about that we can use right now. So this was beautiful. And also in benefiting from these teachings, the proof is in the pudding, as they say, right? Because for me, I don't know where all the adoration and Hindu comes from that I'm getting when I turn off this camera, other than to know that Anki and Ma'at, I live for Ma'at. So I'm constantly, consistently doing things to purify my Eve and to come forth as conscious light. And, you know, apparently it's showing because people are recognizing it, and they're giving me compliments that I don't know where it's coming from or what it means actually, because I'm just trying to be my best and do my best and live for Ma'at, Monkey and Ma'at, right? So it's kind of strange because I'm not, before SABA, before I met SABA and came into this consciousness, I never got the type of adoration that I've been receiving. And it's beautiful, it's never, and I appreciate it. But I definitely owe everything to our great teacher and to our great ancestors. So, you know, Hotep and Henu to our great master teacher, SABA Tehuti Hotep Ra. And Hotep and Henu to my great brothers and sisters that's on this panel that, you know, lead by example as well. You know, it's never, you know, we definitely are building brick by brick. Look at the beautiful cat. You know, we're building brick by brick, you know, and we all have a part to play. You know, Amun plays his part, Amunet plays her part. And to our great sister for the great work that you do. I see what you're doing. I try to be the first one to like the videos that y'all put up. Hinu to the great sister SEKHET and the Spotify, the work that she's doing behind the scenes. Definitely want to give a Hinu to our great brother Ninku Ara Mary Mahat, and to the great brother Ani, the Ta'aten Tehuti, and his Aut and everyone's Aut. And that's what we do. You know, we're on a particular frequency, and it's challenging. I know. Trust me, I know, because I'm out here in this matrix just like everybody else is, but it's definitely worth it. I will say that it's definitely worth it because it's beneficial, you know, and it's worth it in a way that I never could have imagined. When I say things like I don't know what's going on, that's real, because I've never been exposed to this level of truth and this level of love that I'm receiving from the truth, from the Natiru, from my brothers and sisters, from my great teacher. You know, so for me, it's new for me, and it shouldn't be. You know, these words, the Medu, the Hekau, these things shouldn't be foreign to us. It should be, you know, a part of our regular vocabulary, right? The way that Amun speaks and Amunet speaks, and the way the great brother the Jed speaks, and you know, I recognized that early with my teacher. He spoke differently, you know, when I would watch him on Killer Priest, you know, the frequency was totally different, and I recognized that immediately. I just recognized that it was different. I didn't know what I was witnessing at the time. I didn't understand. I didn't know Ma'at, so I didn't understand that frequency. Well, I did understand it because I was able to align myself with it. But I truly just was seeking the truth. And I truly just wanted to purify my Eve, purify my heart and break free from this financial matrix, this psychological matrix, these games that they play, these lies that they tell us. That was my goal. I just wanted to advance. I wanted to be able to take care of my family. I wanted to be able to truly live, because one thing I can tell you for a fact is that we all gonna transition. We all gonna transition one day. Even the leaves turn brown on the trees and die, right? So we all gonna transition one day, but are you truly living? And how are you living, right? What are you accountable to? What is I tell people, the big monster was a little monster once upon a time. So what is he feeding on? Where is he getting his nutrition from, right? These serial killers, Ted Bundy, he was a grown man when he got caught, right? He was an adult. He was a grown-up, right? But what was he feeding on to get to that point? So you have to ask yourself that when you look in the mirror. Where are you getting your nutrition? Where are you getting your nutrition from, right? Rather it's actual food that you're digesting with your physical body, or information that you're digesting with your mind, with your Eve, right? Because we're consuming, we're constantly consuming, we're taking in information with our eyes, what we see, what we hear. It's just a constant intake. What we put in our mouth, what we put in our bodies. Our skin is porous, right? What are you taking in? What are you consuming? If you truly are honest with yourself and you look around and you look in the mirror, a lot of us are consuming things that are truly killing us and that is truly not beneficial to us. I'm not a preacher. I'm not trying to preach to people. I just want to just tell the truth and have people understand that, be conscious of what you take in. Be conscious of the frequencies that you align yourself with, the music that you listen to, the environments that you find yourself in, right? The people that you surround yourself with, the energy that you are in contact with most. Is it Ma'at or not? It's just a question. I can't answer that. Only you can answer that question. So I encourage everyone to align yourself with the proper frequency, whatever that is for yourself, whatever that is for you, and, align yourself with it and show reciprocity to our master teacher. If you gained anything, if it's benefited you. So, that's on my Eve, and that's what I wanted to share. This was a phenomenal class. It's my favorite class again. Definitely, right? Y'all see I changed my picture quick, right? I said, let me throw that up there. That's directly aligns with, Kansu Imheb, the beautiful story of that brother and his story. I definitely look forward to sharing that with everyone. After my great brother, the Jed, shares his presentation tomorrow, I definitely look forward to that because, I just want to learn, and these stories that our ancestors left behind us is, it's so much to be gained from it. The stories are, like this story in particular, is not that long. It's maybe a page and a half, maybe a paragraph and a half, 2 paragraphs, something like that. But it's a very, 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 very very powerful, very deep story. So I encourage people to check it out if you're not familiar with it. I know more of you probably know what the Incredible Hulk's real name was, where Batman lives at, what city he lives in, who his partner is, who his Ace Boon Coon is, right? Everybody knows who that is, but do we know the story of Kansu Imheb, right? Do we know the story of Astarte and the Insatiable Sea? Do we truly know who Ma'at is? Are we familiarizing ourselves with the frequency that it's going to take to be able to see who's at these doors when we get there, right? Are you doing things to align yourself with that frequency? Because there's the other side too. There's the other side that Saba doesn't go into very much. He laughs. Those of us that know, you know, when Saba laughs, I was laughing all night with Saba as he was laughing, and just appreciating what he's bringing to us and sharing with us, and allowing us to get out of this matrix. So this information, if it benefits you and you're able to show your reciprocity, then show your reciprocity, because Chips Ahoy is a $1 million company, you know. So is what is that, General Mills? I don't know who makes the cereal, Kellogg's, whatever, right? Those are $1 million companies, right? And they don't ask for nothing. They don't ask you to buy their things. They just show you the beautiful, they just show you, they just take the lie and make the lie pretty and shiny, and they hide the truth, right? So that's what's on my Eve. I just wanted to share that with everybody. So if you're out there, if you sneak learning, you know, Hotep Hinu to you, you know, do what you like, as Saba says. But over here, we show reciprocity, and you know, House of ATTON, back to the source. We the original Axemen, right? So Hotep Hinu to you. If any of you want to share what's on your Eve, I'm looking forward to hearing from you, great brothers and sisters. I don't want to hog the mic up.
Well, for your beautiful words, Atef. The way you speak is beautiful, so natural. It's great. Definitely unique. So 2 out of 4 for all the words that you said and the way that you speak, and that you do it with such ease. So 2 out for that. And yeah, this class is absolutely beautiful. 2 out. Hush Nation for asking this question, so that way this class can be created. Definitely powerful. This class should be impactful to everybody. Definitely should be within all of our Eves, all of our hearts, our Ka, Ku, Ba, and thought about every day to make progress, to consistently talk with the ancestors. For me personally, it'd be beautiful to talk to the Natiru all day, like Saba said, and just consistently speak to them and learn stuff that that'd be absolutely beautiful. And it's so interesting, the synchronicities in this class from things that I've been learning and practicing. Like I said about the help I received in this class through the alpha waves and the beta waves. Saba has gone over that before. For some reason, it never I never thought about that though when I was doing my practice. It's like I'll lay down and I'll relax, and I relax, and it feels like energy or like heat inside of me. It feels like I lower it, and I take it as lowering my frequency. And then what happens is you get this weird feeling right here sometimes, and then it feels like I fall sometimes, like fast. And then next thing you know, I see something either where I'm laying, like in front of me, or somewhere around the room, or sometimes it's just a random place. Recently, like I saw a paper towel in the kitchen. It was absolutely random. And I'll look at it and I'll be like, oh, that's the paper towel. Boom. Next thing you know, it's just black. And I'm like, what happened? I'm trying to look around, and I couldn't figure it out all the way. Sometimes I'd see something, I just stay real calm and relaxed, and then my point of view would change a little bit, and I'd move around the room and see stuff a little bit. And then next thing you know, I try too hard to move, and then next thing you know, boom, it's black again. And I'm like, what's going on? And this cleared it all up for me because now I'm like, oh, I need to stay relaxed and think in a more intuitive way because that'll keep me in the alpha frequency. And that's very fascinating for me because I did not expect to receive the answer to that today. So I'm really thankful for Tahuti having this class and for Custom Nation asking this. The frequency alignment is perfect. So Tua, and welcome back, SABA.
Oh, let me see. Oh, thank you for welcoming me back, and it's good to be back. And great words from Atef first. Great words from Atef. I was listening in the background, and wonderful words of how this class helped you, Amun, in a practice you were doing, and now you're going to apply the teachings in tonight into putting you to a more intuitive way. So that's great. Okay, everybody, we're going to go through. Let me refresh the page and see if any support came since I've been on break. Let me see, rewind and go back. And there's Vortex Ninja on point as usual. Vortex Ninja. All right, so here it is. We're going to go down. I see Vortex Ninja in there. Who's the second person? Oh, custom made tees again. Okay, I see custom made tees. Let me scroll down to some of the beginning Tiny 23 experience. There we go. Go down to the beginning ones. Oh, it's a tip for Adonai. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't That's odd. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the screen, then I'm gonna step off for a moment. Here we go. I'm gonna put this on the screen here. Shout out to Tiny 23 Experience. This is a tip for the Adonai class of last week, so we're gonna give her a round of applause, and then I'll be right back. Give her a round of applause.
Hey, Atef, I want to big you up on them presentation because I was doing some sneak learning. Myself, you see, and I get to book up on the Astarte presentation, and it was real never, you know. So, are you man mashing it up, boy? Are you killing it? Yeah, boy, the Jed, Jim, boy, are you killing it? Yeah. I wasn't part of the class, you know, but since I'm back on this side of the world, but I get to do some sneak learning, and boy, are you killing it with the presentations, boy. I appreciate it a lot, you know what I mean?
Sure,
yeah, boy. Never visuals. Yeah, boy, are you killing it? Boy? I've been getting a lot of knowledge in those presentations, so definitely appreciate it. I just wanted to say that, you know, just so you know.
To a great brother, I appreciate that, great brother, and I'm not trying to kill it. I'm trying to bring it alive. So beautiful nephew. I'm trying to keep it alive, but I understand what you mean, definitely. So for that, great brother, because I know what's on your eve and I know what you mean, and that's how I approach them. Just, you know, because I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't know. I don't know how to work the buttons. I'm just trying to learn. I read the stories, and I just, you know, because I know all the Batman stories and Spider-Man and all of that, but I don't know the stories of our ancestors. So Tua, for that, great brother, I appreciate those enough words. Thank you, Tua.
Niniak, Tua likewise.
All right, and also, it's impossible for you to be a sneak learner, Hush Nation, because you are a consistent supporter of the Tehuti Podclass. You're a consistent supporter. You support. You're a consistent supporter, so you could never be a sneak learner. You support everything. Feel free to watch whatever you want to watch because you're right in here supporting, and you're at the pathways, and you're one of us. You can't sneak learn. We see you. You sneak learn, but I still see you. You're right there. You see him at tap? I see him.
I see him. I echo your sentiment, Saba. I agree with you 100%.
Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're gonna go with I showed Tanya, right? Did I do Tanya 23 experience?
Yes, great Saba. You showed me.
Okay, so Tanya 23 experience, and now we're gonna go to the brother who sent the ATTON question. He sent another tip for the answer. I'm gonna put this because he's anonymous. So I'm gonna do this a certain way. Tip. We're gonna give some monster noise. Huge support. I'm gonna start reading some of these huge supports now. I see some big ones in here. Here we go. Boom. Going right down to the bottom, and here we are. Let me see if this shows. Boom. VRI, go ahead and read that for me, please, good brother. Hotep to you. Welcome to the panel.
Hotep, can I be heard?
Perfectly. You look like the being behind the tap.
Okay, so it says memo, please RCV $90 for this superb ATTON breakdown. Consequently, if you car this tip with the previous donation, the numbers reveal the year of universal freedom.
Yes, that's a code for me to understand. I understand that, good brother. That's from the anonymous brother. This is the one that actually sent the question for the ATTON. He was so impressed. He sent this as a tip. $90.02 a TEF. Give him the work. Give him all kind of monster noises. Give him everything.
I don't play with pseudos.
All right, nice. That's a lot. Okay, wonderful. Okay, and we're gonna go to There we go. We're at Harass did a lot. Harass is she's one of the top consistent supporters, absolutely, without question. Let's see what this one is here. Being a part. Okay, I'm gonna let where's Emma at? Let me. Okay. Shout out to Harass did. Go ahead and read that for us, Amunet, please.
2555 for being part of my foundation. Tehuti facilitates growth.
Give her some noise, Tef, please.
Nev Nefer Unk.
everything is beautiful in life.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Harass. Did wonderful, 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 and Nook. I have lost track on how many. And support is non-stop. Here we go, Nook. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? What number? Okay, it's right there. Okay, perfect. I shout to Nook. Here we go, Nook. With the support, consistent support. This is his maybe second or third one of the night. VRI, read that for us, good brother.
For the donation from Nook 999 for Hotep MAGA, make ATTON great again, Sekem Ma'at, with the Ma'at feather and a smiling emoji.
Give him some big noise, please. Thank you, Nook. Wonderful, consistent man. And Shayad, if you're listening, I don't know if you saw my email to you. That's definitely going to be just check for my email. Check for the email. Okay. We got a question, a support, and a question coming in. Let's see. What is it? A question coming in from the good brother on the panel. Who is with his good hemp. And that question's come in from Amun. The donation is from Amun and Amunet. And Amun, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. $40 for, can you please do a class on the Montauk Project?
Oh, my. Okay. Give them some big noise, please. Give them. Okay, nice. Okay. I see some big support sent in. This one. I'm not going to read this one because this one, this is let me go ahead and save. This is private here. This is private. And Shaya, we will sort this out. Okay, I'll save that. That's personal and private. And Nook again. Nook again. Here he is. Nook. And who we're gonna read? Oh, what's this? That's not right. What's that? We're gonna get VRI, great student brother who's. You look like one of the beings I was talking about tonight. Going in and out of this in and out of this reality. Okay, go ahead and read that for us, VRI, please.
Hotep SABA Meta. You don't get enough credit you deserve. Angry emoji Ma'at feather. 999.
Give him some. Thank you, VRI. Give him some big noise, please. Oh man, let me get comfortable. Hold on. Okay. Thank you, VRI, and thank you, Tua. Nook pun nook pun nook pun nook. And the next person up is Nook pun nook. Again, he is consistent. He is consistent. And we'll get who's here? Hush Nation, if you could read this one for us, please.
Yeah, for sure, Saba. 999.
Thank you.
From Nokpu for Makeru, Sekem Ma'at.
Nukpu. All right, give us some big noise for that, please. Okay, and we're going to the next one here. Oh man. The monster supporters are coming through. And this is a very unique one. What's this? Medusaneb. Very unique. Let me fix something here. Everybody, hold on one moment. Let me fix this here. This is let me read that label. Medusaneb, are you in the chat tonight? Are you here? It's from
he was in there earlier.
Yeah, I did see him. So Medusaneb dropped. Here we go. Get ready to get some huge noise. The big supports are coming through consistently. All the great students coming through with these consistent.
Saba, he's in here. Put a 9 in the chat.
Oh, he's in there? Okay, this is for you, Medusaneb. This is for you, and this is from you. Give some monster big noise transformers and everything to this great brother right here, Medu Saneb Seka E Upesh. But I want somebody to read this first. Amunet, could you read this for me, please?
Yes, I can. $98 for I can't come up with a question yet.
He's sending support. He can't come up with a question. Give him some. Thank you, Amunet. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, go ahead and give him the monster noise transformers or everything. Give him the works, please. Don't nobody really want no smoke. Oh. What? Oh, thank you, Atef, for all the extra sound effects and everything. Shout out to you. And was that? And that was you that read it, right, Eminette?
Yes.
All right, wonderful, smooth read, great noises. Tough, great teamwork. Let's go. Here we go. There's more. There's more support that came in. Oh my. This for a workout plan. Okay, I see. Okay, shout out to Nefertatan with the SEKHET language. SEKHET language right here. Here we go. Shout out to Nefertatan SEKHET with a 999. And Hush Nation, could you read that for us, please?
Yeah, to SABA. 999 from Nefertatan. 137 T1 Aishen.
Wonderful. T1 Aishen. More codes. T-1-I. More codes from Nefertatan. Thank you, SEKHET. Wonderful. Oh, we didn't give her a clap yet? Oh, hold on here. Yeah, she gets a clap. We must send her $20. Let's give her a and shout out to the man who is sound man himself. The sound man himself, a tap. We're going to give him some big noise. Yeah, she sent it. Well, he always sends two. So here's the first one. $7.77. And Tef, could you read that first, please?
Sure, Great Saba. It says 777 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Ish.
Okay, thank you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to don't give yourself a clap yet. I'm going to read the next one, and save the clap for both of them. So here we go. Shout out to Atef again. Back to back. And now he can get the round of applause. Here he is, right here. Medu's typing in some codes in the room. Powerball, non-sound. Interesting. Okay, Atef, go ahead and read that.
$20.72 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Isha.
Wonderful. So that was $20.72, and the other one was $7.77, right? As always.
Yes, Saba.
Atef?
Yes, can you hear me?
So $20.72 and 70 cents. Oh yeah, I hear you now. I hear you. So $20.72 and 777. That's over $28, I think. So go ahead and give him
Give yourself some big noise.
Come join us, House of ATTON, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings and the Chiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Oh, Tef, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Saba.
Make sure you send me the corrected thing. I'm going to make a section of that a part of the pod class. Make sure you send me, there was a correction you made. I may not put that part on, but make sure you make that correction. It was about the time of the class.
Okay, Saba.
The video you gave. Okay, good, yes.
Yeah.
I'm very, very, oh, what's that?
I was saying yes. I said I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm very, very impressed with a certain section you did. I'm going to make that section a part of the pod class.
Tua, great Saba, Tua.
Nina, very, very, very impressed. And you're going to do the same visuals for the ghost story tomorrow.
Yes, I'm working on it. I'm working on some things. Yeah, similar.
Okay, good. Congratulations. I look forward to that. That's a good synchronicity. Okay. All right, here we go. All monster supports back to back to back. Hey, Basa Tut Maka Oct Effect. He put the date on here. What did he put? There's a date on here. Oh, it's today's date. Okay. Shout out to much respect to where'd it go? Much respect to the great student Basa Tut Maka Oct Effect. Give him some monster noise. All monster donations coming in now. Here we go. Give him some monster noise, Transformers, everything that works. Give it to him. Don't nobody really want no smoke. Okay. We got, oh wow. I see some new support come in. Okay, we got Shayet shutting it down again. She already shut it down with something big, but that was, I think that's a personal thing. But here we go, Shayet. Shayet, here we go. All right, there it is, Shayet. Monster support. And we're going to go ahead and let Amunet read that for me, please.
$66.60 for reciprocity for all you do. To our great Saba.
Oh, that's you reading it saying to it. Okay. Thank you, Amunet, for reading that. Wonderful.
And give her some big monster noise for Shayette. Give her some big noise, please.
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
Crazy, man. Shout out to Shayette. Followed up. It's all big supports coming in. I see. Here we go. Next up is where is it? Ebeth. Okay, here we go. Monster support. More coming in. There we go. All right. What's going on here? Okay, all right. Get ready to give the massive major noise. I'll go ahead and read this one. Oh, this is okay. Here we go. $50 breaking down the doors for alpha waves. Alpha waves from the alpha male. I like that one. Give her some big monster noise. Please, Atef, give her the works. All the toppings on the pizza and everything. Give her everything. Give her all everything in the book.
Everything is beautiful and light.
Better keep teaching like this. Yo. I was thinking, I was like,
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians,
they really, the culture has shifted and the power has transitioned.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Excellent. Wonderful. All right. Thank you, Yvette, for the support. And oh my. Oh wait. Oh hey, Big Vapes. What's this? Oh, for the B12. A lot of support given tonight in numbers of 5. A lot of support given tonight in numbers of 5. Okay, that's interesting. What's this? What was that on? That was on post. Okay, so we got a tip in from Big Vapes. And it's VRI. Could you read this one for me, please?
Yes, it says from Big Vapes, $5 for B12 FOL GLY tip from Patar Bull Demo.
Okay, that's a tip. So give him a hand clap, please. Thank you, Big Vape. Okay, here we go. Hey, Lisa. Lisa was in here tonight. I'm getting several supports saying for all that you do for us. Thank you, everybody. A lot of people are on the same frequency. That's the same sentence I'm seeing in multiple supports for all that you do for us. Okay.
All right. Shout out to Lisa, if you're in the room. So we got VRI. Could you read that first, please?
Yes, it says from Lisa, $25 for to SABA for all that you do for us.
Give her some big noise, please. Very nice. Okay. And on to oh my goodness, Nook for Nook shaking the walls. He's paying sneak learners. Get ready to rock the room. Nook for Nook for Nook. Another support for the sneak learners. Who used to do this, paying off their debt? I think Stranger used to do this. Support for all those who can't support. I think Stranger used to do that. Shout out to Stranger, the namer of the moderators. All right. Here we go. Hush Nation, read the monster support for us, please. Here we are.
Saba. 9999 from Nukpu Nukpu for paying sneak learners debt off. I own y'all now.
Yeah. Make some big monster noise for him. Atef, give him all the work, give him everything. You have no way of life, but you've mastered the earth. You've mastered the shape of the earth, but you look like the shape of the Michelin Man. Nook for Nook for Nook. The one who gifted me with the blue axe that is extremely sharp. This is extremely sharp. Shout out to Nook for Nook, and he has a he has an axe at the end of his message. Paying sneak learners debt off. I own you. Oh no, that's hilarious. Thank you, Nook for Nook. That is funny. Thank you. I like the creativity with the support. Wonderful. Okay. And the next up here is Gabriela Lopez. What's this one say? What's this for? Okay, Gabriel Lopez. I'm gonna get is Amunet still here?
Yes. Great Saba.
All right, popped up. What do you say, Amunet? What do you say?
I said yes, Great Saba.
Okay. All right. Amunet, read that off for me, please.
3333 for Zephyr class and energy.
Thank you, Eminent. And give Gabriel Lopez some big noise, please.
Never
Wonderful.
Everything is beautiful in life.
And we're gonna give some peace to the new people. Whenever new people come in the room, I always do acknowledge them. Supreme X. I've never seen this name before, but I like the name. Supreme X says Tua Great Saba. Nini Ook. Supreme X. Whoever you may be, are you someone that changed their name who's been coming for a while, or are you a new person? Shout out to you, whichever one of those you may be. All right. So we're going through. Here we go. A lot of Hush Nation. Hey. Okay. We're catching up to some of the alpha class now. Here we go. Shout out to Hush Nation. Tip. Let's call it alpha. That's what we're calling it. All right. Shout out to Hush Nation. Go ahead, Hush Nation, and read that for us, please, good brother.
Support from Hush Nation, Alpha Wave site. Tit for Alpha Wave site.
All right, give him a hand clap. Thank you, Hush Nation, for the support after reading it. Give him a hand clap, please. Okay, nice. Okay, and next up is Robert E. Williams with the monster support again. I like this message. Robert E. Williams, if you're listening, I like this message. This is actually in tune with something that Scribe was saying earlier that Minty was backing up, and it was the circular energy of reciprocity, and this support here states it. There we go. So we got Robert E. Williams, and I'm gonna get are you there, the Jed? Let me get a deep voice in here. The Jed is here. Jed is. Oh, what was that?
Can you hear me? Test.
A little bit. Could you read that for me, the Jed?
Can you hear me, Saba?
I heard you just say, "Can you hear me?" Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try. It says $55. The Natiru support me. I support the HOA.
Beautiful. Thank you. Good brother. Great student. Give him some big noise. Give him the works again. Robert E. Williams.
Forget that we the real champions around.
Just like people that tell
you, the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Okay, shout out to you, Robert E. Williams. Big noise for you. And we're moving up. Israel. Oh, Medicine Neb again. Here we go. You like that? The one make. I saw him type that. Here we go. Shout out to Medicine Neb. We're going to give some noise to the good brother Medicine Neb. Let me get this on the screen. Is it showing on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. Give some big noise to Medicine Neb, also known as Watermelon TV. One-way conversation with God. Give him some noise, please.
Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, if you made a punch and just you should have moved your left shoulder a little bit to the right, and I know you could have won. Just get in the ring and beat the guy.
All right, wonderful. One-way conversation. All right, here we go. We're still going. There's still who's this now? Who's this? This is Custom Made Tees. Oh, really? Oh, no, I don't. I meant 3. All right, shout out to Custom Made Tees. Let me see what he says here. Custom Made Tees says, VRI, read that for me, please, good brother.
Yes, it says Custom Made Tees sent you $6.66 to SABA. Thank you for helping me see the unseen. Watch it, vision, gratitude. I am Kadzani.
All right, that is a tip for the class. So just give him a hand clap for that. Thank you. I am Kadzani. Wonderful, thank you, Ted, for the noise. And let me retype this, and that will be off the screen. Okay, I'm Kadzani. Wonderful. Should be here. Check. Am I here visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. I am Kadzani says, I live very close, VRI. Okay. Okay. That's good. Finally, who we live close to and meet him up. Y'all get along.
Yeah, everywhere's close in the UK.
Yeah, interesting. It's do you know where I'm Kuzani? Do you know the area he's in?
No, I'm not too sure. No.
Okay, no problem. I'm in Rushden. What is that? You ever heard of that VRI? Rushden.
It rings a bell.
Okay. All right, Kuzani. Here we go. Next one is I am Kuzani. What? There we go. This is shout out to I am Kuzani. Let me put this in the room here. Just come off the screen. Okay, this is for a Meta class. I am Kuzani is determined to make this work. He's determined to connect with Brother VRI. He's telling, I'm 20 minutes away from Milton Keys. All right. Shout out to I am Kuzani, and VRI, go ahead and keep the energy going and go ahead and read I am Kuzani's message for us.
Custom made tees sent you $24.42. Medunetta class 14. Please, Saba, appreciate you for the healing medication. To Uncle Jas and Eb, I am Kuzani.
Medication, that is awesome. Give him some noise, please. And Medu, I see you trying to come in the room, but it's not letting me let you in because your device not connected. Go ahead and give him some noise. Shout out to you, I am Kuzani, with your consistent support and your consistent numerology numbers donation. They're always within these numbers of 6 and 6 and interesting. Okay, good. So there we go. We're gonna stop that. Okay, and I am Kuzani. You should have the class already. That's how fast we are, everybody. Oh, medicine has said ether is acting bad tonight. Okay, yes. Minty was having some issues as well. No problem. Say he can save it for next week. Not a problem at all. Okay, and here we have a few more. This is Amun and Amunet. What's this now? Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Any one of them can read this. I put on the screen. Yes, love to you, Medusaneb. Hopefully you can fix that problem. And here we go. So this is from Amun and Amunet, and any one of you all can read that, please.
$40 for Medu, number 3, Meri, F, Atefi, Tua, for all that you do with a black Eve, a red Eve, and the Baron Semity hat.
And then anything that needs to be translated for the public?
Yeah. Love for eternity, my Father. Thank you, gratitude for all that you do.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Give Amun some big noise, please.
Tiger Woods words, you could have moved your left foot a little bit, 2 inches to the right, and I think if you just moved the little golf head about a 5.5 centimeters, you would have had a perfect hit. You would have Tiger Woods. Just give the guy the golf club, please.
All right. So that is Amun and Amunet, and you should have the class right now also. That's how fast we are of the Tehuti Podclass. And I am Kutani has the class already. So for those who are watching this, who are wondering what is this that's happening, they're sending support for this right here, which is the Meta class. There's 65 classes of 3 hours or so of teachings of magic, of all type of directional thinking, all type of out of body, altar work, anything magical you could think of being asked. I'm sure I've got a lot of it, and only here at this. So when I say questions, I mean this was live questions that you could come in and ask, and you could literally ask how to create an altar, how to make out of body, how to do, and we would read the Purim Haru, and I would give lessons on the breakdown and build-ups of each sentence, and on top of that, give instructions on how to perform, how to do magic pertaining to all type of topics, and you can ask live questions. All of that is recorded here, and it used to be at on Mondays at 1:30. I'm not sure how I did that, but that must have been magic. But now you just email that email, and you can request 1 to 65, and that's what you're actually seeing right now. So you saw the brother I'm Kadzani sent in, and you saw now Amunet sent in. For the new people that are watching, that's what they're sending in for. Those supports are not for this particular pod class, but for 65 classes I did live at one time when I was somehow able to do that. Okay, wonderful. And Amun and Amunet, did you all receive the class?
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
You can throw.
All right. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, everybody, here we go. I'm starting to break down. This was a lot, and I enjoy everybody's seeking for guidance. But Saba is starting to. Saba needs to trade his door in for a bed right now. All right, so here we go. Shout out to Vortex Ninja. Vortex Ninja coming through. There we go. I always look for him at the end of the night. He's made this like a ritual. At the end of the night, he just pops up. Don't know who he is. Don't know if he's in the chat. Not sure, but he always pops up right around the end. And that always the same thing. 25.93. I can read this one. 25.93 for support. Give us a big noise, please. Whoa. Okay, and we got Tefrem Kemad, he can read this one. He has another one. All right, Tefrem Kemad. Here we go. Not coming on the screen. Why is that? Okay. Oh, there. Read this for us, please, good brother.
Hotep Ray Sabbath said, tip for a story about Abba synchronicity build-up.
All right, give yourself a hand clap for that. Okay, and we're down to the last few ones. Here we go. Who's this now? Oh, there's the Big Ed Leisure monster. He's support creeps up. I never see these come in. They just appear. Big Ed Leisure with the excellent language that he speaks Ka language. 30. Shout out to Be Get Leisure, and I'm gonna get. Let me see. I'm gonna get to read this one. Be Get Leisure, and I'll get Amunet again to read this one for me, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. $50 for Tua Saba Tehuti Henu Heka Medu class on Mut Hu.
Thank you, Amunet, and give him some big monster noise. Give him the works. Give him everything. Thank you, Atef. Wonderful, wonderful, excellent. We're down to the last three. Hey, Mark Struble. Mark Struble. I did not see these supports come in. Mark Struble at one time sent the largest support donation for one of the great questions asked about the Paris of Tehutimos and dogs. That was excellent. And here's Mark's Trouble. Okay. Mark's Trouble with 888, and there's no words, just 888. Okay, Tua Mark's Trouble. Tua to you. Okay. Down to the last two. Is this it? Here we go. Daryl. Let me guess. 508. Yes. And shout out to Daryl. Let me put this on the screen. Shout out to Daryl with your support. And Daryl says, I'm going to try and make it to the panel soon. Okay, I hope that whatever you're trying works. I don't know what. Not sure what it is you're trying, but I hope whatever you're trying works to get on the panel. Maybe it's schedule, maybe it's camera, whatever it may be. We'd love to see you interacting on the panel, even supporting for years. All right, last but not least, is this it? Is this the last one? Oh, this one creeped up too. I didn't see this one come in. Johan Billerdu, I think your answer is coming up next week. Next podcast, I think. I got to see. Should be, though. All right, shout out to Johan Billerdu. Oh, I'm reading the chat. I don't know. All right, shout out to Johan Billadu, $10. Shout out to Johan Billadu. Appreciate your consistent supports and your very interesting questions. That was the one that I believe is the ADHD question. Incredible. Okay, let me scroll down and see if there's if I missed anybody. Oh, wow, wait. Oh, okay, there's more in the middle here. I didn't even see these ones here. All right, we got another tip here for for the ATTON class. Shout out to Big Vapes. Oh, he gave a tip for the I'll read this one. At 10 tip from Pata Boldama. All right, give him a hand clap for this tip. Thank you, good brother. And Menachem sent a message. Tell your family, is it my family, me, who I sat by at the Pathways 2022, that I wish them all the success. Tell your family who I sat by at the Pathways in 2022 that I wish them all the success in the galaxy. Okay, if that's to me, Tua to you. I'm not sure if that's to me, Tua to you. Thank you, your brother Medu. Seneb. Okay, now here we go. We got Pata. All right, we're gonna give Pata some noise. Here we go. He has supported every single podcast that has ever happened, and I don't think he's ever missed a support ever. He was supporting before there was even a podcast. All right, here we go. Shout out to Annie Pata. And he says, do up the leading by example. Hotep Henu. Give him some hand clap, please. The Tef there? The Tef get bumped on? Okay. Thank you, Annie Patel. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Okay. Thank you, Annie Patel. And why is it not coming up? My screen is. I can't see anybody. Hold on. Let me fix this. Who knows this? Okay. All right. I wonder my computer is interesting. We'll deal with that later. All right, now, here we go. Monster support coming in again from Harass Did. We're going to get Amun to read this one. Monster support coming in from Harass Did. She's so consistent. Very, very consistent. All right, here we go. Amu, could you read that for us, please? And we're going to give some massive noise for this. Read that first, please, Amu.
$72.27 for making the world bright with your conscious life.
Thank you, Amu. Appreciate that. And
Yes. All right, and give Harass some big monster noise with all the works and everything, and it's a palindrome 7227. Give her some big noise.
Forget that we the real champions around.
Nev for
Thank you.
everything is beautiful in life.
Thank you for that. Thank you for all the noise. Thank you, Harass, for your great support. And I think there's 2 more to go. Oh, Nook for Nook. Nook for Nook, man. Okay, I see Nook, you Nook for Nook, you're here. Owen Heith. You know, they say my brother from another mother. Hush Nation. Go ahead and read. Oh, no. What is happening? Oh. Hush Nation, go ahead and read this one for us, please.
Yeah, no problem, Saba.
Okay, wonderful, Hush Nation. Thank you. Let's see, my brother from another mother. This one said something else.
My brother from another planet, Hotep, $21.72. Support from Owen Haiti.
Thank you. Give him some noise, please. Thank you. Wonderful. And we have Nook Punuk again, I think, for the last 2. Oh, yes, okay. Shout out to Nook Punuk. And VRI, could you read that one for me, please?
Yes, it says from Nook Poo Nook, $9.99 for Hotep, SABA, Nefer, Neta, that Serotonin, Sekem, Ma'at.
All right, thank you, VRI. Give him a hand clap for this, please, Atef. Nook for Nook. And I think this may be the last one of the night. I'll refresh my page to confirm. But Nook for Nook again. And I will get Eminette to read this last one of the night. Ready, Eminette?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay, good. All right, okay. Boom, go ahead and read that first, please. Eminette, thank you.
You're welcome. 999 for Hotep Saba. Health is wealth. Knowledge of self. Ma. With a mirror emoji.
Boom. Okay, go ahead and give him some hand clap for that. Wonderful. I'm gonna scroll down. All right, this one Harass did for
workout plan. And save this one. Okay, and we got Okay, let me save this here. Hold on, one point, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. This is Shashat. Okay, I'll read this sometime tomorrow. All right, and I think that is it. Let me scroll down more than anybody else. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. Go to the next page. I don't think there should be any because that's from last week. The start tape file. Oh, that's All right, I think this is it, everybody. I think this is it. Yeah, I'll go back to the page. Oh. Yep. Scroll down. Refunded $14. Okay, that is it, everybody. That concludes tonight's beautiful podcast. 10.5 hours. I'm gonna let everybody give their opening and closing summary statements, and then I'm gonna dive into the OPESH realm. Okay, we'll start off with the Tefrem Kema'at.
Hotep Great Saba, this was a powerful class. Tua for all that you do. Definitely want to echo that frequency. I definitely agree with everyone who said it. I was breaking down through I had a long day, but this is very powerful and necessary. So people do what's important to them and for them. So I definitely here in support of you. I definitely have a Nefa Upesh, Tep New to your Aout, your wonderful animals, and yeah, Tua for all that you do, Saba. Definitely look forward to running this class back. And yeah, and may your a question for you, Saba. What time? Because the time change messes me up. So what is the time? Pacific time, 3 p.m. or 2 p.m. Pacific?
What time is it right here where I am right now?
For what you asked me to do, because I put the wrong time.
Oh, the time of this class. Yes. You can put 3 p.m. That's usually when I
3 p.m. Pacific. Okay. Yeah. But like I was saying, Tua for all that you do, Great Saba, have a Nefa Upesh, and Hotep Anu to all the great supporters. This was great class, and definitely look forward to Saba you getting the same type of support consistently. So Hotep Anu, and may you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy, and may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep Anu to you, Great Saba.
I receive all of that. Beautiful words. Beautiful concern about what I should receive. Thank you for that. An excellent way of like I tell Amunet, bringing the ancient words into the present. So Tua for that, and keep up the good work, and have a very successful presentation tomorrow. Yini Uk for everything you thank me for. What's up? Oh, you're on mute if you're talking. Oh, that's off of mute, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me too, a great Saba? Nini up.
Okay, I hear you now. Boom. All right, on to Moon.
Hotep Angular Celeb, Hotep Saba Tudiam Hotep Ra, to Marie, to you, for all that you do, to the ladies around you for holding you up, sustaining you, your ka, to all of your animals, to the entire Aout, everybody on the panel, all the supporters, people in the chat, to all for being healthy, alive, for being eternal, for teaching us to be eternal, for bringing back Ma'at within my life, and for bringing it within my family's life, for bringing it to the public, to all for this beautiful class. May you rest well. Have a never past. Looking forward to speaking with you tomorrow. And shooting a lot. I'll finish with this adoration to you. Great Saba. Tua Tehuti, you, Irit, Anpu, Mket, Kurt, Aat, Ent, Nefer, or Netter. Nem2, Anu, M, Neketu, Usur, At, or At. Thank you to Hootie, who performs, works, and lives upon things after the manner of the great Netter. Hymns of praises are recited at acts of strength. You are becoming strong moment by moment. Hotep Angular Sanem, Nefer Upesh, Shunamat.
Tua for the great words. Tua for wishing me a great Nefer Pesh. And I like the ending. Becoming stronger by the moment. Beautiful. That is the person in Ma'at's pure vision and dream to be born again every day, and to get stronger and stronger by the moment. So Tua for that. Tua for bringing the ancient words into the present. That's making it a continuation. And keep up the great work. And I will talk to you in a few hours. Wonderful. And on to I can't even say on to anymore. On to Amu. Can't even make it rhyme. On to Amunet. On to Amunet.
Hotep Mary, Uncle Jasaneb He, Great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. Tua for being the Netter Amun and I echo. I appreciate every single thing that you do every day, and every single thing you've done in the past, and all that you've been through, and to become who you are now. I appreciate all of the life-saving choices you've made and make. I appreciate you saving my life, my High's life, and my whole entire family's life, and all of these beautiful students that you have, and the students that we don't see that you've saved. I appreciate your Nefer Aout for all the sustenance they provide and the beauty that they contain. I appreciate them very much, and I appreciate all of your life, your health, your sustenance, and your immortality. And I'll end with this utterance. Amun and Amunet, Shasu Mket, Tehuti Netter Emaset Imant, Hutsen her Aout, and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary He, Neb, and Nefer Upesh.
Tua for the beautiful words. Nini up for everything you thank me for. Tua for the part, the saving the life. That's the most powerful appreciation you could give somebody. That you could give somebody anything, but when that person feels that you gave them life and saved their life, that is a very powerful, impactful appreciation. So Tua for adding that in there, and Tua for the smooth Nini up, and Tua for the smooth reading of the metanetter, like as if it's your first language. It's smooth. There's not even any choppiness. There's nothing. It's just very smooth. Keep it up, and soon you and Amun and others will be holding full conversations in metanetter, which should be incredible. Imagine being around a group of people and you don't want them to know what you're talking about. You're just full-fledged metanetter, and they're trying to listen in. What is that? Is that Hebrew? No. So keep up the good work. You're very good with the metanetter. Nini Uk for everything you thank me for.
You all very much for your wonderful, life-giving words, and Nini Uk.
All right. Okay, where are we? VRI. Give us some good closing words, good brother.
Hotep, just want to say to SABA for all that you do. It's amazing to be here with you guys, and I really appreciate, again, everything that the House of ATTON has done for me, everything that SABA has done for me, and thank you.
Nini up, keep up the good path, stay focused, get away from all that distraction, and stay focused. You're doing great, and Nini up for everything you thank me for, and all the appreciation that you're showing. Great words, and I hope you are alive and well to do the same thing next week and absorb all this the next week and the week after that and the week after that until one day you're teaching. All right. Wonderful. Okay. And the Jed. Look at the Jed's getting more advanced each week. Oh my, look at this. I'm not sure if you're talking to Jed, but you have that mic issue happening again. It just
Can you hear me?
little bits of words.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Very, very light.
Can you hear me now? What about now?
That's much better, yes.
Okay, Hotep Hanu, great salva to you. And your consistency, your devotion to the Tiru, to your Aoud, all your the Turks, for supporting you at the Jed. Definitely grateful for you, great salva Tua, for this presentation. Definitely grateful. I appreciate all the love and the energy that you put in through all the classes. So Tua to you, great salva Tua, to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody that supported. Definitely grateful for your energy and your love. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your money be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore, Ma'at. I am the Jed to Jim Ma'at, him Pauku, for everybody in the Tiru, Uncle Justin Eb, Hotep Hanu, Nefer Upash.
Nefer Upash, beautiful, smooth words, almost put me to sleep. Soothing adoration. Nini Uk for everything you thank me for, and I can never have enough of the ending, that monuments be established, and that's absolutely wonderful. I love hearing that. So Nini Uk for everything you thank me for, and good luck on your when is your presentation? That's not tomorrow, that's a tap, right?
Yes, it's tomorrow, so today, I guess, right?
Oh, okay. Atef, when are you doing the ghost story?
Next week. I'm next week. Me and Minku switch weeks, so I'm next week because I'm gonna be traveling in a few weeks. So the Jet is tomorrow, and I'm next week.
I see. Okay, good.
Takes a long time to work on these prisons. It's a lot. I can't even imagine what it takes to do what you do. It's not even. I can't even imagine, Grace.
That's good. That's good. Stay safe and don't imagine it. That's good. I appreciate you not having the ability to imagine. Okay, so good luck on yours tomorrow, and I'm gonna peek in. I love it. I love the animation stuff you all are doing. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, and on to Hush Nation. Give us a great closeout, good brother.
To Saba, to for the for another NEFA presentation, to for another upgrade, to for all these upgrades, to for changing the way that I move, for changing the way that I talk, to for putting me to be steps ahead, to for people making people see me as light. Got people telling me the ancestors send me, and I just be checking like I tell them he's just from Tehuti. I tell them the same place where I get this information from. You could just go straight to Tehuti, but it is just want to ask me questions. So to for helping me to be able to guide people, to for upgrading the way I talk, to for changing the way I talk. I appreciate that so much. Dua Sakem to you, your Pawut. Dua Sakem to your animals. And I'm looking forward to more Ma'at. I appreciate all Ma'at you bestow on me. I don't know what I would do without Ma'at. So to us so much for Ma'at. Saba, more health, more prosperity, more wealth. To you, the family, all the best to the animals. I love them too. And more makaru to you, Saba. Big love, big ma'at, big axes. Nefu upesh. Nefu upesh, makeru.
I love that. Love it. Love the information. Love the energy. Love the adoration. Nini Uk and you and Atef both said the similar thing, that due to what you're getting from me in the guidance, people are looking at you differently. They're looking up to you. They're saying you're the one sent. What do they say? You're the one sent.
The ancestors send me.
So the ancestors send you, and Atef said people are giving him praise, and it's a beautiful thing when you can when other people are testimonies to your change. You don't have to tell anybody how good you are. Let them start talking to you differently. That's how you know when you affect people, is when the people start treating and talking to you differently, and you're not even looking for it. It's just a natural thing, and that's sharing in the frequency that I am all about. That's what gave the good frequency for Atep to say, I don't really know what this Tehuti brother's talking about, but I like how he talks in his tones. I'm gonna listen. That's the frequency right there. So you're doing good. Keep up the good work, brother, and beautiful adorations. Nini Uk for everything you thank me for.
Nini Uk Saba Tua so much.
Okay, everybody. We're gonna do the affirmation and close out. So I'm not even gonna check if there's any more donations. I'm not reading. I'll read it next week. All right, everybody. So what is this? Nefer Pesh. Oh, Amunet says Nefer Pesh, beautiful HOA family. All right, Nefer Pesh to you. Okay. So we'll do the affirmation. Then move this from the screen. We'll do the affirmation, and then I'll do the quickest closeout you ever seen. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready, Grace Saba.
Okay.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet or Sat and Ma'at. Min Hapapat and Ma'at. Her in Huqui. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Boom. Okay. Thank you, Atef. Beautiful read. Let that marinate for a minute. Okay. I'm going to go big screen. So, peace and love to you, Atef Kema'at. Rest well. Peace and love, Amun and Amunet. Rest well. Well, VRI, is it daytime there?
Yes, yeah.
time
I've been
period?
competing with the sun the whole time. That's that's what I've been flickering.
You've been doing what with the sun?
I've been competing with the sun the whole time. I think the light is confusing the camera.
Oh, what time is it over there?
It's 9:29 in the morning.
Oh, you're just starting your day. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Have a great day. We got people from all over the world. Okay, wonderful. Have a great day. The Jed Sedem Ma'ahem Tpout Ku. Good luck on your great presentation and representing your beautiful family. Keep the good work.
Do appreciate you, Sab.
Nini and Hush Nation. You're still in South Africa?
No, I'm in the Bronx now, Saba.
The Bronx?
Yeah. Yeah.
With the same thing behind your head? Is that the same? Wait.
Yeah. The Bronx and the Modelana was doing Airbnb, so now I just with the family.
You travel like a Tef, except for you're across the world. Tef travel goes from state to state. You're from South Africa to the Netherlands to the Bronx. Okay, you have a great one. Everybody have a good rest. Tef, did I say something to you? Did I bid you off?
Great, Saba, you did.
Okay, good. Okay, everybody. Nefroped, everybody have a great rest. Let me go ahead and go big screen and close this out in 4 seconds. Rest well, everybody. All right, everyone. We got SEKHET on the top of the hat. Beautiful, beautiful set of questions, of course, leading to the pathways of beautiful guided answers that are unseen anywhere else. For those who just tuned in, rewind this and you will see the answers to the questions of: is postpartum depression a psyops? Why do we only see spirits in glimpses? Are spirits outside of the visible light spectrum? And much, 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 much more. Support the Tehuti Podclass with reciprocity only if this has benefited you in any way. Peace and love, everyone. Stay alive, stay healthy, stay disciplined, stay within your path. Hotep, the snake is resting, and I am about to rest and enjoy a beautiful Nefra Upesh. Peace and love to those who came to the podcast. Madhu Saneb, I am Kadzani, who's in the whole. I am Kadzani, Supreme. Too many people to mention. A lot of people, not too many, but a lot of people to mention that are the great supporters. Hush Nation, of course, great supporter. And Monette, of course, great supporter. To those who support the Tehuti Podclass and show obligation. Obligation meaning that you played a role in the survival of what this is about. Play your role, support. It's the only thing that is being asked of you. Support. And continue the good work in spreading this great news of love and life-saving guidance to your families and friends and everybody that you know. Because there will come a time when all this is said and done, and when the archaeologists come and see us,